Hey, so Sarah, have you heard about this guy, Jordan Peterson?
Hello, everyone.
Professor Jordan Burnt Peterson?
That's not his real name.
It's actually his real name. You've probably forgotten because he was kind of more of a COVID era sort of a phenomenon.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
In 2018, The Guardian described him as the closest academia has to a rock star.
My tweet violated the Twitter rules. What rules, you sons of bitches?
Yeah, he only eats beef.
I eat beef and salt and water. That's it. And I never cheat.
Oh God, I know about those people. That's like the Liver King or like raw egg nationalists or Bronze Age pervert. All of those carnivore diet bros.
They all just eat beef.
I mean, I don't know that they're all that bad, but they are bad.
You sometimes ask me which vegetables are okay to eat. My answer is no.
Like, they drink milk, but usually only raw milk. They're very big on raw meat, organ meat specifically. A lot of liver and testicles. They kind of revel in the grossness of recording themselves on social media eating raw eggs or something.
Raw eggs. And that's like their whole thing? Is that all they do?
God, no, there's a whole mythos behind their actions. It's a rabbit hole, and it goes really deep. We're not just talking about these fringe guys either. We're talking about Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, even Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth. Well, that's so interesting and probably horrible. You know, the interesting thing about Jordan Peterson is that he didn't start out with the whole meat thing. He was an actual respectable professor of psychology, but he slowly became a right-wing pundit. He seems to have always hated trans people, and he gained a lot of notoriety for opposing this bill in Canada, C-16, which he claimed would punish people for using the wrong pronouns, with prison or something.
Did that happen?
Not in the sense of reality, no.
Jordan, you're not going to go to jail if you keep this up. Do you find that reassuring?
What if I don't pay the fine?
Then what?
Then what?
Interestingly, C-16 was actually more concerned with stopping genocidal speech, but I'm sure there's no modern relevance there at all. Tell me more about Liver King and the Eggman.
Well, Liver King didn't start out that way either, not that I can tell. Like, he's always been buff. All of these guys are gym bros. That's their whole thing, bodybuilding. They've really been poisoned by the alpha male mythos.
Men have become pussies today.
Liver King says he got bullied as a kid, and rather than seeing the bullies as the problem, he saw his diminutive size as the issue. So he spent his life getting big. But before he was the Liver King, he was a pharmaceutical sales rep. And then he worked for his wife's dental practice. He only became the Liver King when he and his wife started selling their own supplements online.
Wild. I'm just looking at him now. Gosh, he's an imposing figure, isn't he? He kind of looks like a hipster rhinoceros.
That's his whole marketing ploy. If you want to look like the Liver King, all you have to do is eat a ton of raw meat, stop eating vegetables, and also take his proprietary supplements.
And is that true? Is that all you have to do?
No, of course not. He's a grifter.
Peterson's a grifter too! You know what? This is going to take some explaining. The briefest of brief histories on Jordan Beef Peterson.
We'll see who cancels who. 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 We'll see who cancels who.
He was a professor of psychology, and then at some point he turned evil and became a conservative talking head. I don't think we need to waste too much time on details. If you've come here already knowing about Jordan Peterson, then you're just waiting for the bit about the benzo coma and the experimental facility in Russia. And if you've come here knowing nothing about Jordan Peterson, now you're just waiting for the bit about the benzo coma and the experimental facility in Russia. We'll get there. I mean, I guess some details are important. His PhD was on the psychology of addiction. That's gonna hit you in a moment. And he's always hated trans people. Just look at the way he says Elliot Page.
Elliot Page.
But he's not just a strange guy. As we'll discover, his busy little fingers are in a bunch of conservative little pies, and his role in the fascist ecosystem goes way beyond just being an internet lol cow in an eccentric suit. And there is an aspect of Peterson that somehow, despite all the coverage and debunking and analysis and fawning and interviewing, still gets overshadowed. his terrible, terrible health.
I was fainting 5 or 6 times a day. I had gastric reflux disorder. I was freezing cold for about a month. I couldn't get warm no matter how much I wore. And I was snoring quite a lot. I couldn't stand up without fainting. Both hands and my feet were like completely numb. I don't think I slept at all for something on the order of 3 weeks.
There's more if you can be bothered to dig. Peterson openly and relentlessly talks about his health issues, especially, and maybe this is refreshing, his mental health issues.
And I've had depression since I was 13 probably, and very severe.
I do want to reassure you, I'm not going to laugh at anxiety and gastric reflux disorder. We have nothing but sympathy here for people with weird, seemingly unrelated and unrelenting symptoms, especially when those symptoms are coupled with something like depression. That's not why Peterson's health is worth talking about. His health is worth talking about because from quite early on in his new career as a talking head, Professor Peterson takes a notably hostile position to the science of nutrition, to medicine generally, and oddly for a psychologist, he adopts a particular hostility towards pharmacology, as we'll see. But in order to understand that, we need to talk about Michaela.
Beef, all lamb, salt, and water. I've been talking about this diet to spread awareness in hopes that the medical community can take something like this serious.
Michaela Peterson is Jordan Peterson's daughter, named after Mikhail Gorbachev. Because of course. I wanted to name our kid Ho Chi Minh. Michaela is a wellness influencer, a profession which you're going to understand just a little bit better if you commit to this video. In her dad's book, 12 Rules for Life, there's a whole bunch of print space dedicated to Michaela and the buttload of health issues which she has suffered from birth. These issues also seem to be vaguely in the domain of autoimmune responses, fatigue, dietary and digestive stuff, but in Michaela's case also organ and bone issues. Her father claims he always suspected the ultimate cause was dietary.
And my wife always had a suspicion that this was dietary related.
Why?
Well, we did notice that when Michaela was young, if she ate oranges or strawberries, that she'd get a rash. And then when she developed arthritis, if she ate oranges in particular, that would definitely cause a flare.
And that I can sympathize with. As parents, we don't have very big data sets. 1, maybe 2 or 3 kids if they happen to have the same stuff wrong with them, and we extrapolate from that tiny data set causes and effects, right? It makes sense to see a rash and blame an orange. But the Petersons are so sure about everything. So unfortunately, some miraculous and strange and unbelievable events follow, which are documented in Daddy's best-selling self-help book and become the basis of Michaela Peterson's own career. And all of these events fly in the face of the commonly accepted consensus on diet and nutrition. Michaela took up increasingly restrictive diets. First, she cut out gluten, then she stripped that back to just meat and greens, and ultimately she restricted her diet to only eating beef and salt and water. She claims to have come to that diet entirely on her own, but as it happens, there was already a thing called the carnivore diet. A thing which, owing to its near total restriction, fits most food conspiracies and is therefore theoretically applicable to any unexplained dietary issues. Look, let's say if we just believe Michaela, well, then the results of this diet were astounding.
Itch went away and my joints started to feel better. 4 weeks after that, I stopped crying in the morning. And 5 months after that, the anxiety lifted and I was back in what I felt was heaven compared to how I'd been living.
Everything from her chronic fatigue to her digestive pains to her anxiety and depression, all vanished. Also gone was her bone degradation, which had been so bad that she needed a hip replacement at 15. It seemed that just eating beef and salt had the power to cure the otherwise incurable. So I guess it was probably just a matter of time before Peterson the Elder adopted the diet himself.
And I never cheat.
Once again, the results were unbelievable.
I started waking up in the mornings. Like, oh, look at that. I'm awake in the morning and I'm clear-headed and things aren't gloomy and horrible. And my psoriasis disappeared. And I had floaters in my right eye and they cleared up.
If Peterson had started with a prolific set of horrifying symptoms, he now had an even more prolific set of amazing cures.
I stopped snoring the first week. I thought, what the hell? That's supposed to be associated with weight loss.
He's very invested, by the way, in monitoring weight and weight loss.
Then I lost 7 pounds the first month. Then I lost 7 pounds the next month. Then I lost 7 pounds the next month. I lost 7 pounds every month for 7 months. It's like I had to throw away all my clothes.
I don't want to delve too much into his psychology. That prospect is frankly terrifying. But given his preoccupation with order versus chaos and this predilection for restrictive diets and lifestyle practices, it's kind of a red flag that he monitors so closely his own weight.
50 pounds. It's like, first of all, I didn't know I had 50 pounds to lose.
And his daughter's weight.
She's very trim. She had a baby, but she's very trim. She's down to about 118 pounds.
And his wife's weight.
Tammy was always in good shape, and she's exercised a lot. And she reduced to the pure carnivore diet about a month ago. She lost like 12 pounds. And she was already slim.
Anyway, perhaps the strangest of all the miracle cures achieved by this all-beef diet is the psychological one. Peterson claims in this Rogan interview in 2018 that this diet cured his anxiety and depression.
Within a week, I was 25% less anxious in the morning. Within 2 weeks, 75%.
75% less anxious. That's quantifiable.
I'm better now, probably, than I've ever been in my life. And I haven't been taking antidepressants for a whole year.
Isn't that unbelievable? His highly restrictive diet cured his mental health problems. Look, it's the title of the Rogan video these interviews are from. Jordan Peterson's carnivore diet cured his depression? Unbelievable. That's really difficult to believe.
So I asked my doctor to increase the benzodiazepine dose, but what seemed to happen as a consequence of that was that I just got more anxious. I developed symptoms that I now recognized were associated with its use, like a feeling of detachment from people around me, people I loved, some decrease in the ability to experience joy.
This is exactly that time period. In this version of the story, in this candid interview between the two Petersons, the depression and most certainly the anxiety never went away. This was the time in which Jordan Peterson's addiction to benzos was at its worst.
I stopped taking them entirely and tried ketamine, which is a treatment for depression. Well, neither of those were a very good idea as it turned out.
Jordan Peterson was still Jordan Peterson. His apparently terrible mental and physical health continued to torment him. He was hospitalized in Toronto to try to kick benzodiazepine, at which point a new story unfolded. The Petersons claim that he nearly died several times from what the medical system did to him in the West. They claim he contracted pneumonia in the hospital in Toronto, and that the detox treatment there was making him worse, not better. So, Michaela and her husband at the time, who was a Russian national, gained an emergency visa via the Russian consulate, and they flew Jordan Peterson to an experimental facility in Moscow where they put him in an induced coma for 8 days. And then he finally kicked his benzodiazepine addiction. Take that, Western medicine! Not that it was easy for Peterson, of course. He experienced terrible side effects from all of this.
I couldn't type because I couldn't remember how to put my hands on the keyboard. I couldn't walk up and down stairs because I couldn't see the stairs properly. I couldn't do up buttons. I couldn't remember how to lay down. I tried for about 40 minutes. I couldn't remember the sequence of actions that would enable me to lay down.
Don't try it at home, I guess. The reason for the slow tapering that Toronto medical professionals insisted on, by the way, is to reduce the chances of relapse, and also because an induced coma is incredibly extreme and dangerous. Speaking to Vice on the subject, a couple of different Canadian health professionals pointed out that there are clear holes in the story that the Petersons tell. This is not an accurate depiction of how addiction treatment works. But then, has any of this been an accurate depiction of medicine, of nutrition, of science? Michaela Peterson is still a wellness influencer, still promotes and apparently consumes the all-beef diet. She also sells supplements under the banner of Fuller Health. She's currently promoting this one, After Party, which is supposed to help your liver health after you've been out on the town, having a couple of drinkies. Did I mention that apart from beef and water and salt, according to Michaela, the only other things her body can process are vodka and bourbon? Isn't the body an amazing thing? But what of Jordan Peterson, you ask? What was it all about? Does he really only eat beef? Has he really been this sick? What's the deal with his voice? Well, I can tell you Professor Jordan Burnt Peterson does not sell supplements. And he doesn't make money from just promoting the all-beef diet. No, what he's selling is far, far more ambitious. Far darker. Far stranger. But in order to understand that, We need to understand all of the grifts.
Liver is king! Liver King here. I've been working out for the last 35 years. The last 15 of those years, I've been living an ancestral lifestyle.
So the Liver King was on steroids. Surprise!
Because I fucked up.
I mean, you probably spotted that. Like, all of the gym bros with insane results take steroids, even if a lot of them don't get caught. It's an old grift. Like, do you remember Hulk Hogan? He used to say his success was based on his work ethic and supplements and daily prayers. But it was steroids.
Because I fucked up.
I don't think the Liver King's personal ethos was a myth. He says he was a kid who grew up with a widowed single mom, he had a speech impediment, and he moved house a lot. His story of being bullied is terrible. Bullying, social ostracism, that leaves genuine scars on a person. And I do understand the mindset of wanting to be so big and imposing that no one would mess with him.
This is why I fucking work myself to death in the gym. This is why I do 12 to 15 blood-burning workouts a week, just to feel like I'm okay.
But let's think about that ideology. If you're getting big to keep people from bullying you, you're not stopping the bullying. You're just offsetting it to some other kid. And you're kind of blaming that other kid. If you didn't want to get bullied, you should have hit the gym too, bro. Plus, if you're wanting to change your body based on insecurity, there's never going to be a point where it's enough. Not unless you also are dealing with that underlying insecurity. So it makes sense that the Liver King was taking steroids. But I don't want to talk about the Liver King like I'm doing an expose. Even if he once had 6 million followers on TikTok and made 100 million a year on the supplements he sold, he's already had his star crushed. The comment sections of his videos now are all just people telling him that he's a grifter, and he's all but stopped posting. I don't need to warn you off of the Liver King specifically, but I do need to tell you about the damage he's done, because his audience skewed young. Yeah, he had enough followers with credit cards to make a true fortune on his supplements, but his lessons have more sinister takeaways, and they targeted a lot of impressionable people. Like all self-help rhetoric, he argued that you have the capacity to overcome your issues via unwavering self-discipline and brute force and individual focus.
Hard work, hard times to make strong men.
If someone like the Liver King can succeed, surely we all can. #no excuses. Presenting a diet so outrageously difficult to maintain gave him plausible deniability for his steroid use, but also gave an example to younger men of what life could be if only they had access to the time and resources that the Liver King has.
And let's be honest, this isn't gonna taste good.
And maybe they can't eat raw liver and testicles every day, but they can take in his training. His belief that we can all be better than we are if the modern world weren't sabotaging us with 5G and soft beds and carrots, which sounds silly because it is silly. But the Liver King isn't the only carnivore bro in the algorithm.
It's your superfood. It packs with protein, fats, vitamins, minerals, anabolic cholesterol. The absolute opposite. Disgusting rubbish.
There has been a subtle shift in the last decade where we went from plant-based products on the shelves to protein ice cream. There's been a boom in diet influencers who specifically push increased meat and protein intake and who are oddly hostile to consuming plants. All while increasingly outrageous right-wing leaders are winning elections across North America, Europe, and Asia. So Neely and I decided to look at our protein-obsessed culture and ask, is food one of the driving forces of the current descent into right-wing authoritarianism? And to answer that, we had to go deep. We spent the last 6 months researching and reading and interviewing, looking from the building blocks of nutrition to the ways masculinity and race interact with diet, to the allure of the trad wives, to shady forces who are genuinely flooding the media with money and propaganda to impact what you think is healthy and normal. Because the Liver King isn't a leader, he's a symptom. Like, none of his ideas are his in a vacuum. They're all premised on familiar right-wing tropes. He is the now disgraced figurehead of a movement that is still going strong. It's a growing strain of right-wing ideology that is pushing men further and further towards fascism, a new alt-right pipeline. And while I'm not worried about the average guy being pushed to eat raw testicles, the ideology underlying this diet is pervading normative society, pushing people to the right. And you're buying into it, whether you know it or not, whenever you purchase a bottle of protein water. So the carnivore diet is a kind of keto diet. A person on this diet can only eat meat, eggs, seafood, dairy, and water. They cannot eat legumes, seeds, nuts, fruits, or vegetables. The diet especially emphasizes internal organs, bone marrow, and uncooked animal flesh, and eggs. Right-wing pundits and social media influencers would have you believe that this diet is healthy. So, is it?
Absolutely not. So what we know is that there is absolutely zero evidence base that demonstrates this as being a good thing. In fact, the evidence is more dangerous than anything.
This is Olivia, a dietitian. See, we might have expertise and experience in social sciences, but we don't have any in nutrition. So instead of being incautious content creators telling you to trust us with your health, we decided to be cautious content creators by roping in someone who you can actually trust with your health because of her qualifications and professional experience. But wait, you say, I get my health advice from my nutritionalist.
A lot of people see the word nutritionist and they think that that is a good way to go. Anybody can call themselves a nutritionist. So you too could be nutritionist here today if you wanted to. What you want to look for is a registered dietitian. You could also look for people that have a PhD in nutrition. I would say that those are probably the two safest things to look for.
Okay, so the reason we wanted to talk to Olivia is because there are a lot of outrageous claims about the carnivore diet. But before we go any further, we just want to establish some baseline facts.
It is just not, you're not capable of getting all the nutrients that you need from just a raw meat-based diet. We need fiber, we need the fruits and veggies, like there's micronutrients that you're not going to get. And again, we're not going to be getting most of our main macronutrients either, so carbohydrates. So we're just going to be missing too much. Our bodies are not going to be able to survive on that.
But as we've seen, proponents of the carnivore diet will say that it goes beyond just being good for you. Look at the Liver King. He says the diet makes you a peak man. And Jordan Peterson said the diet changed his entire life.
I've had gum disease since I was 25. It's gone.
But there are claims that an all-meat diet can help to cure certain things.
Allergies, eczema, strange...
Gingivitis. All kinds of things. So is there any evidence or credence to that?
No. And the closest example that I would say I've seen is people believing that nutrition can cure things like autoimmune disease. Nutrition is nutrition, right? Medical is medical. So we need medical cures for medical diseases. And nutrition obviously can help prevent various chronic diseases, but it's not a miracle cure. I mean, there's people that do everything quote unquote right, still develop those chronic diseases, right? That nutrition can apparently cure. But again, the research time and time again proves that wrong.
Okay, so maybe we shouldn't expect miracle cures from our diets, but we do have to watch them a bit. I mean, I'm a vegan. Where do I get my protein? In fact, where do any of us get our protein? Should we all be maximizing protein with everything we eat? Should we be buying protein popcorn, drinking protein water, eating protein ice cream?
Protein ice cream.
Basically, are all of us running at a massive protein deficit?
In general, most people in the developed world do not need more protein. The general recommendation is about 0.6 to 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight. That's for the general healthy population. Of course, there's some people who would maybe benefit from more: athletes, people that are highly active, people with various disease states, things like that.
We all need protein to survive. It's one of the three main macronutrients along with fat and carbohydrates that are critical to our health. But most people in the developed world do not need to eat more protein. In fact, protein is not any more important than carbohydrates or fats, things that we might be displacing from our diets if we are fully focused on protein. Research from the USDA says that people in the US eat about 20% more protein than is optimal, which can't be bad, right?
Could we have too much protein? Is there a negative effect from protein if you go past a certain amount?
Yeah. This is something that I often explain to my clients as like yes and no. You have to consume a lot of protein for it to generally be something that is negative. Again, with my population that I work with, I oftentimes see too much protein in place of other important nutrients. likely carbs, and carbohydrate deficiency can have negative symptoms associated with it. What we are starting to see is that very high protein or very long-term high protein diets associated with low carb have been linked to higher all-cause mortality in some situations, and even an increased risk of type 2 diabetes, which is interesting because a lot of people tend to think of diabetes as low carb or no carb, and that is just not the case.
So that's not great. And it seems this effect is part of what can drive negative health outcomes. With all the emphasis on protein, there are whole cohorts of people not getting enough carbohydrates. In fact, even the people who need more protein, like athletes, don't actually need a higher proportion of protein. They actually just need to eat more in total. Their training goals can be really hurt if they're focusing on protein and not getting enough fats or carbs. But does the carnivore diet make you more masculine? Well, look, no. It doesn't, because masculinity is a social construct and bodies work in all kinds of ways, and I think it's really silly to localize masculinity in any part of the body. But I'm talking to carnivore diet bros, and they don't want to hear about social constructs, so I'll just speak really plainly. Hey guys, too much meat can make your dick stop working. Sorry, that's crass, but in my reading for this diet, I came across the claim that the carnivore diet is good for virility. And in searching the literature, I found that not only is that not true, but erectile dysfunction research seems to heavily implicate meat-heavy diets, as if not causal for erectile dysfunction, then definitely exacerbating it. Paper after paper after paper find that low intakes of vegetables, fruits, nuts are all highly correlated with erectile dysfunction, whereas consuming plant-based diets decreases the risk of erectile dysfunction. Even in correlational studies, non-ED patients tend to eat more nuts and vegetables than those who suffer from ED. There's good evidence that increased fiber consumption might protect against the development of ED, and so can decreasing one's intake of sugary beverages, trans fats, red meat, and processed meat. This is not medical advice. I'm not a doctor. You should listen to a doctor. And if you have an ED, it's probably not solely because you eat meat. But it's kind of funny thinking about the carnivore guys eating raw eggs and making these claims when it's the opposite, guys. You should eat a carrot.
Fiber is probably one of the most important nutrients that we are missing out on, and it's something that people are deficient in. Most people should generally aim to get more fiber.
When I first heard about the carnivore diet, my first thought was, genuinely, what's the deal with pooping? How they gonna poop? The diet that Peterson and Liver King are on, that's like a zero fiber diet. But the scientific consensus is that we really need fiber in far higher daily doses than protein.
The general recommendation for women is between 25 to 30 grams a day, and for men between 30 to 38 grams per day. And again, most people are probably getting around 10 to 15 grams, so really falling short.
But without even having to go full carnivore, the reality is that people don't have nearly enough fiber in their diets. Just 5% of the US population manage the recommended intake of fiber. The other 95% are just screwing with their health. Unless you don't really need fiber. I mean, it's not a sexy manly food like protein. It's a unsexy food that old people need to make them poop better. Maybe, for reasons, the scientific consensus is wrong and you don't really need fiber at all. Okay, so when it comes to a subject like fiber, nutrients that you can't get from the carnivore diet, these influencers are kind of backed into a corner. This is where their messaging crosses over from funny and wrong to truly dangerous. Michaela Peterson, who is more principally a diet influencer than her dad, wrote in her Don't Eat That blog, in response to criticisms from the dietitian community,
"You don't need fiber in your diet to be healthy. In fact, it looks like it might cause more problems than it solves. We're not cows or gorillas. We don't have 4 stomachs to digest this stuff. There are populations of people who have survived with no fiber, and they've been fine. Inuit and Maasai, for instance. I'm not an expert in this field, obviously, nor do I make myself out to be one. I've just read a lot. Fiber Menace by Konstantin Monastyrsky is a great read, though, and full of information that isn't widely recognized enough."
Michaela, there's so much to unpack here. First of all, slamming the Inuit and Maasai together to make a point about how other white people should eat. Just classic colonial logic, which we will talk about a little bit more later. The book she's referencing, Fiber Menace, The Truth About Fiber's Role in Diet Failure, Constipation, Hemorrhoids, Irritable Bowel Syndrome, Ulcerative Colitis, Crohn's Disease, and Colon Cancer by Konstantin Monastyrsky. I read it, mostly. because I was interested in the pooping part. And this author, Monastyrsky, who is a dentist by training, really seems to believe that fibre clogs up your bits and causes constipation and forms hard stools that cause tears and hemorrhoids. He claims the human digestive system is not built to consume fibre. He describes fibre as an addictive substance. This is not peer-reviewed work and it is not backed up by any scientific consensus. It actually has a disclaimer on the inside cover that reads, "The contents of Fibre Menace is intended solely for informational and educational purposes and not as medical advice." But most people aren't very science literate and they're not sitting down to read the peer-reviewed literature on fibre consumption in the US and associated health outcomes with their bespectacled wife, because that sounds like a fun afternoon. It was. Many people might be susceptible to Monastyrsky's argumentation, or simply be so happy to hear they can eat fewer whole grains and more animal fat that they just take Michaela Peterson's word for it that some smart guy said fibre is bad. I felt a bit guilty about old Monastyrsky in particular because we emailed him asking for a copy of his book and he emailed back. He was all excited and really nice, but then I stopped feeling guilty because Sarah pointed out that it's because we're YouTubers and his whole modus operandi is to spread his dangerous message through social media because he can't spread it through the academy, and as Sondheim likes to remind us, nice is different than good. Anyway, it does seem that this carnivore diet has massive negative consequences for your bowel movements. And this is a known thing in the carnivore community. We can see this in the writing of another academic-sounding carnivore diet proponent, Dr. Kevin Stock, another dentist. Liver King's wife is a dentist. Anyway, Dr. Stock has coined a term for the early adaptation period for new adopters of the carnivore diet, a time in which they may experience brain fog, nausea, headache, chills, digestive issues, dizziness, irritability, bad breath, muscle soreness, diarrhea, poor focus and decreased performance, energy and drive, cramping, rapid heart rate, night sweats, and insomnia. He calls this the trough of despair. When Adam Gabbett, a Guardian journalist, tried the carnivore diet for a week, he experienced most of these symptoms with severe exhaustion almost straight away. He also had terrible diarrhea on day 2. And that was the only day that week that he had a bowel movement. If you want an idea of what this diet is really like from a person that isn't trying to hype it, I highly recommend the article.
Day 4. I had a dream last night that I was a cow.
But just 1 week. That's well within the trough of despair, right? Dr. Stock, and likely Michaela and Jordan Peterson and Liver King, would say that you have to persevere. Dr. Stock in particular argues that the amount of suffering you experience is an indication of your body's natural metabolic flexibility, how much you can handle a massive dietary improvement like this, which is very convenient because if you are nauseous and shitting yourself, the carnivore diet experts can just explain it away as you're a little pussy. Stock, and I swear I'm almost done talking about dentists, but Stock has recommendations to help get you through the trough of despair. Mainly, eat more beef, eat more salt, drink more water. Just do the diet, basically. But he also suggests that if your gallbladder is struggling to consume that much fat, you shouldn't cut back on the fattiness of the meat you're consuming. Oh, no. You should drink ox bile. Bile from the gallbladder of an ox. I don't know if you can even comment on how helpful that is.
So some of these things are so far out that I can't even, I don't know. I have never heard of that before. And usually that's to me a huge red flag when somebody comes in and they're like, I'm doing this. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? Where did you hear this from?
There's one more thing we have to discuss here, how the carnivore diet impacts practitioners' mental health. Because carnivore is a very restrictive diet, and those always make me think of eating disorders. Eating disorders don't just impact women and don't just involve trying to be skinny.
When I talk about the 85% of the population that suffers from self-esteem issues, that's me.
They are some of the most common mental health issues to have, and they have the highest mortality rate, with sufferers dying from starvation, medical complications of diet, and suicide. The disorder that the carnivore diet puts me in mind of is called orthorexia. Orthorexia is not, at this point, an official mental health disorder. It does not have consistent diagnostic criteria yet, so we don't know exactly how we'll differentiate it from OCD or anorexia. That'll probably be determined in upcoming editions of the DSM or ICD. But there is a wealth of peer-reviewed research on the topic, and more sinisterly, a lot of orthorexia patients coming into treatment centers. There are two factors that most people agree should be present in order to diagnose someone with orthorexia.
A. Obsessive focus on dietary practices believed to promote optimum well-being through healthy eating, with inflexible dietary rules, recurrent and persistent preoccupations related to food, compulsive behaviors.
I eat beef and salt and water. That's it, and I never cheat.
B. Consequent, clinically significant impairment, for example, medical or psychological complications, great distress, and/or impairment in important areas of functioning.
Nothing.
Soda, no wine.
I drink club soda.
Well, that's still water.
Well, when you're down to that level, no, it's not.
Orthorextics usually start by thinking about clean eating, like eating whole grains or avoiding processed foods, which sound like objectively good things. Sometimes they use a health rationale. They self-diagnose with a condition like celiac disorder or gluten sensitivity, and they exclude food groups based on that. I'm picking gluten here because it's a protein that is perfectly healthy, but people perceive it as otherwise. And Mom, this part isn't about you, I know you went to the doctor. But studies have found that around 75% of people who have diagnosed themselves with gluten intolerance or sensitivity don't actually have any reason to avoid gluten, and are instead having symptoms based on the placebo effect, something we'll get to. So while only 1% of the population needs to avoid gluten for medical reasons, around 13% of people are avoiding gluten right now, cutting out a very prevalent and perfectly healthy food from their diets without any medical oversight from a doctor or dietitian. And more troublingly, we found that once people start down the route of self-diagnosis for gluten sensitivity, they are more likely to question other medical decisions and interventions, like vaccines. And as eating habits become more rigid and more restrictive, other rules could follow. Suddenly it's not just gluten, it's gluten and vegetables in the nightshade family, or anything with added sugar, or anything processed. And now we're getting into orthorexia territory. There are a number of risk factors for orthorexia, including a history of dieting, body dissatisfaction, perfectionism and neuroticism, and strikingly, exposure to media promoting unrealistic body ideals and clean eating trends. In researching for this video, I created a dummy TikTok account and watched hours of carnivore diet videos, and I saw the warning signs for orthorexia in most or all of them. I am genuinely afraid for the young men who are being led to serious mental illness by way of muscle men lying about what they eat.
The issue with the men, right, is that they are following people just based off of their appearance, right? So again, I go back to Liver King, somebody who was proven to be on like an anabolic steroid.
Because I fucked up.
Right. And so when they have this in mind, which does tie back to that emotional tie, right? I would say it's even a more vulnerable population.
It's difficult to place myself inside the experience of Liver King. It seems like there's a real sincere belief in the power of a diet like this one, in the power of meat. How this belief functions may not be easy to define, and clearly is not easy to fully explain, but for a plethora of reasons we will later expand on, there is a social mythos around meat, in particular in the modern era, raw meat, high volumes of meat, high volumes of protein, and the efficacy and magical powers of such diets are believed in sincerely, despite all the evidence from the scientific community or individuals like Olivia. And diets like these seem to have an overdetermined relationship with power. Not that adopting such a diet results in power, but rather that having and desiring power seems to encourage restrictive diets centered on meat. It was recently uncovered that Peter Thiel, billionaire, apocalyptic paranoiac, and easy qualifier for top 10 comic book villains of the modern age, also has a highly restrictive diet. In a leaked email, the public got to see what Thiel allows into his body and what he doesn't. Banished were such commonplace items as ketchup, mayonnaise, and soy sauce, as well as all fruit. red meat was, of course, permitted. The language that these diet influencers use is infused with that desire for power. As raw egg nationalists put it, eating a shit ton of raw eggs all the time is tantamount to
standing our ground like men and fighting for our birthright, our sacred nations.
For Jordan Peterson, whether it's an indication of nascent orthorexia or not, his diet is clearly a way to impose control on a chaotic world, to exert his will over his own body, and science and nutrition be damned. For Liver King, this diet represents an ideal of innate masculinity which we've lost, and that power is in all men, ready to reclaim through meat consumption and ancestral tenets. And his evidence is that ancient man had a diet largely consisting of raw meat, which, I'm sorry, that's also probably not true. It is, at the very least, something no one can claim. The fact is, we don't know the proportion of raw versus cooked meat in the early human diet. That's the consensus, and for very good reasons, it's going to remain the consensus because this stuff is really difficult for us to find out. Despite all of this, those selling a mythological idea of man in the past in his relationship with meat insist we must have been knocking mammoths on the head and eating their hearts raw every day for breakfast, which is what ecologist Marlene Zook calls a paleo fantasy, reliant as it is on dramatic oversimplifications of human evolution. We've no reason to believe that early human diets were particularly meat heavy, and humans have clearly shown this extraordinary adaptability in what we eat, given that we migrated to every corner of this bloody planet. From my perspective, I'm looking at the evidence that our ancestors survived. Because this is the case, there must have been at least some nutritional variety, as Olivia said.
We need fiber, we need the fruits and veggies.
Highly restrictive diets seem to hold some cultural capital, seem to be a prerequisite of elite behavior, and heavy meat consumption seems to be a deeply meaningful social activity, which is having a current cultural moment and has deep, often gruesome, historical resonances, which we'll get to. The leaked email where we found out about Peter Thiel's highly restrictive diet, why, that was in the Epstein files. They were exchanging information on how best to feed this particular billionaire to his personal and idiosyncratic satisfaction. Cause guys, there's good reason why this essay is like 5 hours long. Buckle up! Today at lunchtime, I asked my lesbian wife what she wanted to eat. After the inevitable innuendos, she said she wanted me to make a vegan version of gougères, the airy French aperitif made with a buttery, eggy choux pastry and Gruyere cheese. And it got me wondering, why is baking so gay? Why is chocolate sexy? Why are beanie weenies trashy? Why are crumpets old people food? Why is avocado pretentious? Why do loud, angry man chefs imbue their recipes with prestige, but trad wives who make things from ridiculous levels of scratch imbue their recipes with conservatism? Why, to put it another way, does any food mean anything? On the one hand, it's just food, right? Yum yum, eat your pickles, Beverly. But on the other hand, it's everything, right? Food is childhood, culture, life, virility, and nostalgia. It is our most consistent embodied experience because ideally, we experience it every day, multiple times a day, and these experiences of food are deeply meaningful. From the personal meaning of recipes and restaurants from key moments in our lives to cultural meanings of festive feasts and national dishes. Whether or not something is designated as food is simultaneously personal and cultural. If you were raised in a culture that didn't eat insects, or a culture that didn't eat fermented soybeans, or a culture that didn't eat moldy cheese, you would probably find it very challenging to try one of these foods for the first time. And food can tell us more about ourselves than just what we find disgusting. French food is stuffy and proprietary. Mexican food is fun, and anyone can have a go.
You've got a pico de gallo, which is basic.
These are things we intuit without ever being taught them directly. And this background of semiotics guides our choices, the permissions we give ourselves, the stories we tell about ourselves. In this way, food can be a kind of secret language that none of us are particularly aware of, but all of us are oddly, fluent in. And this is maybe easier to spot when we think of minority cultures. If you picture immigrant communities, the various recipes, ingredients, communal feasts, and home-cooked meals, ethnic stores, restaurants, and food businesses, they compose the very fabric of the diaspora. Children of immigrants have to learn recipes from back home, and when they grow up and revisit their parents as adults, they re-immerse themselves in that most visceral aspect of their culture once again when they sit down to eat mama's food. But it is just as true of hegemonic culture as it is of these minority cultures. Food practices which are considered normal and universal are nonetheless socially produced through their various meanings and rules. It's just that because these meanings and rules are considered normal and universal, they don't feel like they're happening.
A specific food cannot be decoded based solely on its flavor, visual aspect, texture, or temperature. The full width of its meaning cannot be grasped without analyzing its interaction with other discourses, practices, and cultural texts.
This means that your food preferences, which you might perceive as entirely individual, subjective, and idiosyncratic, may be far more cultural and based on rules than you realize. And equally, the food preferences of others, say those in the public eye cultivating a persona, may be far more intentionally political than you realize. For example, meat. That's for men, right? Bacon, steaks, hamburgers, ribwages. This is man food. Women are allowed to eat it, but it's not feminine. In the cultural imagination, a woman eating greasy meat can be acceptable. It can even be hot, but only in a subversive way. Like, yeah, she can eat meat as long as she upholds patriarchal beauty standards of having long hair, being skinny, and conventionally attractive. The feminine hottie and the masculine meat can only exist in a kind of sexy juxtaposition.
But the real way is the buns.
Authentic Texas toast, bacon, cheese, thick burger.
I'm not sure Hardee's would have allowed their authentic Texas toast, bacon, cheese, thick burger anywhere near, say, your Auntie Mary, who's genuinely hungry and greasy at the best of times. And she's like, why'd they make it with toast? Had they no buns? It's not a burger, it's a sandwich. If you look back through the history of meat advertising and particularly fast food advertising, women tend to inhabit a certain role. It's actually pretty shocking, especially when you consider how much late 20th century media has informed all of our normative worldviews.
I am man, hear me roar, in numbers too big to ignore, and I'm way too hungry to settle for chick food.
So the idea is that you sing the song I Am Man, Hear Me Roar from the 2006 Burger King commercial.
Okay.
Yeah, because of copyright. But also we thought that that's an opportunity to bring like ChrisWaves' beauty to the song.
Meet my beauty.
'Cause my stomach's starting to growl, and I'm going on the prowl for a Texas double whopper. Man, that's good.
Bring me in here. What are we trying to do? Or
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh yes, I'm a guy. I'll admit I've been fed quiche.
Here we have pretty much all of the most important contemporary cultural meanings for meat in this one commercial, conflating upper class culture with femininity and therefore big slabs of cheap meat with working class men. We've got the inversion of the feminist anthem I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar, the outrageous claim that eating a lot of meat will turn your innie into an outie.
I will eat this meat. Tummy it turns into an outie.
We've got the ceremonial destruction of the minivan, which represents suburban familial responsibility. We've got punching each other in the dick, publicly burning your underwear. We've got this random white juggalo guy. I don't really know what that means, but the whole commercial is a thing of beauty in terms of unembarrassed, unrestrained, semiotic yelling.
So you want me to play this straight? We're not making fun of this.
Yeah, it's supposed to be beautiful.
Okay. Burgers?
Beautiful burger ideas.
Burger ideas.
And I need to scarf a burger, beef, bacon, jalapeno, good thing down.
And we've got this telling line.
Wave tofu, bye-bye.
Which is as articulate as it is informative, because if meat is masculine, then surely replacing meat poses risks to your masculinity. men. It doesn't have to be this way. Oh, men! Here we see a direct link between masculinity and anti-environmentalism. The guy gets caught buying tofu. He's embarrassed that means he's gay or whatever. He goes out and buys a dangerous, gas-guzzling monstrosity of a Hummer, the anti-minivan, if you like. Clearly, meat consumption can also say something about the kind of man you are. Beyond the unrestrained rhetoric of carnivore diet influencers, we find this older and more ubiquitous media landscape telling us that the more meat you eat, the less of a little pussy you are. This appears to have real material consequences. In recent dietary studies, white men report a meat-heavy diet across the political spectrum, but men with conservative beliefs are more likely to consume red and processed meats more frequently and in higher volumes than any other group. Meat consumption in general is going up, and that statistic is led by more men eating more meat every day. The anti-feminism backlash, however playfully it was being commented on by these 2000s commercials, has very much led to more meat in more men's bodies. Not alone that, but environmental consciousness is socially risky for men. Studies have found that vegetarian and vegan men are perceived as more feminine. One study even found that if a man uses arguments like taking care of those more vulnerable to climate catastrophe as justification for his dietary choices, then he will be perceived as more feminine and perceived as less likely to be straight than if he uses more, as it were, masculine arguments like climate change policies would demonstrate world leadership. All of this lends itself to a surprisingly strict set of rules around dietary choices. Rules which go unnoticed and may have a massive impact on how healthy and how ethical all of our diets are. But of course, it begs a pretty obvious question. I mean, okay, food is a language of signs and meanings, and it has lots of rules, and we're all influenced by those rules, and it's cultural and arbitrary and all that, but like, on a practical level, why? Why is meat masculine? It's a random category of food. There must be some good reason. Or, you know, more likely, a whole lot of historically stubborn bad reasons. Let's go back to the very beginning, to the origins of humankind itself. In the Christian origins of things, which as a trad lesbian I'm liable to believe, we find the beasts of land and sea are ours to eat and treat as we see fit. Go nuts, the masculine god says. This is your platter. But when one woman eats one piece of fruit, the whole damned operation comes crashing down, which sounds like propaganda to me. I'm sorry, did I say trad lesbian? I meant trans lesbian. Nah. If we look to more robust and empirical origins, we find a different but still familiar story. Man evolved to be hunters, off risking life and limb to take down mammoths and woolly rhinos and what have you, whereas women were gatherers, likely with babe in arm, off picking fruits and nuts and edible vegetation. But as it happens, this story, like the story of Adam and Eve, is also bollocks. That is, it is also a projection of our pre-existing beliefs onto the evidence, even when that evidence contradicts those beliefs. How we came to this theory of man the hunter involved multiple instances of ignoring or willfully misinterpreting the evidence.
Mounting evidence from exercise science indicates that women are physiologically better suited than men to endurance efforts, such as running marathons. This advantage bears on questions about hunting, because a prominent hypothesis contends that early humans are thought to have pursued prey on foot over long distances until the animals were exhausted. Furthermore, the fossil and archaeological records, as well as ethnographic studies of modern-day hunter-gatherers, indicate that women have a long history of hunting game. We still have much to learn about female athletic performance in the lives of prehistoric women. Nevertheless, the data we do have signal that it is time to bury man the hunter for good.
Anthropologists studying contemporary hunter-gatherer societies have encountered women hunters multiple times and then ignored their own evidence because it didn't support this gendered idea of society that they started out with. Another example I love is the contradiction between narrative and evidence when it comes to Neanderthals and prehistoric humans. When we look at the distribution of injuries, the sort of bone breaks that we expect to see from hunting are distributed evenly across male and female remains. Also, the mortality among Homo sapien and Homo neanderthalensis is evenly distributed across male and female fossils, in as much as we can even tell male and female remains, because look, I might have my own biases here, but objectively, humankind is a species with tiny sex differences. We don't have like the males have different kinds of teeth or the females are 8 times bigger kind of dimorphism. In our species, most males and most females exist within what might be called an intersex distribution of size. And that indicates a species that evolved a form of cooperation where everyone can do everything. So then, where do feminine and masculine roles even come from? Well, one of the current theories is that gender roles in society, the difference between the sort of work that we expect men to do versus the sort of work we expect women to do, wasn't really a thing until the advent of agriculture. Some theorists even propose that societies with long histories of agriculture may have less equal societies now when it comes to gender, perhaps as a result of holding more patriarchal values and beliefs for longer. And this theory of gendered work, when compared with man the hunter, does seem to more accurately reflect how gender relates to meat. Because meat is the most labor-intensive, resource-heavy, and time-costly kind of food to produce. As a consequence, it has historically been reserved for those who are in charge. Not so much man the hunter as it is man the landlord. And as we further developed civilization, not my favorite thing, I'll be perfectly honest, our ability to produce meat expanded, as did empires built upon gender norms, eventually giving way to empires of capitalism and mass production, even more convinced of the naturalness and inevitability of these gender roles, and that meat, now produced in colonies by cheap labour, travelled back up to those in the dominant position in society as reward for their domination. As was the case in Ireland, which was transformed by the British Empire into a giant beef and dairy farm, an example which may help you understand how naturalised and inevitable all of this became in retrospect. After all, Ireland is just the place that dairy comes from, right? No need to worry about whether or not that was ever fucking horrifying.
People with power have...
No, you know what? We are going to worry about how horrifying that was. There was a literal genocide in Ireland which the ruling British justified on the basis that all those dead people would leave more room for beef and dairy cattle. People died with grass stains on their lips while the British aristocracy gave themselves gout. Now play the fucking quote.
People with power have always eaten meat. The aristocracy of Europe consumed large courses filled with every kind of meat, while the labourer consumed the complex carbohydrates. Dietary habits proclaim class distinctions, but they proclaim patriarchal distinctions as well. Women, second-class citizens, are more likely to eat what are considered to be second-class foods in a patriarchal culture. Vegetables, fruits, and grains rather than meat. The sexism in meat eating recapitulates the class distinctions with an added twist. A mythology permeates all classes that meat is a masculine food, and meat eating a male activity.
That's a quote by scholar and foundational ecofeminist Carol Adams from her book Sexual Politics of Meat. In it, she argues that women's subjugation is related to the subjugation of nature itself by men. Both of those things require objectification. Objectification here simply means that we take something that has agency, clearly is a subject, like a non-human animal or a woman, but then we transform this subject into an object in order to use it, to commodify, or to literally consume it. And as she says in the quote, there's a twist to this. These activities of objectification, commodification, and consumption are transformed into and primarily perceived as masculine activities. Activities that are good and necessary because they are masculine. Activities that are strong and important and hummers simply because they are manly. By the way, if it wasn't already clear, this all makes the most sense when we're talking about the colonial West. This meat equals hierarchy, therefore patriarchy view of things isn't exactly universal. From both historical and anthropological perspectives, there are plenty of cultures that complicate this. For example, the Chinese Empire went through various periods of vegetarianism as top-down cultural elitism by way of picking up and putting down Buddhism, as well as coming up with the culinary innovation of using small amounts of meat as flavouring so as to maximise everyone's access to it. And don't even get me started on the subject of India, vegetarianism and class.
Hi, I'm Rohan. What you said about the English and the Europeans kind of like holding meat on a pedestal, and holding that, what they're doing there is actually casteism, right? Like what they're doing there is attributing a form of moral purity to meat. and being like, no, this is our club. Like, you can get in our club. If you're not with this, you're not one of us, you know, and we can do whatever. We can treat you like whatever.
There'll be more from Rohan later. But in the Western colonial way of doing things, the absence of meat was a way to sort the powerless from the powerful. Starvation was a conscious weapon of Western colonization, as was its juxtaposition with the excesses of power. The man-made famine contrasted against the ridiculously meat-heavy feast. And as Carol Adams further observed, the Western conception of a full meal reflected this excess, with a starter at the beginning and a dessert at the end. A true meal was a ceremony built around the meat-centric entree. What was once a class-signifying luxury slowly transformed into some basic requirement of human dignity. It seemed the nuclear family was recreating these more macro power structures. Adams paints a pretty sad picture of 19th century women cooking meat for their husbands, but being forced to subsist on bread and drippings most days of the week.
The wife, in very poor families, is probably the worst fed of the household, observed Dr. Edward Smith in the first National Food Survey of British dietary habits in 1863, which revealed that the major difference in the diet of men and women in the same family was the amount of meat consumed.
It's tempting to think that the semiotic value "vegetables are feminine" had its origins in 20th century diet culture, but Adams provides the evidence to show it started much earlier. It started from pure deprivation. She points to cookbooks frequently including for the man only recipes when working class families could not afford to feed meat to everyone. Indeed, during wartime, British civilians were encouraged to cook without meat, so that meat could be rationed for soldiers, the real men in need of real sustenance. None of this is to say that modern vegetarian or vegan diets are actually insufficient, rather that in the normative labouring households of Britain in the 19th and 20th centuries, the food left over from the man's portions of meat was absolutely insufficient. But this was the lot for women and children as a consequence of their being second-class citizens. And that's the legacy that this fucking Burger King commercial is celebrating. It's not a response to any real deprivation or unfairness for men. It's just bullying. It's just mean-spirited entitlement to an ever-increasing volume of slabs of cheap meat. And I know I keep saying slabs of cheap meat, and yeah, it's a willfully gross image. But also, I want to draw attention to the fact that masculine power is being expressed here entirely uncoupled from the prestige of production. This ground beef patty served in frickin' Burger King is a cheap cultural signifier. So clearly some changes have taken place here in terms of what exactly is being signified. Like, if the consumption of large volumes of meat was still an upper class signifier, this guy wouldn't be marching out of a fancy restaurant for fancy people and describing it as chick food. If this commercial were trying to sell some escape from the lower classes, then these construction workers wouldn't be punching each other in the dick, would they? In her book, Angels and Vegetables, A Brief History of Food Advice in America, E. Melanie Dupuy notes that social reform and dietary reform have always been very strongly linked. The US has a history of tackling societal problems with dietary solutions. And when working class laborers were essentially building the country, that is, genociding Native Americans and then building the country over their dead bodies, these working class laborers were of various ethnic backgrounds. Some of them were imported Chinese railway workers, some of them were freed slaves, some of them were not freed slaves, and as Dupuy points out, meat became a means by which white privilege could be expressed over these other ethnicities.
White, working-class men deployed nativist anti-Chinese arguments in their demands for a living wage that would support their meat eating. Rejecting nutritionists' arguments that a meat-heavy diet was bad for them, the representatives of the newly established workers' organization struck back on behalf of meat and of native working-class jobs.
She argues that the decrease in the cost of meat in America was an intentional complement to nativism and colonialism. Between the development of production lines and factory farming and all these gruesome capitalist practices we know today, meat, cheap and in high volume, became a symbolic proxy for the white male worker, and a sign of having made it for non-white folk desperate to escape marginalization.
Therefore, market forces help to allay working class fears, not by improving real wages or conditions for workers, but instead by providing them with ever greater amounts of increasingly cheap meat.
And so we see something approaching the modern picture. An apt comparison might be fast fashion now. Temu or Pennies, or what do you Americans do? Do you still have Banana Republic? I always thought that was a very cruel name for a store to come from America. It's like if the Catholic Church opened a shop called Traumatized Child. Anyway, picture, if you will, the logic underpinning fast fashion. The purchasing of many cheap and poorly manufactured outfits thrown together likely by slave or child labour in the global south and existing to be bought and displayed as things that have been bought. This is like a cultural hangover from a more coherent class system. The idea of an abundant wardrobe of beautiful clothes stripped of pretty much all the things that actually make that valuable. And to add insult to injury, now the wealthy pride themselves on minimalist living. A modest, or so they say, collection of well-tailored clothes which are adaptable for many social situations, built to last and well taken care of. So too is the class divide over food. Now the wealthy are eating beautifully presented foam on a cracker, or they're in a really nice vegan restaurant or whatever. Meanwhile, the poor measure their dignity in their access to cheap meat. The labouring class take their tiny amount of disposable income that they're too traumatized to save and spend it instead on increasingly pornographic burgers. This, we are told, is masculine. This is unpretentious, unapologetic manhood. And after a hard day's work at the hard work day place, who could say no to a Texas cheese-style working-class idiot burger?
Yeah, burgers. Burgers and beauty.
And men.
And men. I'm along for the ride. Sure.
I do have just one remaining question. If that's the state of affairs now, with much more meat to go around and all the extra unhealthy pornographic portions saved for daddy, then what exactly is Jordan Peterson or Liver King's problem? Like, now you're not a real man unless you're eating just meat, just red meat. Now, to have any fibre at all, to share but a kiss of cauliflower, the merest whiff of wheat, means that you have become a woman? I live in a country with a 20-year waiting list to become a woman. I didn't think it was that simple, lads. What exactly is the excuse for this escalation? What is the big emergency? Oh, my gougères are done.
So in 2022, Tucker Carlson, the heir to a meat-based frozen food company and proponent of great replacement theory, was working at Fox News when he released a documentary called The End of Men. His thesis was that masculinity is in crisis and we desperately need to save it. All of civilization is at stake.
Then, surrounded by the wealth and the comfort they have won, they lose their life force. They become confused and isolated. They lose faith in themselves. And the civilization they've created begins to decline.
You might recognize the masculinity is in crisis line. It's happened before. In the 1990s, when immigration in the US made Anglo-Americans worry that
working class and immigrant men seemed to possess a virility and vitality which decadent white middle-class men had lost.
In the 1960s, when men were wearing long hair. In the 1880s, when technological advances made people worry that men were becoming too feminine and women too dashing. Or in England in the 1770s, when the young men of the time were wearing fancy wigs and traveling to mainland Europe.
Suspicion has got abroad. The carriage, the deportment, the dress, the effeminate squeak of the voice, the familiar loll upon each other's shoulders, the gripe of the hand, the grinning in one another's faces, to shew the whiteness of the teeth. In short, the manner altogether, and the figure so different from that of manhood. These things conspire to create suspicion.
In fact,
there is ample evidence to suggest that white and male power reproduces itself through cycles of crisis and resolution.
But what if this crisis is different? I'm no fan of Tucker Carlson, but some of what he argues is actually true. Carlson says sperm counts are declining, and he's not wrong. A 2022 systematic review and meta-analysis found that sperm counts were dropping worldwide, and that this drop is accelerating. Tucker also says there are scary corporations who are acting on the environment to make it less safe, like Monsanto, who are, if you're not aware, a fucking scary corporation who are making farmers poorer and making the environment less safe. But as we've just discussed, masculinity is this big, complicated, socially reinforced thing. The concrete things we can point to, the points where Carlson is correct, aren't being framed correctly. Yes, sperm counts are declining, and that's probably a health indicator we should be concerned about, but the number of cells someone produces has no link to their masculinity. We've observed falling sperm counts since at least the 1970s, as this has functioned as a boogeyman to generate press ever since. In 1993, scientist Lou Gillette summed it up with his testimony to Congress, where he said,
"Every man sitting in this room today is half the man his grandfather was, and the question is, are our children going to be half the man we are?"
Which isn't how being a man works. And that makes sense, because Dr. Gillette didn't study humans, he was a zoologist, and he studied alligators. He was trying to get people to care about alligator reproduction, and boy did that line get him noticed. Because for certain kinds of men, there's nothing more frightening than the idea of masculinity under threat. The world is in a constant state of change, and hegemonic masculinity is fundamentally about protecting the status quo. But it also can't decide on what it is. The historian Gail Betterman has argued that we frequently conceptualize masculinity as either civilized masculinity, which rests on a foundation of intellect and self-mastery and frankly whiteness, or as a primitive masculinity, based on bodily strength and sexual virility, which frequently gets assigned to racialized others. Civilized masculinity is often seen as superior, but also vaguely feminizing and bourgeois, making primitive masculinity sometimes the more aspirational variant. This crisis will never be resolved.
Biederman argues that the contradictions between these models of masculinity were not resolved or necessarily experienced as contradictions. Both primitive and civilized masculinity were deployed in support of the hegemony of men over women, the bourgeois over the working class, and whites over immigrants and colonized peoples.
We see a shift happening now. The position of most men is changing, and not for the better, and that's because things are shit. Have we heard about this? Everything is shit right now. We have non-existent job security. It's difficult to make a living wage. There isn't as much blue-collar work available, and white-collar work is scarce, and it's feminine anyway, and men, like everyone else, are desperately trying to make ends meet. All against a fantasy where they were once the highest status members of a household and the highest status members of a workplace. I mean, they still are both of those things, but there's a discourse about how maybe they shouldn't be. When you're invested in maintaining the status quo, and it changes anyway, there are a few things you can do. You can instigate a backlash and try and change it back. We're certainly seeing that right now. But you can also look for symbolic compensation, accepting a conceptual representation of your manhood to prove said manhood. And weirdly, this is a role that is frequently filled by animal products. As one paper argues,
in both 20th and 21st century, there is a similar pattern of asserting the right to consume animal-based products as a proxy for privileges related to race, gender, class, and citizenship. Moreover, this identity is asserted specifically against a perceived other who is deemed to be not masculine, not white, and not adequately a citizen.
So if men don't feel like they can live up to the standards of civilized hegemonic masculinity, where they dominate the working class, then maybe they can have another type. Primitive masculinity, the type of masculinity that derives power through dominating women and animals. As one paper explains,
the killing of an animal for food is a ritualized performance of dominance.
Which of course fits tidily with fitness bros in the manosphere.
Men have become pussies today.
These spaces conceptualize manhood as something that can be lost. Men can either be real men or not real men.
I believe hard times make strong men.
The bodybuilding community has always cast physical weakness as repugnant, prizing a restrictive form of masculinity. And Liver King slots right into this. In his world, men occupy safe, biologically granted roles as protectors and hunters and carnists. Masculinity is reduced to an act by the body. Masculinity is corporeal, not like femininity, which is about things like compassion, passivity, or dependence. Masculinity is lift heavy thing, eat raw meat.
And there's no requirement for hard times in the modern world.
It's simpler, and something his followers can emulate. Sure, those followers may not get the body he has. He wouldn't even have the body he has if not for steroid injections, but his followers can, at the very least, replicate his diet, symbolic compensation for their lost manhood. In that way, they can show their dominance. They can win at being men.
And if you look at our ancestral past, the kind of things we had to do just for food. If you wanted sex, the kind of things you had to do as our early ancestors required real work, hard times to make strong men.
TikTok carnivore diet influencers embrace atavistic idealism. They believe we need to abandon many of our modern conveniences and return to a more primitive way of being. Liver King's answer to our contemporary crisis in masculinity relies in embracing primitive masculinity, a masculinity he calls primal. And he is not shy about who he thinks embodies this masculinity. In between TikToks where he carries monster truck tires or eats bone marrow or does this.
Oh, you can't be in here without your shirt on.
Oh,
you don't have a shirt.
You know what? Yeah. Somebody said that earlier. You might not know this. I'm actually wearing a muscle shirt.
Liver King goes and visits modern day primitives, or as we'd call them, racialized people living outside of the global north.
6 tribes that I've gone and visited with, I've tried to assess and figure out, is there depression?
I should say here that Liver King is charming. He does seem to admire the people he visits, and he's charismatic and seemingly kind, but as Stephen Sondheim famously warned us, nice is different than good.
The Liver King follows in a long line of men on their quest for a perfect world. Weary of modernity and frightened of technology, such men seek paradise in nature. They are convinced that mankind as it should be exists either in the past, in utopian worlds of ancestral hunts, or in the now, in exotic worlds of meat and men. But there is a tragic flaw to every such quest. The world they seek does not exist, because the people are people. You see, even if you try to, I'm going to stop doing the silly voice now, even if you try to come up with a category, a grouping for these different kinds of people Liver King and others are referencing as natural, native, tribe, it's kind of impossible not to use a racist framework for that categorization. Like if we're talking about the Maasai in Kenya and Tanzania and the Maori in Aotearoa, or like the hundreds of different indigenous groups from Turtle Island, but I guess not the 50% who live in urban environments, and then just all of the different indigenous friends, including Arab cosplay, what is the group? Impoverished colonized people? People that European settlers tried to eradicate. People whose nice smiles have adorned the pages of National Geographic. Of course, from a white Western point of view, this probably isn't as incoherent as I'm making it out to be. We have a culturally reinforced shorthand for this. We know exactly what Liver King means by primal, primitive, ancestral people who represent what the white man should naturally be, if not for the tragic affliction of modernity. He's invoking the trope of the noble savage, every portrayal of Native Americans as part of nature, simultaneously gentle, wise, and magical, while also being fierce in battle and somehow in their naturalness more animal-like, is a replication of the noble savage trope. From Amerigo Vespucci's Mundus Novus to John Fenimore Cooper's Last of the Mohicans to James Cameron's Avatar to this abusive gobshite in the expensive train movie everyone hated, this trope is as ubiquitous as Western chauvinism itself and as old as Columbus in his bloodthirsty conquest. A dual image of noble caretaker and savage beast superimposed on one another so as to maximize dehumanization.
It is because of these two interpretations and their dual longevity that Western culture for so long performed the cognitive dissonance necessary to conceptualize the pre-colonial native as gentle, sentimental, living in some ways in an elevated society, but at the same time the ferocious, subhuman savage who must be subdued.
This combination cliché directly counters the humanity of indigenous people. I mean, the more some group is associated with a cartoonish portrayal, the harder it is to perceive their subtle and complex humanness. Things like individual idiosyncrasies and flaws, or the group's historical and social complexity, the plurality of all the different groups. Perceiving the Ojibwe and the Maasai and Bedu all as prehistorical noble savages clearly flattens them. It flattens them into some non-existent whole, and each of them into some non-existent wild utopia. And this can look almost like respect and flattery coming from someone like Liver King, who makes it clear his highest values are big man, run good, lift heavy thing, eat blood.
What up, Primals? We're here with none other than the best Bushman, the
We're headed out for a hunt. But let's be clear, he's not thinking of himself as coming to these primitive values from the same place as these primitive others. He's coming to these values as a thoughtful white wise man on a quest from modernity to the exotic and ancient, and he's doing this in order to recover what he knows as a wise man, our lost aspects of true manhood, in order to bring them to his largely white audience who also share Liver King's dual insight into modernity, both the inherent intellectual high ground that Western civilization endows and the wisdom to see through civilization and modernity to the alienation and pussification that comes with them.
Men have become pussies today.
This is not true of these ancestral, primitive, primal people as Liver King sees them. They don't have any of that meta-knowledge. They're not on a mythic quest. They're just doing stuff. Liver King buys the trope that indigenous people have achieved this perfect harmony between their nature as Homo sapiens and their external natural world based on nothing but instinct and grace. No one is pretending it's based on their philosophical or intellectual superiority to the West. No one is saying we should be governed by the Maasai. This is almost like when an artist, like say Picasso, says that he wants to paint in a childlike way. He means to achieve great artistry through the creativity and grace of a childlike approach, but nonetheless by way of his own intellect and artistic soul and the benefit of his training. He does not mean that children are better painters than adults. He is not so much highlighting the humanity and dignity of children as he is explaining his own genius. Also, can we talk about how much Liver King is conflating so many disparate groups? It's a really ridiculously prolific and arbitrary list. Notice there are no primal Europeans for Liverpool King. Google Docs auto-corrected it to Liverpool King, and I just left it in the script because I thought that was really funny. Who's Liverpool King? That's just Paul Hollywood on the carnivore diet. Yeah, I made a cake out of raw meat. It's a bit claggy. I hate both of them. Anyway, Liver King is conflating and flattening cultures from Africa, Asia, and the Americas, and in so doing, completely obfuscating all the real, interesting, cool details about those cultures. But worse than that, he's also displacing them in time and in the context of their own struggles and marginalization. This leads to what scholar Katrina Brown describes as more or less forcing Indigenous people to be a sort of living museum. Basing our expectations on the flippin' noble savage trope means that behaviors and activities outside of that trope are perceived as not native enough. This can be a real problem for Indigenous people with intersecting identities, or activists or academics in Indigenous communities looking to expand the possibilities of their people's goddamn identities.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Lily Hi'ilani Okimura. I am mixed Native Hawaiian, Korean, Filipino. I am also distantly part Irish as well, so hey.
What?
Like Irish, Scot. Yeah, no, I'm like very proud of that. I'm like, go Ireland.
But that is a thread we will pick up later. For now, I just want to point out how much this carnivore grifter and manosphere grifter conception of primitive people is based on wildly misrepresenting their relationship to meat. Take this guy.
Early Native Americans just eating mammoth meat all the time. These people were not cultivating crops, and they were just eating like meat 365 days out of the year, probably to make up for a lot of nutrients.
They didn't grow crops. Who? All Native Americans? Across North and South America? What the fuck are you talking about? Corn? Pumpkin? Peppers? Squash? Avocado? Like agriculture, no offense, but agriculture sucked before the Europeans stole all the crops from the Americas. We were eating fucking turnips and nettles. The Italians didn't have tomatoes. They were eating turnips and nettles and parsnips. But it's worse than that, because these are magical, mythical people, so we can just make shit up.
So you go into all these nomadic tribes of the past, and they were consuming raw meat and eating raw meat, and they were living to 300 years. Then all of a sudden you got the cooking stove and the oven that came along to cook your foods and pasteurize it and zap it and pull all the nutrients out, and then people started getting sick.
It's funny, while this particular video is clearly deployed as proof that a carnivore diet can imbue magical qualities like living for hundreds of years, the claim that Native Americans are crazily long-lived is itself crazily long-lived. Writing in Mundus Novus all the way back in 1503, Amerigo Vespucci said of the Native Americans,
"Yarr, they live according to nature. They live one."
Do you think if we gave you a quote read, you could do that in a pirate voice?
Yeah. Yeah, I could probably do a pirate. I can Rick Burt. Yeah, I could probably do a pirate voice for you.
That was really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yarr, they live according to nature. They live 150 years and rarely fall ill.
What's your source for that there, Amerigo? What a great person to name 2 continents after. But the colonizers' perspectives on indigenous people have always been these vague, unsubstantiated rhetorical tools for white Europeans to use in their stupid arguments, usually by way of the noble savage trope. Liver King and the other carnivore grifters are using them as a tool to justify their own beliefs about manhood and meat eating. It's not unusual for this objectification to come with some admiration, perhaps even a little bit of envy. That's how we can end up with these semi-admired, semi-dehumanized Native American sidekicks in things like The Lone Ranger or the books of John Fenimore Cooper. It's also how we can end up with so many upper-class Southern women claiming descent from Pocahontas that the state of Virginia had to change its laws so that they could claim a bit of Native heritage while still being classed as white. But this envious, admiring objectification should not be mistaken for respect. In the conservative, meat-eating, iron-pumping universe, there is no such thing as real respect for those lower than you on the hierarchy. They can only respect that which reflects themselves. That lack of respect is obvious when you notice these conflations between radically different people and this kind of rhetorical use of indigeneity to make some point about why you should have an awful diet or whatever.
There are populations of people who have survived with no fiber and they've been fine. Inuit and Maasai, for instance.
The degree to which these people consider non-white cultures disgusting and contemptible will become increasingly clear. But for now, please understand that bringing an indigenous group up in an argument is not the same thing as showing them fucking respect. Just because carnivore diet grifters occasionally pick out a handful of random primitive people to admire for a handful of often fictional reasons, to them, the world of strong white men is still the real world, the best world, the only world.
Carnivore diet gurus rework negative tropes about indigenous peoples, finding spiritual and nutritional value in reclaiming an ancestral or primitive style of eating. All the while, they promote visions of white nationalism and cis-heteropatriarchy through their primal rhetorical networks.
There's a mirror image of wild masculine meat, and that's tame, effeminate tofu. This message only works in places like the US and Europe, by the way, because in much of Asia, tofu is just an ingredient. Plenty of dishes in Japan pair tofu with fish sauce. Plenty in China have tofu served alongside cow. But in the US and Europe,
tofu stands in for the less tangible identities, lifestyles, and politics generally associated with vegetarianism, such as hippies, granolas, environmentalism, pacifism, feminism, and animal rights. In this sense, and consistent with the dualistic structures upon which dominant Western ideologies are based, tofu is not just non-meat, it is anti-meat.
if tofu is for hippies, feminists, and vegetarians, then tofu is for girls. We have to pause here and say that this take is just fucking embarrassing. Tofu is one of the most versatile ingredients there is. It ranges from silken mousse-like texture to something very firm and hard. It doesn't have much flavor on its own, but it will take up the flavor of whatever it's seasoned with. It can be eaten raw, boiled, baked, or deep fried. But I've heard adult humans say it's inherently gross. As if people in the US don't eat Jell-O salad, or people in the UK don't eat Frey bentos.
Well, we've also seen some of the similar content creators talk about tofu and soy as having the opposite problem, right, where it feminizes, right? And I'm a trans woman, and I have to pay dearly for all of the feminization things. So is there any credence to the idea that soy contains high levels of estrogen and that has like feminizing properties?
And should we just be feeding you loads of
Should I just be having a lot of soy milk all the time?
No, absolutely not. So that has been disproven. And actually soy has like a lot of really great health benefits. So I think that's something else that people could benefit more from including in their diet. And that's where like the vegetarian and veganism could have some benefits, right? Because soy is a great protein source. And so if you're going to include more soy, that's going to be beneficial. There's been some like anti-cancer properties associated with like more soy intake. Wow. More research is probably going to need to be conducted by that, but there's definitely been some leads on that are pretty intriguing.
So look, I love soy, but it's an inversion of reality to link soy with veganism. Only 6% of the world's total soy production is consumed as soybeans, tofu, or soy milk or related soy products. Some of the rest is used for biodiesel, but the vast majority of soy grown, 80% of the world's soy, is grown for feeding to cows and chickens in the meat, egg, and dairy industry. Soy grown for animal agriculture specifically is the primary driver of rainforest destruction, fueled by the 30% increase in meat consumption we've had since 1980. The soy grown for human consumption is mostly grown in Europe, while the soy used for animals, including Irish and American livestock, is from the cleared rainforests in South America. If everyone globally, as the nonprofit Forests of the World explains.
When people eat soy directly instead of consuming meat from an animal that has been fed soy, massive resources are saved because the soy doesn't first have to be used to feed a growing animal. At each stage in the food chain, large amounts of resources are required. The process of raising a pig from piglet to slaughter weight is resource intensive, and on average, 4 kilos of plant-based feed is required for every kilo of pork produced.
So meat eaters are, ironically, the biggest consumers of soy. But if tofu is for girls, while fake meat is practically trans. This was demonstrated beautifully by the 2022 announcement that the Cracker Barrel was adding the Impossible sausage to its menu. To be clear, they were not replacing anything in the menu, simply adding the option of eating a vegan sausage in place of a meat-based one. The announcements were made on social media, and the ensuing meltdown on Facebook was something.
Puke emoji or bug emoji next?
Meat definition. The flesh of an animal, especially a mammal, as food. Plants will never be meat. But nice try at spinning it that way.
I don't like this pretend meat. You can go to the site to see what's actually in the stuff.
Like, a lot of them were just angry. Okay. But others were more clear about who they thought this change appealed to. Not just vegans, but the wokes. Trans wokes.
Me and my trans boyfriend love coming to Cracker Barrel. We sit in your rocking chairs for hours and hours watching all the big pickup trucks park, and then we sit at tables all morning reading the Wall Street Journal and CNN articles on our phones. Playing the golf D puzzle game makes us feel so at home because who doesn't love getting pegged? Now I love you guys even more since I know I no longer need to be terrified I might accidentally ingest red meat or pork, or God forbid gluten. Can you imagine? Anyways, thank you for making your restaurant an inclusive, safe space.
I love that quote because the author really thought they ate. Their world building about this woke queer couple who were really into pegging and reading the Wall Street Journal. But the scuffle actually really demonstrates the place that alternative meat products hold in the collective imagination. That there is a specific hierarchical order. White men are at the top, followed by people with genders, races, disabilities, and other othered humans, then non-human animals, then nature, and inanimate objects. If we have to care about animals or have to give rights to women, anything can happen. If trans people exist, where does that leave us?
The CEO of Cracker Barrel, she went on Good Morning America yesterday to explain why the company decided to make all these changes that are sure to appeal to precisely none of their customers. Watch.
The Cracker Barrel needs to feel like the Cracker Barrel for today and for tomorrow. And again, the things that you love are still there.
Cracker Barrel of today. That's exactly the kind of meaningless corporate speak that you expect to hear from a female CEO who looks and sounds like someone who would never be caught dead actually buying the product that her company sells. Julie has never been inside a Cracker Barrel, doesn't even know what country fried steak is. She's probably vegan.
As one paper summarized it,
the introduction of the Impossible sausage endangers the cultural hegemony of normative flesh consumption associated with right-wing political views and hegemonic masculinity.
Oh, Cracker Barrel. for those of you outside the US, is a southern-themed fast casual restaurant / petrol station where they also sell Christian paraphernalia and have a long history of civil rights complaints. On that note, have you noticed how we keep almost mentioning racism? Well, ding ding ding, fill out your leftist cooks bingo cards. It's time to talk about racism, because the other issue with tofu is that it's Asian. And a lot of this narrative involves not just the anti-indigenous racism of the noble savage, but also specifically anti-Asian racism. Because while meat serves as a social stand-in for masculinity, it's a specific kind of masculinity. A white masculinity, a colonial masculinity. Why were the English able to conquer so much of the world? Why did China, India, and the Americas all fall to Western imperial powers? A lot of people would just blame plain old racial differences. The English race was the master race, end of story. But if you fancied yourself an intellectual in the 1800s, you might have wanted a more complex answer. Enter medical researcher J. Leonard Corning and his theory on brain exhaustion. That's the idea that people with high vegetable diets become effeminized and don't have the necessary masculine energy needed to outsmart their more masculine meat-eating colonizers, as Corning argued.
Thus, flesh-eating nations have ever been more aggressive than those peoples whose diet is largely or exclusively vegetable. The effeminate rice-eaters of India and China have again and again yielded the superior moral courage of an infinitely smaller number of meat-eating Englishmen. But by far the most wonderful instance of the intellectual vigour of flesh-eating men is the unbroken triumph of the Anglo-Saxon race. Reared on an island of comparatively slight extent, these carnivorous men have gone forth and extended their empire throughout the world.
I don't need to tell you that this is a stupid argument. Corning happened to pick two of the most historically powerful places in the world to build his argument. These countries are the sizes of continents and have some of the coolest histories in the world. Those effeminate rice eaters of both places had some of the largest, longest lasting, and most powerful civilizations of all time. And when you include the effeminate corn eaters of the Americas, as some authors do, you have to contend with uncountable metropolises connected with what is possibly the world's largest trade routes. It's absolute hubris to argue that any of these people are less intelligent than the English. And yet Corning, in speaking about the conquering of an area of India, summarized it thusly.
All the forces of darkness, i.e. the people of India, were alike unavailing against the mental mechanisms of this one man, whose lion-like qualities sufficed, with the assistance of a handful of flesh-feeding followers, to make himself master of millions of rice-eaters. These are bizarre quotes.
But it pointed to a specific fear. If people in the global south were colonized because they ate too many vegetables, then white people were at risk of the same happening to them if they didn't eat enough meat. Australian doctor Stephen Manning Caffeine was so concerned about this that he put out a medical book entitled How, When, and What to Eat, a guide to the colonial diet, where he, surprise, surprise, recommended a meat-heavy diet, remarking that
we might expect to find rice eaters everywhere, a wretched, impotent, and effeminate race. And such is the case.
And this thinking, of course, was reflected in the US, where in the early 1900s, American unions campaigned in support of the Chinese Exclusion Act, using diet as one of the primary arguments for why Chinese laborers were a threat. We can see this in places like the American Federation of Labor's report, Meat versus Rice, American Manhood versus Asiatic Cooleyism, which will survive. We don't really think of rice that way anymore, at least I don't think we do, but tofu or soy in general seems to have inherited this paranoia, a linkage to a foreign femininity dangerous in its ability to rob beef-fed white men of their very virility.
Soy has become a fetishistic figure for the alt-right, but its emergence has much less to do with the supposed environmental politics of liberals, and instead reveals a neo-fascist paranoia, anxiety over the stability of gender, the body, and modernity.
You've heard of the soy boys, those proto-woke lefties who have eaten so much soy that they've become feminized or queer and thus susceptible to left-wing ideology because of soy's high phytoestrogen content. That's the the line anyway. It's not true, as we've pointed out.
No.
It's not how hormones work. Phytoestrogens operate on plants, not humans. There is no amount of soy that can impact your hormonal makeup. Asian men who eat soy are not feminine. They've never been feminine. They have different expressions of masculinity because masculinity is, say it with me, a social construct. Which is the problem. Masculinity must be perpetually naturalized because it's not actually natural. And competing forces of masculinity, along with their signifiers, here rice or soy or impossible sausages, threaten to undermine the biological essentialist account of gender.
The political right's fascination with animal consumption is intimately tied to circulating cultural narratives about masculinity in crisis, white masculinity in particular. Real men eat meat, and if something or someone threatens access to meat, then livelihoods of real men are under attack.
We'll get back to more racism. It is a leftist cooks video after all. But I want to talk about our contemporary crisis in masculinity and how people like Jordan Peterson, Tucker Carlson, the Liver King, Raw Egg Nationalist, and Bronze Age Pervert, oh my god, those names. Anyway, I want to talk about how they're interpreting this crisis and how they advocate that you deal with it. Traditionally, in the West, the idea of amorphous spirituality has been the domain of women. When you think about influencers who do new age, woo-woo, drink raw milk and stick polished rocks up their vag, you're thinking of Gwyneth Paltrow or Oprah Winfrey or free birthers. You're thinking of formerly teen moms who are now on fitness kicks selling essential oils in clear pyramid schemes.
Goop. It's what femininity sounds like.
You're probably not traditionally thinking of boxers or fitness bros, but that's changed. I remember noticing this shift back in the noughties when I used to go to music festivals or Burning Man. Yes, I went to Burning Man and I had a really good time. But I remember being there for like the music, the art, the optimism of even a temporarily cashless society running on non-commodified acts of community. And after doing a sunrise yoga session one morning, I was stumbling back to my tent when I ran into people from the Zeitgeist film. Do you remember Zeitgeist? My yoga friends wanted to stop and talk to them and I was like, why? They're bad people and they're stupid. But they stopped and I ended up in a fight with one of the main Zeitgeist bros because he was telling me about how a cabal of doctors secretly knew that baking soda cures cancer, but they were keeping it from us. And I was like, look, that's just not true. But it is true that funding interests skew towards cures that can be monetized or ones that favor treating more common diseases instead of rare ones. So like, you can be mad about all of that. Just like be mad about things that are actually real, which if you can imagine was not a persuasive argument. I think all of the people from that story are now anti-vax conspiracy theorists who still do yoga, and it makes me really sad. This merging of traditionally feminine New Age spirituality with male-dominated conspiracy culture is called conspirituality. It has two main elements. One is fear-mongering, that there's a secret group who controls the social order. The other is that humanity, in opposition to this group, is undergoing a spiritual paradigm shift. I'm not talking about established religious spirituality for the record, though people practicing established religions are not exempt from this thinking. New Age beliefs operate from an extremely individualistic pick-and-choose philosophy. It is almost inherently colonial. It's Western chauvinism, where people can mix Tibetan prayer flags and Ojibwe dream catchers and Shinto house shrines with no knowledge of their underlying cultures and no obligation to their communities. New Age spirituality allows its participants to dabble in the supernatural without having to be accountable to anyone or anything.
Conspirituality has spread from being a scattering of single, first-generation providers to a large chain. It's now part of the spiritual supermarket. Clients shop around, settling upon the outlets whose interpretations of the two core convictions best suit their own opinions and tastes.
Conspirituality is the self-obsessed and optimistic woo-woo of Eckhart Tolle mixed with politically paranoid folks who blame aliens or the Illuminati or shady government officials for operating the world in big, elaborate, secret ways. The term was coined in a great paper from 2011, but I think this worldview really kicked off during the pandemic. People like Joe Rogan or the QAnon shaman. And its current iteration is, as stupid as this sounds, obsessed with meat. When Tucker Carlson makes his movie about manhood being threatened, he's using these tropes. He's using a story of a mass spiritual awakening to gradually see how we're all being controlled. The attack on manhood he's describing is at least partially spiritual in nature. That's why he platforms Raw Egg Nationalist in his documentary, a man who advocates, among other things, that we should be eating a ton of meat and, yeah, raw eggs. And he does so by saying stuff like this.
I'm an anon right-wing bodybuilder, and I dispense red pill fitness and health information to the masses. Why should somebody believe me? Well, I'm just channeling the wisdom of the ancients, really. I'm a vessel.
Can't really argue with that. I mean, he's not. There's that. As Neely has detailed extensively, this entire narrative of ancient men being hyper-masculine apex predators is made up. It's nonsense. We didn't live in groups big enough to allow for specialization via segregated gender roles until after the development of agriculture, so vegetables enabled the gender binary people like him are obsessed with. But our collective mythos about manhood is strong, and it turns out they're threatening to take your meat is a really scary thing for a lot of these men.
They want to rebuild your home. They want to take away your hamburgers. This is what Stalin dreamt about, but never achieved.
Liver King has named himself that because he argues that the liver is the most spiritual part of a cow body. That by consuming the liver, you're inheriting the strength of the animal. We are making an appeal to nature, an appeal to man as hunter, an appeal to everything these slighted men think is wrong with everything. We have been tricked by Asians and vegans and trans people and feminazis, but we're on the brink of a great change. By reasserting our dominance over first animals and then everything else, we can self-actualize our way back to being on top.
Consuming more flesh leads to more spiritual, psychological, and physical rewards. Inherently suspicious of modern food systems, primal rhetorics also intertwine conspiratorial beliefs with suspicion of processed foods and industrialized society. The result is that primal rhetorics often locate veganism and soy-based products as centerpieces in elite attempts at population control, spiritual enslavement, gastronomic feminization, and in particular, an attempt to unsettle the power of white men in the United States and Europe.
And that, friends, sounds a little bit bad, doesn't it? So if there isn't a massive global conspiracy to trans all the men and let Asian people take over the world, then what is actually happening?
Alpha Brain is one of the most important supplements that I've ever found.
My first reborn offerings to you. Creatine, muscular power, sharpness of mind.
Get yourself a ball of a king. I use Alpha Brain constantly. Alpha Brain is up to 30% off.
Ladies and gentlemen, Anthroplex is the newest edition at InfoWarsLife.com.
Methylene blue, that's what you need.
Supplements.
The tallow makes you glow.
We are being poisoned. Our fertility is being targeted, and it's dropping across the Western world.
All of these are being offered now through Reborn if you sign up now, because look, man, we are in a holy war. And if you don't know you're in it, you're on the wrong side.
Every morning, without fail, I take my Goop Glow. It's packed with vitamin C and vitamin E and CoQ10, which there's clinical testing behind.
A lot of the carnivore diet grifters are men, grifting on men's insecurities. And that's mostly what we're talking about, but there is another aspect of their grifting that has traditionally been very feminine: the supplement industry. And to examine that, who better than the queen of wellness culture, Gwyneth Paltrow, and her company Goop.
Goop.
Now before we go on, we should say Goop is often a punching bag. And it deserves to be, but not because it's run by a woman or caters to women. Much of the mainstream mocking that we do of her has a sexist little undertone. We're not going to do that here. She's dangerous. Everyone in this essay is dangerous. But not because she's silly or stupid, it's because she's a grifter. Because she's a hypocrite, and because she does not care about you beyond what you can pay her. Gwyneth Paltrow is a frustratingly good actress who is in her 50s but looks younger than I do. She was a Nepo baby. Her godfather is Steven Spielberg, and she speaks French from summering there in her childhood, so she's rich. And she's always been rich. Her company Goop is a part of a web of self-care, self-help wellness organizations. They sell extremely expensive products which promise to make you feel better. The only reason they have a market at all is because, for much of our history, medicine has not cared about making women feel better. The medical establishment has been fucking horrible to women, especially women of color. Much of what we know about gynecology comes from experiments on enslaved women. The birth control pill was formulated by testing on unconsenting Puerto Rican women who suffered strokes or sometimes died during the process. Even now, Black women are more likely to die in childbirth than white women are because their pain isn't taken seriously. They're more likely to die from heart attacks in hospital settings because their cases aren't deemed as important by racially biased triage staff. If you're mentally ill, it's possible that you have direct experience of losing your autonomy to make medical decisions, even if you're thinking clearly when the event is taking place. And if you live in the US or Ireland, you also have to factor in cost, because healthcare costs money. You may be paying 60 or 70 euro for the privilege of having a doctor brush over your symptoms as female hysteria. This is actually the history that surrounds the term self-care. One origin of self-care is the idea that people who were deemed otherwise ill should still have some autonomy over their bodies. People in inpatient mental health services should still have access to care tools like hairbrushes or makeup, should have some autonomy over their diets, and should be involved in decisions about their medical trajectory. People who are in labor should be able to choose the positions they want to be in, the level of pain medication they need. They should be communicated with if an emergency happens and they suddenly need a more medicalized birth. And a lot of you have been in situations where that hasn't happened, where the interactions between you and your doctor have been antagonistic. Some of you have been actively given poor care because you're female or trans or dark-skinned. Science and medicine may be processes with checks and balances and systems, but they're still run by people, and the biases creep in with disastrous results, so it makes sense to distrust doctors. It makes sense to want autonomy.
And where the medical community neglected, misunderstood, and condescended to women, there was always an open door for con men and charlatans.
Enter Gwyneth and anyone else peddling the idea of wellness. Wellness isn't the same as health. Wellness is an ill-defined thing, and intentionally so. We know what it's like to be sick. We know what it's like to have strep throat or indigestion or a broken bone, and we know the treatments for those things. Antibiotics, CAS, Pepto-Bismol, and time. But what if you're not sick, but not exactly well? Are you tired? Can you feel your food digesting in your stomach? How about your stress levels? Are you starting to feel a little anxious right now? Oh no, that's not good. Imagine two scenarios. You're run down and exhausted all the time. You go to a GP and they ask you some questions, but don't really know what's wrong. They give you a bunch of homework about sleep hygiene and tell you to come back in 4 weeks if it's persisting. The visit is quick and they barely made eye contact with you. They didn't really seem to like that you're their patient. Now scenario 2. You go to a traditional healer. They are charismatic and charming and tell you that you're right. There is something wrong. You're good at this. Most people don't spot when things like this go wrong. And we have the solution. It's this little bottle of cinnamon-flavored essential oils. That'll help get the toxins out of your liver. Liver toxins do make one feel dreadfully sleepy. They tell you it's good that you came in and to come back if anything else is wrong. I made up this scenario, so I get to set the rules first. We all know that cinnamon essential oil, any essential oil, is not medicine, and that your liver, as long as it's healthy, does not need any help with cleaning your blood. Liver detox supplements like the one I made up here can actually cause real liver injury, which is why liver detox products are strongly recommended against by researchers and clinicians. So let's put that down. But let's imagine you're not actually sick. You just are a little chronically sleep deprived. I have a 1-year-old. I know this feeling. I love you. I love you. You're my booba. But the person in this scenario might really feel better after meeting with the traditional healer. They've just spoken to someone who treated them seriously and told them that she could help. Even if the GP was giving me great medical advice, I'd probably feel a little brushed off in the scenario I made up, not taken seriously. I'd have wanted some test result. It might be the case that the doctor did their due diligence and assessed my risk factors for certain things and decided that a blood test, for example, was an unnecessary procedure until after I tried sleep hygiene tactics. But if they didn't tell me that, all I'm left with is having had a conversation where I've been made to feel a little dramatic or a little unheard. The traditional healer, though, they listened. They affirmed what I already thought. They gave me a tangible thing to do, a medicine to take. I probably feel relief just from the appointment itself, and I'd be adding to that little bit of relief every time I ingest some oil. And that's because of something called the placebo effect, which I'm sure you've heard of, but the science behind it is probably stranger than you realize. In simple terms, the placebo effect describes the idea that if you tell your brain something is going to make you feel better, then it will actually make you feel better. This isn't woo. I'm not gonna start selling The Secret or anything.
I'm not Gwyneth fucking Paltrow.
But our beliefs do impact our neurochemistry in ways that can be similar to a drug. Even for really serious conditions, people do get a little bit better if they take a sugar pill. We use placebos mostly during clinical trials. We give one group the real drug we're testing and one group an identical pill that actually is just nothing. Pressed sugar or starch maybe. That pill is the placebo. The trial participants don't know which group they're in. Often the researchers don't know either, and they'll keep that information in a computer and won't look until the trial is over. In most cases, both the placebo group and the treatment group will feel better, even though one got a real drug and one got a fake one. To say that the real drug is effective, the group who got it needs to be doing not just better than before the trial, but better than the placebo group in a statistically significant way. Anecdotally, sometimes when you tell someone they got the placebo, they'll be really adamant that you're wrong because they felt it. Something changed.
The scientific method is good for you.
But you might be wondering why I'm going into such depth about the placebo effect here, and it's because I want you to understand the science of supplements, because I'm not Gwyneth fucking Paltrow. The placebo effect explains why brand name pain meds can work better than generic ones, even though they're identical medications. The placebo effect is stronger when the placebo is injected or when the pills are black. It's weaker when the pills are white. When the pills are red, we're more likely to think they're a stimulant, and when they're blue, a depressant. You take the blue pill, you'll wake up in your house and nothing will have changed. You take the red pill, you'll get a dose of energy. Because your mind is a powerful thing. I could go on. I will, in fact. The impacts of placebo change over time. If you're getting placebo acupuncture, sham acupuncture for 2 weeks, that's just as effective at treating pain as a placebo pill. But if you do it for 6 weeks, you'll feel better than the people who kept taking placebo pills. And this isn't me calling acupuncture a scam. I don't know enough about it. This is literally people faking acupuncture, and it still works better than a pill. They do sham surgeries as placebos, which kind of breaks my heart, but yeah, it's the only way to prove that real surgeries actually work. You have to compare them to a placebo because cutting someone open is a surprisingly good placebo. But if there's one thing I want you to take away from this section, it's this. Just like you are not immune to propaganda, you are not immune to the placebo effect. As a side note, because placebos are so strong, sometimes people float the idea that we should prescribe them. You get a patient who's a little annoying, who comes in with a new self-diagnosed disease every few weeks, and you think, if I give them a sugar pill, this will all go away. But that would be deeply unethical. As the Ethics Guide of the American Medical Association states,
in the clinical setting, the use of a placebo without the patient's knowledge may undermine trust, compromise the patient-physician relationship, and result in medical harm to the patient.
Which, frankly, I think is a good opinion. Yes, we should be trying to harness the power of our brains to feel better, but your doctor should not be allowed to lie to you. And yet, a study out of Oxford found that 97% of doctors surveyed in the UK admit that they have prescribed a placebo to a patient. These placebos included antibiotics given when the patient had a virus, tests ordered when the patient didn't need them but wanted reassurance, or in many cases, advice to take vitamins. This is where I want to circle back to Gwyneth, because her products are often dangerous. In 2018, a non-profit charity in the UK took Goop to court with a list of 113 examples of Goop's advertising breaking UK law. It highlighted products such as Goop's The Mother Load, an 88-pound supplement marketed to people who are pregnant or trying to conceive, which contains 110% of the recommended dose of vitamin A for non-pregnant people. For pregnant people, vitamin A is very dangerous. Pregnant people are meant to be very careful about their consumption of vitamin A. It's why they're advised to not eat certain foods like liver or pate. It's why they're supposed to avoid anti-wrinkle treatments like retinol. According to the WHO and NHS and Harvard Medical School and a consensus of research literature, pregnant people should not take supplements containing vitamin A, let alone a supplement which contains more than the recommended daily dose. This is because excessive vitamin A has been linked with a number of serious birth defects, including spinal bifida, cleft palates, absent or deformed ears, small or absent eyes, and additional deformities of limbs, kidneys, genitals, heart, thyroid glands, and bone growth.
My daughter's laughing at me right now from off camera. Ready to go.
So it's really bad that Goop sold this supplement, and it wasn't the only dangerous one either. it wasn't even the only dangerous thing Goop sold to people trying to get pregnant. Because right before this UK suing, Goop had been sued in the state of California for false medical claims for around 50 products. This included dangerous products like the jade vaginal egg, which promised a host of possible benefits including balancing hormones, but in reality just put its users at risk of toxic shock syndrome. It included flower essence to treat depression, and a carnelian crystal which could cure infertility. And remember, these are incredibly expensive products, exactly the sort of things you'd buy if you were desperate to conceive. As one Goop devotee struggling with infertility wrote,
"To wrest total control over my body, I would go full Gwyneth. I would give up sugar and soy and dairy and non-whole grains. I switched to natural beauty products. I purged our apartment of harsh cleaning agents that might be interfering with my endocrine system and messing with my hormones. I continued to go to acupuncture. I drank teas to support fertility and ate bee pollen to fortify my reproductive organs. I exercised, but gently, resting in between. I did yoga, channeling intention and positive energy into my fertility. I tried Reiki, a form of energy healing, and gua sha, where skin is scraped with a special tool to improve circulation. On one occasion, my acupuncturist inserted needles with miniature herb bundles at the top, and then lit them on fire in an ancient form of heat therapy called moxibustion. I rode the subway home smelling like I'd just gotten stoned, but I didn't care. I would try, sacrifice anything. The nurse's call came on a Monday morning. I wasn't pregnant. The entire world seemed to collapse around me.
Right now, if you look at the pregnancy section of the Goop website, they are all things natural birth. It actively cites the issues in contemporary medicine, including a racial bias against Black birthers, to scare women into buying supplements and heavily pushing home birth. It characterizes hospital births as invasive, but calls home birthing sacred, empowered, and calm. You can go to their website right now and read about birthing ceremonies you can adapt that were originally from unnamed tribes of real no-fool and Native Americans instead of scary medical doctors. The rhetoric on the Goop website is one step removed from that of the Free Birth Society, a group which has been linked to a global set of baby and maternal deaths in recent years, pushing ideas like non-recession of infants having trouble breathing because an infant struggling to get oxygen might be spiritually choosing to die. This matters to me because I had a cesarean section without which my baby would absolutely be dead, and I probably would be too. It was a situation where I was given as much control as could have been given the emergency nature of saving my baby's life. Had I attempted a home birth, or even waited longer before going into surgery, in the words of my doctor, we will be looking at a real tragedy. And Gwyneth had a C-section too, by the way. Not an emergency one like mine. Hers was planned. She doesn't talk about it on her website, not that I can find, because she's a grifter. I'm sorry, I know that she's pretty and charming, and she has a sense of humor about herself. She makes fun of herself on SNL, but she sells tat to desperate people. She's a rich person making a ton of money, peddling products that are ineffective at best, and putting out health advice she herself does not follow. But Gwyneth isn't the only grifter putting people in danger. Most doctors seem to believe, at least in the papers I've read, that vitamins, or supplements in general, are expensive placebos. As the president of the Australian Medical Association said, when you take vitamins, you're just making expensive urine. But supplements are not simply placebos. They are unregulated drugs, sometimes containing active compounds which put people in danger. In fact, we estimate that about 16% of all people getting treatment for drug-induced liver damage got that damage from a dietary supplement. Think about that. Liver damage is a risk with a lot of serious medications like chemotherapy treatments or HIV treatments. This category includes alcoholics who damage their liver by continuing to drink when they're prescribed medications that are not to be mixed with alcohol. But 16% of the people who seek treatment in the US have hurt themselves through supplements they bought over the counter. And that rate is even higher in some places like South Korea, where herbal supplements are a leading reason for liver injury. In the US, roughly 23,000 people go to the emergency room every year because of an adverse effect from a supplement. And some of these people die. Supplements made to give you an energy boost can cause heart attacks, like the supplement Jacked, which caused numerous cases of cardiac arrest. Over-the-counter erectile dysfunction supplements often just contain prescription-only drugs like Cialis, but they aren't medically prescribed, so there are cases where a single dose of a supplement had 14 times the limit of Cialis, which, as you can imagine, led to serious permanent injuries for those who ingested it.
The tallow makes you glow.
Or take a drug like St. John's wort, a common plant with an active ingredient which works kind of similar to an SSRI or MAOI. It seems to impact both neurotransmitter systems, but it isn't controlled like either an SSRI or MAOI. In studies, it is statistically more effective than a placebo, which is really cool. But if you're buying it from a random herbalist, you don't know if you're taking the right dose, or even if the dose is the same from pill to pill, a common problem with supplements. And you have to contend with all of the risks and warnings of a drug which changes your neurochemistry. Side effects can include headache, nausea, photosensitivity, allergic reactions, restlessness, lethargy, dry mouth, loose stools, and dizziness. On the severe end, taking St. John's wort puts people at risk for the rare but life-threatening serotonin syndrome. It's been shown to send people with bipolar disorder into hypomanic states, can cause relapses in psychotic symptoms for people with schizophrenia, and can lead to thoughts of self-harm or suicide. All that said, I actually think St. John's wort can be a really good drug. Different people react to different antidepressants differently, and that's what this is. It's an antidepressant. But it comes with so many risks that it should absolutely be regulated by medical authorities to ensure that people are good candidates for St. John's wort and are taking it at the purity they need and the dose they think they're getting. Thanks to a campaign by the Irish Medical Board, St. John's wort has been prescription only in Ireland since 2000, which is really good. But in the US and UK and most of Europe, it's available from any herbalist. And anytime you're buying it, you're rolling the dice with your mental health. And then there are vitamins that we need, like vitamin D or iron. If you can't get those from diet alone, you might be tempted to supplement them. But if you take them above safe dosages, you could experience serious or even deadly side effects. And because they're unregulated, you can't trust that the dosage on the pill bottle is what the pill actually contains.
Because supplements aren't regulated, a melatonin gummy that's labelled 5 milligrams might contain 0 melatonin, or one that's labelled 3 milligrams might actually contain more than 10 milligrams.
So why is this allowed? Why are Gwyneth Paltrow and the Liver King and Alex Jones and Russell Brand and Andrew Tate all selling potentially dangerous supplements? With every other medication, regulatory bodies make sure they're safe before they hit the market. Yet not with vitamins. The FDA doesn't have the authority to test vitamins or supplements for efficiency or even for safety before they hit the market. They are only allowed to investigate after receiving complaints. Why? Well, money. Money and right-wing influence. See, in the US, vitamins were going to be regulated like the drugs that they are until a massive campaign by supplement lobbyists convinced people that the government was going to take away their oranges. You know the naturalistic fallacy? The idea that because something comes from nature, it must be good and wholesome and safe. It's the bread and butter and dried sage of health food stores, and it's what was central in the fight to keep supplements as unregulated as possible. This all started in the 1980s when L-tryptophan was suddenly everywhere as the new big supplement. This is the compound that you can find in turkey, which often gets blamed for making people sleepy on Thanksgiving, as if eating giant plates of various kinds of mashed, candied, and scalloped potatoes chased down with many glasses of wine isn't at least a little bit responsible for the post-meal crash. The thing is, in food context, tryptophan seems to be benign, but as a supplement, it can cause a syndrome abbreviated to EMS, which causes fatigue, rashes, heart problems, excruciating muscle and nerve pain, seizures, even paralysis and death. By 1991, at least 1,500 cases of people sick from the supplement had been reported to the FDA, and an additional 36 people had died. The FDA ordered an investigation, looking at 24 amino acid supplements on the market and finding that not a single one was safe for consumption. FDA head David A. Kessler used this latest spate of supplement injury to argue for regulation. His proposed legislation would have meant that supplement manufacturers must have safe manufacturing practices, they must report adverse events, and have the FDA collaborate with the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research to look at safety labeling for a number of herbs. People would still have been able to take vitamins, they just would be safer. What followed was a massive campaign to convince the public that the government was reaching into their lives to take away their self-care. They're all natural vitamins.
Drug enforcement. Ah! Oh! Oh! Guys, hey, it's only vitamins. It's only vitamins.
Vitamin C, you know, like in oranges.
Supplement lobbyists created front groups of consumer freedom organizations fighting against any regulations. They used the HIV crisis to say that immune-boosting vitamins were being restricted at a pivotal time. Health food stores across the US distributed pamphlets about government overreach, urging people to call their congressperson. Manufacturers seeded conspiracy theories, claiming that there was a global plot to make people sick. The loudest proponent of supplement freedom was Orrin Hatch, whose election campaign was largely funded by the pyramid scheme Herbalife, and whose son worked for a supplement lobbying group. After 2 years, the campaign to modestly regulate supplements was dead, and in 1994, a new law was proposed by Hatch, the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, which loosened restrictions on supplements. It enshrined the current policy where the FDA cannot investigate a supplement for being effective or safe until after people are sick and it receives formal complaints. Even then, the actions it can take are often nothing more than sending a strongly worded letter. As long as you don't make any claims that your supplement treats a specific medical disorder, you're basically allowed to sell whatever you want. The industry had been worth $4 billion a year in 1991 when the regulations were first proposed, but now it's worth $50 billion. That's why Paltrow can sell DIY alternative health products even though we know they cause harm directly, like with her prenatal vitamins, or cause harm indirectly. We know that people with serious health conditions often fall prey to alternative medical spaces. We know that people with cancer, for example, are more likely to delay treatment and die if they seek alternative medicine first rather than real care. People in minority communities are more likely to be sick, or more likely to have autoimmune disorders, chronic pain, chronic fatigue. It can take years of visiting doctors and ruling out conditions one by one before we're properly diagnosed. And sometimes there is no good established medical treatment. But that doesn't mean that the for-profit shaman burning knockoff Nag Champa is a good option. That isn't a cure. It's a way to siphon money from misery. Gwyneth Paltrow's client base isn't silly or stupid. They aren't even necessarily wealthy. A lot of times they're just desperate, and they're not being protected by the government or medical industry. I hope I got it.
So who else is a high-profile person selling supplements and/or promoting a highly restrictive diet while Trojan horsing regressive politics, pseudoscience, and conspiracy theories? I'll check the script. Let's see here. Testicle King. Joe Rogan. I drew this picture. So before Joe Rogan was Joe Rogan, terrifyingly popular podcaster and start point for what we may as well admit is the Meat-to-Fascism Pipeline, he was the host of a shite TV show called Fear Factor. This show involved contestants proving that they were masters of their own fear by taking part in 3 challenges per episode. The challenges were always different, but they followed a theme. The show's first challenge usually involved a physical test, like jumping from a high building to another high building. The third challenge usually resembled an action film, a high-speed chase using heights or heavy machinery, things of that nature. But the middle challenge of every episode, Challenge 2, always involved animals. Contestants would have to lay in a pit of live rats, or pick up and bite into living cockroaches, or eat undesirable parts of animals like their testicles.
Say less!
This was, as one would imagine, extremely cruel, but it was never framed as cruel. It was framed as some necessary display of toughness. Are you going to worry about the feelings of the mice you're crushing under your body for a stunt? What are you, some kind of pussy? But of course Joe Rogan has rebranded since then. He's fun, he smokes a lot of weed, he says a lot.
I was watching a video today that we played on a podcast earlier of a monkey riding a motorcycle down the street, jumps off the motorcycle and tries to steal a baby.
Yeah, I saw that one.
He's admittedly very affable. You'd be forgiven for thinking he's some kind of macho dem. After all, it's not unusual for loudmouth numpties who hate trans people to simultaneously be like, actually, I'm pretty liberal. But it's arguable that Rogan's politics are even more incoherent than your Bill Maher's and your David Chappelle's. Rogan goes on the air and talks about traditionally left-of-center things like gay marriage and universal healthcare, but then he also supports Trump. Passionately. And every single conspiracy theory he stumbles over is worth sharing with his millions of listeners, from racist aliens to killer vaccines.
After the detonation of the atomic bombs in Japan, that's when the UFO sightings ramped up.
And again, Rogan seems to be one of the people who believes in masculinity from a spiritual position, the way people like Paltrow view femininity. This ideologically inconsistent mix of left and right-wing positions, which appeals to a large and varied population but always seems to pull them to the right, is a phenomenon called diagonalism. Now, before we explain diagonalism, I should say, I don't want to frame everyone who listens to Joe Rogan as some kind of lost cause. There are 10 million listeners. I'm sure not all of them particularly loyal, and I'm even more sure that many of them pride themselves on disagreeing with plenty that the guests and even old Joe himself has to say. No, while we should be more angry at Rogan than is currently the norm, I mean, the guy literally just said this.
Do you know who's killed more people than ICE this year? Trans shooters. Do you know the majority of these high school shootings have been transgender people?
We should nonetheless be relatively sympathetic to his average listener, because he's grifting them. He co-founded a supplement company of his own, On It Labs, which has made products so terrible that they work less well than a placebo in clinical trials, and therefore has been sued. He's the nega Gwyneth, and like Gwyneth, or the grifting alternative healer, he works in the space where people who really don't understand how things work get to feel smart. He's not going to make you feel stupid by telling you that actually the data shows your protein intake is fine. You actually need more fiber. Systems are incredibly complicated. Expertise is not gatekept and shady. It's just often really complicated to explain in lay terms, etc., etc., Dunning-Kruger. No, he makes his audience feel smart and like they're open-minded and they think outside the box. And he does that by affirming every culturally normative myth under the sun, every common sense reductive explanation, all while being a relatable, likable guy smoking weed. He's not going to make you feel stupid, but he is going to make you stupid while feeling smart. And he's just poisonous to these poor people. In January 2020, after speaking to Jordan Peterson, Joe decides to go on the carnivore diet. And he says, it's amazing. I mean, sure, he suffered severe gastrointestinal symptoms, but he still recommends people try it. Why not? You'll be amazed at how good you feel, he said, even though he had the most severe diarrhea he'd ever experienced in his life and believed shitting his pants was inevitable. Why not? And to make up for the fact that he wasn't getting any of his nutrients from food, he just amped up his usage of vitamins and supplements. We couldn't get an exact estimate for how much money Joe makes off of supplements. The guesses online are frankly outlandish. It's horrible to think of people getting health advice from a man who is so deeply biased while ignoring the medical advice of doctors or dietitians for fear they're tainted experts. But then again, this is the issue with framing expertise as elitism. Trump represents some kind of non-expert everyman outsider to his base, even though when he gets diarrhea, presumably non-stop given his abysmal diet, he shits on a literal golden toilet. I used to live in my car. Donald Trump actually makes for a good case study of this phenomenon of diagonalism. You need only look at the way his ascent to power was marked by pointing at pretty much everything and yelling, illegitimate, or I guess more likely in his case, fake. While claims that CNN or PBS are fake news might seem custom designed for conspiratorial right-wingers, the broader idea that mass media institutions are illegitimate and that they serve the wealthy and powerful is an old anti-establishment hard left idea. A true one. So too is Trump courting blue-collar deindustrialized America, people and places that used to have manufacturing jobs before globalized capitalism took those jobs overseas to cheaper and more exploitable workforces. This is a legitimate issue for the left, one which might be met by solutions like, I don't know, universal basic income? Or even under a DemSoc kind of logic, retraining programs or stronger regulations on American businesses so that they can't take the jobs overseas. But instead, Trump transforms the issue into some kind of wild, directionless tariff war which doesn't actually produce manufacturing jobs, all while simultaneously using it to attack immigrants who are taking our jobs so he can implement Stephen Miller's ethnic cleansing program on American streets. It is the coherent but kind of gay, bleeding heart social issue transformed into the incoherent and stupid as fuck but macho and rock and roll solution. And this is what distinguishes diagonalism from the other concept we introduced, conspirituality. They have a great deal of overlap. The spiritualist and anti-establishment left can certainly be transformed into the conspiratorial and supremacist right by way of diagonalism. But while conspirituality is an incoherent blend of left and right, this other thing, diagonalism, is appropriation of left-wing concerns by right-wing figures, while they use the shield of being beyond politics, beyond the left-right divide, because they're such true outsiders, free thinkers, man. And then they transform these legitimate concerns into evil twins. They create what Naomi Klein describes as a mirror world. So in order to get a grip on that, we should go back to where diagonalism first got its start and how it was coined. The word comes from the German Querdenken, which means lateral thinkers. That German prefix quer is like diagonal or transverse. So for example, the German word Querschnitt means cross-section. But there are two bits of context that I don't want to get lost in translation, because one, it's also like meaningless corporate speak in German. Something like outside of box thinkers. It's like a way to say a total tech wanker who has shit for brains. And also, it's the term for all of the many motley plural anti-establishment people who came together to angrily and stubbornly oppose government regulations and all health and safety mandates during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this term diagonalist simultaneously means someone who is beyond the left-right divide, but opposed to public health measures, and an outside-of-the-box thinker, you know, like a tosser who doesn't understand how things work. And also, this is interesting, because in Europe, blue-collar workers, people with employers, actually were largely in receipt of social welfare payments during the whole COVID lockdown, whereas small business owners and self-employed people were very hard hit. Small business owners and self-employed people, and people in the tech industry, are overrepresented in the diagonalist movement. See also people like musicians, comedians, actors, yoga teachers, gym owners, private practicing spiritualists, and an interesting cross-section of the petit bourgeois. Anti-lockdown, anti-vaccine activists skew towards people who don't like to have bosses and people with a predisposition to distrust science, and this big weird Venn diagram that makes conspirituality make just a little bit more sense. So Joe Rogan, because let's face it, he is a perfect example of this cross-section. He's bedfellows with other diagonalists like Russell Brand, Jordan Peterson, Liver King, Alex Jones, and yes, even Gwyneth fucking Paltrow, from the article that coined the term diagonalism.
Alex Jones may traffic in conspiracies to sell his dietary supplements, Super Male Vitality, but Gwyneth Paltrow can sell the very same supplement under another name, Sex Dust.
Callison and Slobodian, who that quote is from, were the first to notice that this particular blend of leftish with reference to selfishness and cultural appropriation, and rightish with reference to conspiracy and alt-right talking points, was concentrated in a particularly wealthy cross-section of society. They tell the story of diagonalism from its origins in Berlin, with Querdenken 711 organizing two anti-lockdown, anti-mask, anti-vaccine protests, the second and larger of which took place on August 29th, with 38,000 people taking to the streets of Berlin. One of the speakers at that protest was RFK Jr., at the time merely a laughingstock of an anti-science conspiracy theorist, as opposed to now, when he's an incredibly powerful laughingstock of an anti-science conspiracy theorist. He quoted his uncle's famous line from a Berlin speech years earlier.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
And he also said,
governments love pandemics. They love pandemics for the same reason they love war. It gives them the ability to impose controls that the population would otherwise never accept.
Which is very representative of the diagonalist position. They reject control and are very angry about systems, but the systems they're angry about tend towards public health, non-government organizations, the concept of political correctness, rather than, say, systems that allow large landlords to hoard housing or systems of exploitation of labor. They can somehow manage to see Trump with his golden toilet as a well-intentioned disruptor of the elite, but like Greta Thunberg is a bad, evil part of some conspiracy. Look, diagonalism is awfully close to just being a shithead. But it would seem that it's cooler and more socially disruptive to be anti-vaccines, whereas it's like old news to be anti-capitalist. Why, that's not outside box thinking at all. RFK's appearance at this particular protest can tell us something about how the diagonalist movement functioned to legitimize the views of fringe, cringe, conspiracy nuts and create a path to power and fame for many of them. And it also tells us something about how the American far right was already highly influential in terms of European anti-establishment movements. Because during that August 29th protest, where hippies and tech bros and conspiritualist numpties were rubbing shoulders and breathing in one another's faces about how they could feel the freedom and this was an awakening of love or whatever. Meanwhile, a few miles away, an expressly far-right group attempted to storm the Reichstag, the the German parliament, the symbolic center of German democracy, momentarily overwhelming German police and leading to the arrest of 300 people. This was explicitly because one of their group falsely claimed that Donald Trump was in Berlin to liberate the country. Which makes for a familiar image, right? The diagonalist movement had grown globally. It had taken root in different soils, fed by local legitimate grievances. Everywhere it spread, it turned class solidarity into mass hallucinations. And it reached a particularly memorable climax less than 6 months after the Berlin protests on the 6th of January 2021 in Washington, D.C. It's unlikely you need me to tell you the story of January 6th, not when you're already some hours deep in an increasingly lefty gay video essay about meat. You know that story. Bunch of lads got all worked up, tried to overthrow democracy, stop the steal, yada yada yada. But as Callison and Slobodian, that's the people who defined diagonalism, as they point out, much like the Querdenken 711, the MAGA folks and those particular rioters on that fateful day in Washington were a lot less blue-collar than we all like to pretend they were. They point out how Jake Q Shaman Angeli was a behavioral health tech entrepreneur and YouTube personality. How this man next to him is wearing his Navistar Direct marketing lanyard. The guy with his boots on Pelosi's desk was an independent contractor who had received pandemic support from the government. 2 of the guys who were arrested and since pardoned were a real estate agent from Chicago and a CEO of a tech company focused on data-driven marketing strategies. One Texas woman even flew to the DC protests on a private plane.
For some, a plane ticket and an upscale hotel reservation was an easy price to pay for a historic act of anti-government resistance. For others, Capitol storming was just an unexpected gig among others in this gigified political economy.
Tech people, business owners, influencers and disruptors. Cops, too, as we all know. But also, fucking entertainers. Like Joe Rogan, the entertainer, and Liver King, who, while he might put himself through punishing training and steroids, his body is simply part of his job as an entertainer. He is not a professional lifter nor a stuntman, and he's certainly not a blue-collar labourer. I mean, look, HRT's given me a big fat arse, but that doesn't make me a professional big fat arse haver. I'm an entertainer. My arse has gotten huge. What was I saying? Oh yeah, while we probably should be somewhat sympathetic to the many folks who've been burned by capitalism and the false promises of captured institutions and captured politicians, hell, we should be especially sympathetic to people who've been bankrupted by medical costs or sat across from a doctor who can't even spare 15 seconds to explain what a vaccine is because he's on the tightly wound clock of a public healthcare system and he frankly doesn't think she'd understand if he tried. I am sympathetic to the victims of diagonalism. Because there but for chance go I, with my working class left-wing concerns and my less than ideal education and my having done drugs and gone, whoa, I never thought about it that way before a lot. But we should also be careful to discern between victims and hustlers. This is a complex ecosystem, and there are by now many, many small and medium influencers spreading bits of this diagonal nonsense. Telling the difference between victims and hustlers has never been harder, whether that's grappling with the appearance of salt of the earth blue-collar Americana when it's actually a freaking CEO, or it's discerning the difference between Joe Rogan being fooled and Joe Rogan fooling us. To quote Callison and Slobodian once again, these diagonalist influencers are trading gig conspiracies for the gig economy. And this is a framework that makes perfect sense of Rogan, right? It's a new conspiracy every week. At one point it's all school shooters are trans now, and the next it's we probably should just eat beef and salt. Who knows, man? Maybe we're all getting conned by big spinach. Rogan is not, per se, a political actor. But let's be real, he's not exactly uncategorizable on the political spectrum. He's a conservative. Far from an outside-the-box thinker, he's very much stuck inside a box, and the box has a big fucking American flag painted on it. He is, however, a cultural influencer. And as we're about to see, influencing the direction of culture isn't just a way to influence politics, it's the way to influence politics. Today at lunchtime, my lesbian wife was less hungry than she thought, so we'll just cover these vegan gougères in a little Susan saran wrap, and talk about culture some more. Because sometimes culture is bad. Sometimes culture hurts. To understand why, let's go back to our old friend, Cracker Barrel. Did it strike you as particularly odd how angry everyone was about the introduction of some vegan sausage, simply as an additional option quite apart from all the other meat-heavy dishes? As my wife explained, from the hegemonic/conservative perspective, vegan meat is anti-meat, just as tofu is offensively effeminate. And as I explained, food makes for its own complex semiotic language with surprisingly subtle and powerful meanings, a kind of magic of imagery and association that Ursula Le Guin might have come up with. But that still doesn't fully explain things, does it? We're still left with two mysteries here. Mystery one, the sheer rage and paranoia that these Cracker Barrel customers felt.
Send them back to Gates. We don't eat in an old country store for woke burgers.
Plant-based meat is junk food.
Are bug emoji next?
Gross. I don't like this pretend meat. You can go to the site to see what's actually in the stuff.
https://www.centerforfoodsafety.org/log/.
And mystery two, the complete cultural disconnect from the rest of us.
It's amazing the snowflakes here getting triggered by a meat alternative showing up on a menu. You can still order meat, you know, right? Some of y'all need to grow a backbone immediately.
The fact that you sell stuff other than crackers and barrels is why I'll never go here again.
The point here is that food, by which I mean produce, products, restaurants, brands, everything, seems to represent very different meanings to different groups. For group A, we could say that the Impossible sausage represents a normal product. Maybe it's bougie, maybe it's trendy, but it's not evil. For group B, however, Impossible sausage represents leftists, feminists, vegans, globalists, postmodern Marxists intruding on their tradition and culture, because to group B, Cracker Barrel represents the southern United States, stability, authenticity, home. But to group A, perhaps the Cracker Barrel represents a crap place where racists eat breakfast. So the paper Woke Sausages at the Cracker Barrel, Gastronativism and the Synecdochic Politics of Plant-Based Meat, apart from having an amazing title, seeks to answer these questions through the lens of gastronativism, which, as the paper defines it,
seeks to analyze the communicative use of food to articulate who does and does not properly belong to a community.
So as an example to help ground all of this, I could point to Irish food culture. And by Irish food culture, I don't mean corned beef or potatoes or boiled cabbage or even Guinness. No, get out your leftist cooks bingo cards. I'm going to talk about Irish petrol stations again, like Barack Obama Plaza and the phenomenon of really low quality deli counter food. During the Celtic Tiger years, Irish culture evolved rapidly. There was a combination of heavy borrowing, a lot of construction, a lot of people with disposable income where there hadn't been before, and so there was an opening for businesses to cater to this, while, of course, chasing margins. So basically there was a huge boom in cheap fast food. And this niche was filled, especially in the early morning trade, by petrol stations, gas stations. They developed a very specific and prolific cuisine, hot food served in bain-maries behind a counter. We're Ireland, we're not like the other delis. So we're talking things like breakfast rolls, chicken fillet rolls, sausage rolls, ham jambons and potato wedges. And it is all, in my humble opinion, just the most god-awful shite. Just the worst food imaginable. Truly, the hideous, evil, nasty food. And the interesting thing is that that's a quasi-offensive statement to make to my people. Especially, we could say, it's offensive to conservative elements within the working class. By saying, I think ham jambons are shite, I run the risk of some talentless Irish comedian like Garen Noon saying something like, hey, you're too good for ham jambons, so you're not even really Irish. And this is gastronativism, the communicative use of food to articulate who does and does not belong properly to a community. This is what happened at Cracker Barrel, where woke vegan sausages, this synecdoche for all the liberal, effeminate, globalist others, was not welcome around here. And I draw the comparison with Ireland because I feel a lot more sympathetic towards people who are defensive of Irish deli counterculture, and perhaps that makes it more imaginable for you that you're in some culture of your own, which is irrationally gastronativist, which excludes just as much as it includes a culture with rules and perhaps even enemies. And this can work both ways round. Like a food can be a representation of a culture's otherness, but also otherness, nastiness and evil can be projected onto a different culture by way of discourse around what they eat.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
We see this when right-wing influencers, conspiracy theorists, and incensed former Cracker Barrel customers invoke the idea that leftists are going to force everyone to eat bugs, that there's a bug-eating fetish and they're coming for your children and they're gonna make your kids eat widgety grubs. But this is not meant to be real, right? Instead, this is food semiotics going in the other direction, where the food stuff is simply meant to be indicative and representative of the nasty, disgusting, and unnatural vibes of the outgroup. Which is extra silly considering Joe Rogan is one of theirs, he's not one of ours, he's the only person in this whole video who has ever made anyone eat bugs.
Here we go.
This is so wrong. What does it taste like?
You tell us what it tastes like.
And I have bad news for them with their whole caveman diet thing. Cause we be eating bugs back in the Pleistocene. Cavemen be eating bugs. Okay, but back to my comparison to Ireland. There's another feature at play here, because I have living memory of the time before the deli counters. In my own lifetime, albeit a very early part of it, culture changed. There was a before jambons time, and then a change, and then an always jambon time. Because as much as cultures can be invisible and irresistible and all-encompassing, they do nonetheless change. And they can certainly be influenced to change. So these burger commercials and supplement hustlers, diagonalists and spiritualists and entertainers, all of them, have worked to influence culture so that we're eating more meat now than ever before in human history. And simultaneously, we are more worried than ever about this meat getting taken away from us. Because this is a pipeline. It is the Meat-to-Nationalism Pipeline. In fact, it is a real and studied phenomenon. And it is by understanding it as a pipeline that we can get a grip on how these people get so angry and so paranoid. It's because their in-group culture has shifted. The further down the pipeline you go, the more urgent the situation. Like Tucker Carlson said, all of civilization is at stake. But also, it's just a fucking joke. Chill out, it's just a joke. See, while animal products have this long and storied history of representing power and patriarchy and colonial domination, it is in our recent history that we find a more pronounced reappropriation of that imagery into something theatrical. It almost seems like a transformation into something intentionally silly.
Testicle milkshake? Say less. Raw egg? Butter? Banana? Testicle? Fermented kefir milk?
Whether we use the example of Jordan Peterson in his flamboyant suits, or social spaces like 4chan or horrible Facebook groups, or how X is now with shocking jokes and flippant remarks about paedophilia, race, genocide, terrorism, the humor itself acts as a shield, where these transgressive and often hideous opinions are layered in real and unreal irony, and if you need to at any point, you can just say, it's just a joke, lol. It's arguable that the carnivore diet itself is one of these dual meaning memes, simultaneously a joke and not a joke. On the one hand, it's clearly totally ridiculous, and someone like Joe Rogan can kind of chuckle at it and say, yeah, I tried it. He can playfully engage with its transgressiveness and oddness, but at the same time, it can be a deadly serious issue for the in-group whose message is being spread. An appropriation of the manliness of meat in a suitably semi-ironic alt-right style. The names these folks choose for themselves: raw egg nationalist, Bronze Age pervert, testicle king.
Testicle power!
It's juvenile trolling, and yet it's deadly serious stuff. this ironic shielding and transgressive humour that appeals to young men all lends itself to that most crucial of right-wing recruitment strategies: dog whistling.
Coded language that only a specific group of people can recognize become powerful weapons by organizing forces that are meant to draw the attention of some while going unnoticed by others.
These people speak another language, a silly language, egg slonking, gains, other in-group terms. It's not a fucking ContraPoints video.
What do you make of slonking? Slonking? Slonking?
Slonking.
Slonking. I've not heard of slonking.
Egg slonking?
Eggs. Is this a burger?
What happened to this alt-right thing? It became the right? The regular, politically embedded, powerful decision-making right. Because the culture happened first, was influenced over decades, was pushed further and further right. Huge gains, pardon the pun, were made by way of diagonalism and through conspirituality. Once fringe figures with gruesome personal beliefs became household names, became US government employees, became martyrs. As Anthony Gramsci put it,
the most potent weapons of control are not batons, but beliefs.
And beliefs about meat made for a surprisingly powerful pipeline, as it turns out. A pipeline which you, watching this right now, are possibly on. As a meat eater or as someone who thought they weren't getting enough protein. Liver king could lead to testicle king, could lead to raw egg nationalist, could lead to Richard Spencer. But all the stuff these guys did with meat, reappropriating it and turning it into weird, silly symbology, that's one thing. Wait until you see what they did with the other popular animal product. Because the weirdest bits of this story are still ahead of us.
There's something kind of horrific about milk. Think about it. Think about what we're doing. Milk is kind of gross. The scene where Rose drinks milk is one of my favorites. It's one of those moments like a good Key and Peele sketch when you know you've got it. This is going to work. There's no dialogue in it, just this beautiful, psychotic image that gives me glee when it happens in the film.
Did you know that 70% of adults are lactose intolerant? It's actually uncommon for adults to be able to comfortably digest milk, which makes sense. Milk is a food produced for babies. I know a lot of us grew up singing Old MacDonald Had a Farm and thinking of cows as perpetual milk givers, but they aren't. They only produce milk for small amounts of time after they've birthed a baby, just like any other animal.
But that ain't her milk. That's my milk.
The image we have of them in our minds having big distended udders, that's not how they look normally. That's only how they look once they've recently birthed and are nursing babies. Or in our modern system, have recently birthed and are producing milk for humans. But for all other mammals, and for the majority of human history, milk is something we only consume for a short period of time after we're born. And then we're weaned, and we lose the enzyme that breaks down the sugar molecules in milk, lactase. So if we eat milk as adults, those sugars ferment in our guts and cause not such good results. For the majority of humans, cow's milk is a food that's going to cause a lot of discomfort, and all of its nutrients can be found elsewhere, often in quantities or formulas that are more beneficial for human health and digestion. Which is weird because I had always heard of milk as a health food. And I had always heard of lactose intolerance as a deficiency, a medical problem even, not the normal human response to milk. A more accurate framing would be that some people have lactase excess, rather than that some people are lactose intolerant. But if you're an active racist, you actually probably know all of this. This is a celebrated cornerstone of modern fascism. This is the reason that Richard Spencer used to have a little milk emoji in his Twitter bio. It's the reason that the "He Will Not Divide Us" art installation from the first Trump presidency had to be shut down, because it kept getting swarmed by men taking their shirts off, chugging gallons of milk, and shouting anti-Jewish slurs.
He will not divide us. 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 You need to calm the fuck down. Europe is filled with 50 million immigrants. Yet 80% of them are on welfare. They can't see. They can't do shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yo,
this milk is dank.
When I started this research, I thought there were two main reasons for why we think of milk as healthy: heavy government-sponsored advertising propaganda and biocentric biases favoring wasps. So let's talk about advertising first. Consumption of milk has been declining in the US since the end of World War II, but milk as a product has been subsidized in the US since the 1930s. This combination means that milk doesn't run on a supply and demand framework. When there's an excess of milk, farmers dump it down the drain to keep prices high, and the government compensates them for it. Or often, they dump it into marshes, swamps, farmlands, places where it can rot. Milk has been in such decline that for many years now, dairy farmers have been operating below the break-even point. For the record, the subsidies are not so extreme that boycotting dairy doesn't have an impact. It does. Even with the subsidies, the decline in dairy has meant that small and medium-sized farms have closed, and industrial farmers have reduced the size of their herds. The dairy lobby is one of the most powerful in the US, and even so, some of the key subsidies keeping it afloat haven't been renewed in the last 20 years, so don't think that your actions are inconsequential. But with milk production largely being an industry run by tax revenue, this means the US government has a stake in promoting milk consumption. So in 1983, Congress passed the Dairy Act with the explicit goal of having people in the US consume more dairy. It brought us campaigns like Got Milk, which was ubiquitous in my childhood, as were the little cardboard cartons of milk that we all got with school lunch. Because it's healthy, right? But let's look at the second reason, biocentric bias, which is the assumption that what is appropriate for one segment of the population is also appropriate for everyone else. When you combine that with the factors of Eurocentric bias, scientific studies which overrepresent white people, and an economic incentive to increase consumptions of certain types of food, you have something like the blanket statement, milk is good for you. This thinking is ubiquitous in the US and most Western countries. An analysis of articles published in Scientific America and the New York Times found that milk consumption is equated with American normalcy or patriotism, that milk is framed as nourishing and healthy and a good source of vitamins, and they equate lactose intolerance with a lack, a medical issue that needs addressing, tying it explicitly to issues like osteoporosis and obesity, even though those issues have no intrinsic relationship to dairy consumption. The anthropology paper which coined the term biocentric bias examines milk specifically, and includes interviews with a number of subjects who described disliking milk, disliking the taste of milk, feeling physically sick whenever they consumed milk, having gas, nausea, and diarrhea, but nevertheless being encouraged by media forces and medical doctors to consume more milk, under the framework that milk is good for you. Interviewees spoke about doing battle with their bodies, mentally berating themselves for being unruly, because they cannot easily digest this thing that, again, I will reiterate, the majority of humans cannot digest, which is dietary racism. It is colonialism, and it's intentional too. The advertising campaigns for milk have for decades now explicitly targeted people of color who are more likely to be lactose intolerant and encourage them to drink milk. Because while milk drinking has been in decline in the West since the end of the Second World War, one of the main factors keeping it alive has been a strategy to increase milk consumption in non-white markets. So advertising has focused on those markets aggressively, making the claim that milk is healthy. These are people who are the most likely to experience food insecurity, food deserts, less access to healthy foods generally, and instead of addressing these systemic issues, they are being used as, please forgive this pun, cash cows by an industry selling a product which will make them sick. Foods are not healthy in a vacuum. No matter how many nutrients a food has, if it gives you explosive shits, it's not good for you. And again, all of the nutrients in milk are readily available in other foods. But once I started reading more for this essay, I learned to my horror that there is a third reason we think of milk as healthy beyond the unconscious racism of biocentric bias and the heartless capitalism driving Got Milk. Because those loud racists who thought that meat eating drove European excellence didn't shut up once we got to the 20th century, they just pivoted to milk. The reason the fascists are obsessed with milk is because they think that the roughly 30% of humans who can digest milk are all white people, and the 70% of people who can't are people of color. So modern racists have made the ability to comfortably drink milk a cornerstone of their white supremacy.
The alt-right's decision to use milk as a symbol for white pride is not a random or recent meme. It is instead a redeployment of an over-century-old and still ongoing pseudo-scientific belief in the consumption of animal products as a basis of colonial strength, masculinity, and white supremacy.
So milk has been tied to white supremacy in the US since the Chinese Exclusion Act. My God, We are living in the shadow of the stupidest moral panics. People of Chinese descent as a group have high rates of lactose intolerance. So during that period, milk became a concrete xenophobic symbol. As the USDA publicist T. Swan Harding argued, dietary deficiencies can lead to moral deficiencies. By not drinking milk, Chinese people were setting themselves up to be moral failures.
Today, the Chinese is peaceful, sequacious, unprogressive, unenterprising, non-preserving. His stature is poor, his physique bad, his mortality high.
So from the late 1800s into the early 1900s, milk took on a powerful position in the US zeitgeist. It's a white substance tied to white colonial greatness. This was overt and from people in positions of power. As the National Dairy Council put it in 1920,
the people who have achieved, who have become large, strong, vigorous people, who have reduced their infant mortality, who have the best trades in the world, who have an appreciation for art, literature, and music, who are progressive in science and every activity of the human intellect, are the people who use the liberal amounts of milk and its products.
Milk becomes an even more potent product than meat because of the concept of lactose intolerance. If brain exhaustion is the result of not eating enough meat, then people of color could just eat more meat and be exactly like white people. That was an upsetting argument for white supremacists. Here, though, was a difference people could point to. By saying that milk was the reason for European excellence, not only could white supremacists point to a difference, but it was a difference that people of color couldn't overcome. Thus, milk in the US has a
seemingly intrinsic connection to white citizenship, a commodity fetish seemingly unifying both intelligence and race.
And the fascists know this. The fascists actually know that milk drinking is explicitly unhealthy for all but a very small portion of the population, and it happens to be that they think that's tied to whiteness. Because milk is white. Like white people. So we have to pause and clarify something. The reason that a small portion of humanity can digest milk is because of a genetic mutation. Whiteness is a social construction, which does not neatly overlap with this genetic mutation. Like, I'm white, and before I went vegan, I could comfortably drink milk, but Neely is also white. Her skin is like see-through. Her heritage is Irish for as many generations back as she can possibly trace, but she can't drink milk. And funnily enough, the genetic mutation that allows people to consume milk past infancy has developed in a few places. Yes, one of those is Northern Europe, but it's also developed in certain areas of Africa, the Middle East, and South India. Not only that, but you can't tell where the majority of someone's genetic lineage is by looking at the color of their skin. Many Black Americans are genetically majority European ancestry. You wouldn't know unless you gave them a DNA test. Appearance and genetic origin are not fully unrelated, but they're not directly connected either. This is one of the millions of problems with the right wing's obsession with race realism, which is when one of us scientifically literate lefties says race is a social construct, and they come out saying, nuh-uh. And we're back to the issue of scientific illiteracy. No geneticist is going to argue for race realism, but some of them have spotted parts of their academic work circulated in far-right blogs, cherry-picked and misrepresented. The fact is, most people don't have enough education in genetics to be able to argue against white supremacist claims when they dress those claims up with scientific-sounding language. And in the West, we've had centuries of propaganda programming us to think that, maybe white people are just better than everyone else. So even if you think you've escaped racist frameworks, when someone gives you research that seems to argue for that bias, and it sounds scientific, you might not have your usual bullshit detectors firing, which is probably why the poor women in that anthropology paper were talking about continuing to try and drink milk even though it made them physically sick. And worse still, there are some academics, fringe though they may be, who subtly advocate for white supremacy, and they get their articles published. The biggest proponent of this white supremacist lie is Justin Cook, an assistant professor of economics at Tulane University who argues that Europe achieved its colonial dominance because of milk. His own research can't explain why places like China, where people have low rates of lactose tolerance, built one of the biggest empires to ever exist, nor can it account for why Ireland, one of the places with the most lactose tolerance, was so thoroughly colonized. But he's inspired quite a few other academics, like economist Andrew Sherbuck, who argues that the Northern Europeans who can digest milk also have more emancipation values. I guess based on the premise that white people were the ones to emancipate the people they were enslaving. No, but really, he calls them emancipation values. He says,
societies that could digest lactose
came to possess a higher value on human life.
And that's why white people are so nice, historically. These academics are not biologists, anthropologists, or geneticists. They are economists. And I think economics is a cool field of study, but I also think maybe that these two are using scientific language to launder white supremacy. As the associate professor Vasile Stanesco puts it.
Presumably, if Cook, Sherbak, or Boutwell claimed that white people were, directly, richer, more democratic, or less likely to commit crime solely because of skin color, established academic journals would not publish their work. However, by discussing a genetic adaptation which is read as occurring in Northern Europeans, and then interpreting this adaptation as either responsible for or proof of genetic causes for colonialism, the wealth gap, democracy, temperament, impulse control, and crime, there exists a coded message which reaches similar conclusions now via an academic and socially acceptable means.
But the reason I'm talking about these fringe researchers who've gotten their work published in second-rate journals isn't because I'm shocked that peer review didn't catch bad science. It's because these researchers, Cook most of all, talk to the media, and they get their work covered in popular press by places like PBS, Nature, and The Economist, who cheekily labeled their racist article "No Use Crying" because, you know, the snowflake libs might cry over it, but this is just reality. It's science. It's bad fringe science, which is why milk in far-right spaces is simultaneously a joke and not a joke. It's a meme. It's funny, right? You don't have to take it too seriously. It's just milk. It's ubiquitous. It's something you can chug and mug at the camera about. But like, it doesn't hurt anyone. And simultaneously, they really do believe that milk and other animal products serve as scientific proof of white supremacy. Otherwise, these scientists wouldn't have their work so fervently reposted in 4chan, American Renaissance, and other white nationalist websites. And because it's a meme, it's very easy to spread, even to people who don't know how sinister the background is. So for the first time in nearly 100 years, milk is having a resurgence. It's not just the white supremacists memeing it, it's the Christian nationalists. Tradwives are drinking it raw. It's the gym bros chugging high-protein versions of it after workouts. It's the bureaucrats in Europe deciding that soy can't be milk, even though peanuts can be butter. And maybe it's you, on the other end of the pipeline, wondering if maybe you should be putting more milk on your cereal. You might need the protein.
High-protein ice cream.
By the way, did you spot that one of the critiques of the imagined Chinese man in the 1920s was that he was peaceful? That's in Cook's research too, where he argues that milk allowed for colonial domination. This is an argument that Liver King makes when he says that eating the liver of a cow allows you to absorb its power.
I start with liver for strength. I got the testicle, that's right, that's for honor.
And an argument all of the fast food ads make when they show manly men eating burgers. The consumption of meat and dairy don't just reinforce patriarchy and white supremacy, but they do so through a specific claim. Milk and meat encourage domination and violence, and that's good. Violence and domination are the goals. They really believe that. And they're winning. It's oat milk.
So why are they winning?
I have to pause for a moment and talk about how we made this video. This video took 7 months to make, and in that 7 months, our Patreon earnings have dropped significantly. Neely and I have said that we might need to start taking sponsorships, but we both really started to feel sick thinking that we'd tell you about all of these grifters with their supplements and with their jade eggs, and then take a break to tell you about some VPN or some health app. This is no shade to the YouTubers who do take sponsorships, but I really don't want to do it. We make virtually no money from YouTube views. I swear, their payment is a joke. Our funding comes exclusively from pledges on Patreon. Right now, we make about $3,600 a month on Patreon before tax, between the two of us. For reference, if we were working for minimum wage, we'd be making about $4,800 a month, which would feel like a luxury. Now, Neely and I are great at budgeting. We managed to make our finances work. We're even going to be able to go on a holiday this August to visit friends and family in mainland Europe. But it is a hard amount to live on comfortably, and it does leave us with very little to invest back into our videos. Like, we hired a camera operator for a few scenes in our plastic patties video, and it brought so much vibrancy to the project. But afterwards, we felt the financial repercussions
for months. And on this video, we were almost finished when our little babog learned how to open doors, got into the editing room, and smashed the hard drive on the ground. Uh-oh. By some miracle, we were able to recover all of the footage, but we needed to invest in a new hard drive just to get this video over the line. And thankfully, we had been building up a savings account for broken equipment, so we were able to fix it. But that is totally gone now, because in addition to the hard drive, Neely's phone broke this month, leaving us with no extra to fix my glasses, which also this month were mysteriously snapped in half. So if you like our work, please consider pledging €3 to our Patreon. It helps us continue doing what we're doing, and it makes sure that our work is free and accessible to people who can't afford to pay. And if you can't afford €3 a month, then don't worry about it. Enjoy the video in as much as you can enjoy this sort of a video. You like learning about all the sadness, right? Right?
So why are they winning? See, it's one thing to hold fascist beliefs, but it is an entirely other thing to implement fascist policies, install fascist regimes, and popularize fascist logic. One is dreaming of fascism. The other is doing it. So are we going to go that far to say that pro-meat, anti-vegetable influencers, trolls, grifters, and zeitgeist manipulators have in fact brought the political project of fascism upon us? Yes. It's quite the story. But before we get into all of that, I want you to puzzle over a question as we journey through this flaming excrement together. And I want to place the question in the context of a seemingly innocuous and minor internet event. In December 2025, on the subreddit r/leftist, the discussion of veganism was banned, listed as prohibited content on the basis that, quote, veganism is not an inherently leftist topic. And this is my question. Is the decision to not buy meat a political one? And let's just see how that question jostles around in your old noggin while we discuss where else to begin but with the world's largest meat processing enterprise, JBS, headquartered in Brazil, producing more than 23,360 tons of meat every day with an operating revenue of about $77.2 billion. Oh look everyone, it went up. No strangers to controversy. They've faced lawsuits for systematic labour violations, including unlawful working hours, workplace harassment, and serving their employees meat with maggots in it. They're also responsible for massive deforestation to make room for cattle grazing and, consequently, displacing tons of indigenous people and, of course, producing preposterous levels of greenhouse emissions in direct violation of the law. None of this is likely to be surprising to you. They're a big evil corporation and they produce meat. It is probably also not surprising to you that they, by way of one of their American subsidiaries, donated $5 million in 2025 to the inaugural fund for one Donald J. Trump, making said subsidiary of JBS the biggest single donor to his inauguration. But you don't need to remember the name JBS, except maybe as some faint shadow of horror, as we shift our focus to that aforementioned subsidiary, which some of you will probably have heard of, Pilgrim's Pride, a US company based in Colorado that kills chickens. Lots and lots of chickens. It is also at this juncture that I wish to draw your attention to two other meat processing companies, Cargill Solutions out of Minneapolis and Tyson Foods, the world's second largest processor and marketer of chicken, beef, and pork. Why focus on these three meat companies in particular? Well, because of their role in a little thing called epistemic vandalism. Shall we do an explanation for the explanatory comma lovers? An explanatory comma is a break in the regular presentation to explain something the audience might not be familiar with, like a term of art. But in terms of epistemic vandalism, this epistemic part has to do with the production of knowledge. Let's say, for example, the knowledge that pi is equal to 3.14159.265. If we were to engage in epistemic vandalism against mathematics, we might tweet out something like, pi is exactly 3, and maybe to get the libertarians on board, tack on something like, big math is lying to you. Hashtag big trig. But if we really wanted to cast doubt on the perception of pi, really wanted to spread this fib that the circumference of a circle is equal to exactly 3 times its radius, then we might need to put some money into this. Hire a PR company to put out websites with alternative pie facts. Get a couple of shady academics on side to parade around news networks, repeating the claim that pi is exactly 3. Hell, go further! Slander existing mathematicians for their backwards and frankly dangerous views on pi. Lobby the government to change the education system to teach children the truth about circles. Seed a bunch of pi truther Facebook groups with thousands of followers and irrevocably break the brains of millions of working class boomers. That would be what I'm calling epistemic vandalism. Sorry, so Cargill, Tyson, and Pilgrims, funny story, they're all names that appear on the advisory board of an academic institute at UC Davis called CLEAR, the Clarity and Leadership for Environmental Awareness and Research. CLEAR is headed up by a guy called Frank Mitloehner, an agricultural academic who is frequently paraded around the media to downplay the impact that livestock has on greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, his Twitter handle is the Greenhouse Gas Guru. CLEAR gives the appearance of a legitimate academic institute. I mean, Clarity and Leadership for Environmental Awareness and Research. Those sound like good things, right? Those are all good words. But in reality, CLEAR is little more than a front for the American meat industry. CLEAR is the result of an agreement between UC Davis and the American Feed Industry Association. They receive $500,000 a year from the AFIA, whose members, by the way, include Cargill, Tyson, and Pilgrims. This institute also receives funding from other agribusinesses, including $200,000 a year from the California Cattle Council. In fact, of the total $3.2 million they bring in every year, almost all of it is from agribusiness interests. And as I said, Cargill, Tyson, and Pilgrims sit on the institute's advisory board, an advisory board which has taken an active role in growing the personal brand of their main guy, Frank Mitloehner, the Greenhouse Gas Guru, working with Dr. Mitloehner on outreach to the dietitian community, helping him to gain access to the media, and growing his Twitter following from 983 followers in 2018 to more than 30,000 now. And Twitter matters in this business of epistemic vandalism. Social media in general matters. Take, for example, the case of the Eat Lancet Commission. Published in 2019 by The Lancet, arguably the world's most respected medical academic journal, the Eat Lancet Commission was one of the first attempts to summarize and communicate the best available science on what constitutes a healthy diet within environmental targets. As The Guardian put it, the Commission sought to answer the question, how can we feed the world's growing population without causing catastrophic climate breakdown? Seems to me to be a pretty reasonable epistemic pursuit, no? Twitter lost its fucking mind.
You're an outrage. Your editorial on the flawed nature of empirical data was lauded as landmark. This hashtag vegangelist campaign is a fine example. Hashtag yes to meat.
So just to have this right, Eat Lancet is proposing a diet where added hashtag sugar should bring in more kilocalories per D than all hashtag meat groups combined, include poultry. Also 6x more hashtag eggs and 3x more hashtag fish. Hashtag yes to meat.
Hashtag yes to meat.
You see, the report contained recommendations such as suggesting that people, particularly in wealthy countries, should increase their consumption of nuts, pulses, and other plant-based foods, and they should also radically curtail their consumption of meat and sugar. It recommended we cut red meat consumption globally by 50%, demonstrating that 14% of all greenhouse gas emissions result from animal agriculture. And these are, I'm afraid, simply the facts. Pi is equal to 3.14159.265. Animal agriculture is a driving force in climate collapse. The number of tweets making critical and occasionally defamatory claims about the Eat Lancet Commission, its conclusions, and its authors outnumbered the positive and neutral tweets about the Commission within 3 days. In what would later be revealed as a coordinated attack by PR firm Red Flag acting on behalf of the American Agricultural Alliance and other shady actors, there was an epistemic blood frenzy surrounding Eat Lancet, organized around the hashtag yes to meat. Yes to Meat became its own skeptical online community, trading in ideas like, the gay vegan activists have taken over academia, or the left is trying to get you to eat bugs. It became a beacon to the manosphere, to anti-woke Twitter trolls, and to the alt-right. to useful idiot carnists and general Twitter know-it-alls, and perhaps most effectively of all, to unprincipled academics in the pocket of the meat industry whose lettered names added legitimacy to these increasingly outrageous misrepresentations. For Doctor of Cowology Frank Mitloner, with his well-funded and expertly crafted social media presence, he was already enjoying a troll-adjacent Twitter presence, cheekily quote-tweeting known conspiracy outlet The Epoch Times here, generally, if unsuccessfully, making fun of vegans here, sharing a quiz about vegan meat here, which invites the reader to explore which ingredients are in vegan meat and which are in dog food. The answers may surprise you, and we will return to that subject shortly. But when the Eat Lancet was published, the time had come for the greenhouse guru to stand up for what he's paid to believe in. He tweeted out,
"This is Oxford's Dr. Marco Springman, the scientist behind much of the environmental portion of EAT Lancet. Some are concerned about biases, and so am I. Why is an activist vegan not considered biased, but a cattle rancher is?"
Vegan activist, cow rancher. I think it's probably because one is trying to make money, Frank, and the other has devoted his entire life to trying to make the world a better place. This is Oxford's Dr. Marco Springman, who faced severe professional consequences for this high-profile backlash. In a later interview with D. Smog, he admitted,
"Usually I lead on 2 to 3 studies a year, but in the year following EAT Lancet, I wasn't able to lead on 1.
All of the academics involved with Eat Lancet faced harassment, but the consequences went further than that. Eat Lancet was originally heralded as a monumental moment in both nutritional and environmental science. The WHO planned a flagship event in Geneva to bring academics together from all over the world to discuss how we could act upon its findings. But in this backlash, the WHO cancelled the event. The Italian mission to the UN wrote an open letter to the WHO accusing Eat Lancet's authors of advocating for the total elimination of the freedom of choice by consumers, which was copied directly from the negative media coverage fueled by this shady PR firm, Red Flag. An internal document uncovered by the investigative outlet D. Smog showed Red Flag bragging that campaign messages they came up with, things like the report was dangerous or told people to eat dirt, were featured in nearly half of the articles about Eat Lancet in the weeks following its publication. Red Flag's specific quotes and messaging were used in countless of the tweets deriding Eat Lancet, and Red Flag were acting, as I mentioned, on behalf of the Animal Agricultural Alliance. Now, do you want to guess who sits on the Animal Agriculture Alliance's board? Cargill. In fact, they recently named a guy called Nick Wolfenden as their board chairperson. He is the Global Sustainable Animal Welfare Director at Cargill, and prior to joining Cargill, he worked in animal welfare at Tyson. It seems that the meat industry is actually manufacturing career pipelines for those that study animal agriculture, and the careers that are being manufactured are essentially climate change denial, manufacturing bad science, and professional epistemic vandalism. Take, for example, the Dublin Declaration, co-authored by Frédéric Leroy,
#YesToMeat,
and emerging from a meat industry summit held here in Ireland. The declaration claims to be objective and scientific, but various investigations have shown the significant influence agribusiness had on its messaging. In reality, it's a lobbying tool, weaponizing bad science and biased rhetoric to influence EU policy in the direction of deregulation and total dependence on animal agriculture. The declaration claims, without citation, that plant-based diets should not be recommended for general populations, particularly not those with elevated needs, such as young children and adolescents, pregnant and lactating women, women of reproductive age, older adults, and the chronically ill. And why is this? Well, because meat good. The declaration claims, without citation, that meat provides nutrients we simply cannot get elsewhere. It does not name these nutrients. Meat is good for equality, it claims, because in some parts of the world, livestock is the only kind of property women can own. Did you spot that? Using a left-wing woke thing to advance the agenda of international capitalist hegemony? Diagonalism or just plain charlatanism? You decide. Meat is good for the environment, it claims without citation, because livestock are uniquely positioned to consume inedible byproducts of human agriculture, apparently. Did you spot that? It's called lying. Of the 36 co-authors of the Dublin Declaration, almost all of them have qualifications in meat sciences, technology, animal husbandry, or business. Strikingly absent from the list of authors of a declaration that makes outrageous claims about agriculture and the environment are qualifications in agroecology, soil and environmental sciences, conservation, or animal welfare. And this declaration has, so far, been signed by 1,245 people. Most of them are academics. Like, sure, a lot of the signatories are from the meat industry, and a lot of the other signatories are government employees who liaise with the meat industry. But most of the signatories are simply scientists. Real academics really getting published, almost all of them working closely with the meat industry. The worst kind of epistemic vandalism is the kind that fabricates its own mini-consensus within a highly biased sphere. That's exactly what the meat industry and people like Frederic Leroy are trying to do. And oh look, there's Frank Mitloehner, UC Davis, USA. So what am I saying? Are Frederic or Frank fascists then? Well, possibly that's the wrong way of looking at it. Instead, their unscrupulous position in terms of the scientific method makes them destructive forces in spheres that quickly become political. If we're talking about climate collapse or the broader destructive forces of capitalism, then in many ways, Mitloehner and Leroy are worse than fascists. Successfully disrupting the science on climate for a living? It's hard to imagine a greater evil, actually. But this is all getting so heavy. Remember the cute little quiz I mentioned? The dog food, vegan meat thing? That was from June 2019, which is 4 months after the publication of Eat Lancet. This original backlash with the hashtag #YesToMeat formed a peak in what we could call anti-vegan contrarianism. And so Mitloehner puts out this quiz asking users to guess which ingredients were for a Beyond Burger, which were for an Impossible Burger, and which were for premium dog food. And this comparison to the ingredients for dog food would spread far, all the way up to contemporary wellness grifters and the Meat-to-Fascism Pipeline.
Beyond Burger. I've heard of these things. Let's give it a shot.
But to understand how that happened, we're going to need me to step slightly to the right. Have y'all ever heard of Rick Berman? Star Trek people? Not that Rick Berman, different Rick Berman. Worse Rick Berman, much worse Rick Berman, and that'll tell you how bad it's a worse Rick Berman. This Richard Berman happens to be the guy that big evil corporations go to when they want to change public opinion, or say, vandalize the episteme, engage in epistemic destruction. He is the CEO of Berman and Company, which is a PR outlet and kind of a network of charities. The way it works is this. Let's say popular opinion is shifting towards, say veganism. Now, this green plant-munching nonsense could potentially negatively impact the profits of agribusinesses, right? So somebody goes and talks to Rick Berman, and then his PR company register a relevant and tax-exempt public charity, say in this case, a charity concerned with consumer freedom and potentially tackling dangerous or misleading aspects of vegan produce. And then Rick Berman appoints himself as executive director of the charity, constructs a board for the charity. That's usually a couple of Berman and Company employees and maybe some folks from the affected industry, like in this case it would be meat men. And then this charity hires Berman and Company, his for-profit PR company, to do the research, run ad campaigns, and start websites. This is real. This is really what he does. He's worth millions as a result. His PR company creates a registered tax-exempt charity for the purposes of education. And then that charity hires Rick Berman and his PR company, again, he hires himself back to run ads and make websites and destroy the world.
Well, that's awful, but what does this have to do with burgers?
Here's an example charity, the Environmental Policy Alliance, which exists only to attack and undermine environmental groups like Greenpeace or Food and Water Watch through misinformation websites like BigGreenRadicals.com. All operated by Berman and his employees. Or there's the lobby group, the American Beverage Institute, which exists only to tackle drink driving laws and spread smear campaigns about activist groups like Mothers Against Drink Driving. The people who come to Berman for assistance are, evil corporations. They tend to be fast food restaurants, alcohol producers, tobacco companies. And hey, you saw it coming, right? Tyson, Cargill and Pilgrims, here, as revealed by SourceWatch on the list of funders for one of his charities, the Center for Consumer Freedom. Now, this particular Burman charity, the CCF, got its start when tobacco magnate Philip Morris gave Burman $600,000 to start the charity. And you may notice that, much like Clear, these also sound like reasonable words. The Center for Consumer Freedom. I mean, it's a little corporate, but at least it's about the consumer. It's about freedom. Well, this is the clever trick that Burman figured out. He figured if you were trying to defend drink driving or smoking in restaurants or even eating cheap factory farm meat on any of their own merits, you were already losing. Instead, his approach was that the debate should be about excessive government regulation, meddling activist freaks, and the collective agenda to take away your freedom. In other words, Rick Burman was an early architect of transforming consumer issues into culture war. I probably don't need to emphasize he's a fucking monster. His own son went on record to call him a sort of human molester, an exploiter, a scoundrel. He was nicknamed Dr. Evil in the 1990s for his various smear campaigns and lawsuits. He's made it his life's mission to sabotage the efforts of environmentalists, scientists, activists, labor unionists, and more recently, vegan meat companies like Beyond and Impossible. Burman's charity, the Center for Consumer Freedom, now named the Center for Organizational Research and Education. Well, doesn't that sound nice? As a trans girl, I just can't help but be supportive for all of these frivolous name changes. This stupid fucking joke. Anyway, they fund and operate a website called cleanfoodfacts.com. I suppose it's called that for now anyway. And like all of Burman's websites, this is incredibly specific stuff. It's not about general clean food facts, but specifically and pointedly concerned with plant-based meat alternatives and how scary they are.
Marketing leads us to believe that plant-based burgers consist solely of that. Plants. However, the products specifically designed to mimic the texture and flavor of meat contain an extensive ingredient list that's at odds with the better-for-you image these foods are trying to create.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that in the Cracker Barrel section?
I don't like this pretend meat. You can go to the site to see what's actually in the stuff.
https://www.centerforfoodsafety.org/log/.
Yes, well, in addition to these sorts of facts, the CFF, funded by the CCF, formerly the GCN, and now, of course, the CORE, published a fun quiz inviting visitors to guess which ingredients are used in Beyond, which are used in Impossible, and which are used in premium dog food. They cite the quiz's author, Dr. Frank Mitloehner. Remember him? It feels like forever ago. Now, of course, the point I'm making is about epistemic vandalism. I'm showing you how a shady academic at a California university and a professional liar in the CD lobbying community of Washington, D.C. don't even need to be in literal cahoots in order to collaborate on a network of alternative facts, infographic websites, TV, radio, and print appearances, astroturfed social media, and all the rest. But while we're here, I just want to point out that I've read the ingredients of the dog food, and I am here to tell you that this smoking gun for the horrors of containing ingredients is designed for a level of unfamiliarity with nutrients that should qualify those who are horrified by this quiz to not be allowed to do the shopping on their own. This dog food contains peas, sweet potatoes, lentils, flaxseed, sunflower oil, vitamin E, a bunch of the B vitamins, folic acid, salt. It's okay to eat these things. They picked a really good dog food for this meme.
Is he like affiliated with Burger King, or am I?
Well, no.
Do you want me to bring this into the song?
I just want you to have as much background information as possible for bringing that sort of soulful male energy to the song.
To Burger King song.
To the Burger King song.
Burger King song. You want me to take the Rick, was it Rick Bergerman?
It's difficult to overstate how successful Burman's propaganda was. Just how far this epistemic vandalism spread. If we return for a moment to the Dublin Declaration, I might mention its follow-up, the Denver Call for Action. Denver and Dublin. Oh. It seems that uniting the power of Colorado and Ireland isn't just for leftist cooks, it's also for horrible meat propagandists. That's weird. Well, actually, it's because they're both agricultural economies. That's why. Pilgrims is based in Colorado, remember? Well, the Denver Call for Action treads a lot of the same ground as the Dublin Declaration. It's authored by a lot of the same people. There's Frederic Leroy. There's Frank Mitloehner, actually. But it seems, to me, to make a strikingly Richard Berman-esque point here, where it says,
"It is worrying that proposed substitutes are nutritionally incomparable and often inadequate, devoid of the flavors and textures people desire. Moreover, they are often ultra-processed, for example, faux meat and dairy, culturally inappropriate, for example, insects in regions where their consumption is met with resistance, or unscalable, for example, tissue-engineered muscle."
The food's ultra-processed, they're going to make us eat bugs, their ideas are unfeasible, and we know this because we are paid very well to know it and to repeat it across infographics and websites and full-page ads and at conferences and in declarations and in lobbying international governments. This is not an episteme. Can you see that? This is not a system of knowledge. This is reaction, the destruction of knowledge, the casting of doubt. This is... Look, there's just a couple more small things I want to mention about Rick Berman before we move on. There's another charity which has invested heavily in his efforts, and that is the Lynd and Harry Bradley Foundation, usually just the Bradley Foundation, which is an ultra-conservative charitable foundation operating for over 80 years and moving around billions of dollars. And it is one of the most influential funders of the current conservative movement in America. Maybe you've heard of it. Their main areas of concern are policy, which you may see around you, limited government, which you may struggle to see around you, and education. What kind of education, you ask? Well, websites like Big Green Radicals, of course. This slanderous set of poorly designed infographics was funded with a $150,000 tax-exempt grant from the Bradley Foundation. Because the anti-environmental movement is big business. All meat producers and all petrochemical businesses have real incentive to deal with these pesky activists and climate scientists and inconvenient truth tellers, and as long as there is a market in dealing with them, PR monsters like Rick Berman and unprincipled academics like Frank Mitloehner or Frederic Leroy will take the gig. And friends, they are worth the money. Even you, I'm sure, have heard that Impossible and Beyond sure do have a lot of unnatural ingredients. I'm sure you've heard how activist groups like PETA actually harm animals rather than help them. I'm sure you've heard how veganism is just white Western virtue signaling. And of course, we know objectively, it's not really a leftist subject. One of Rick Berman and the Bradley Foundation's primary targets is labor unions. In 2014, Berman was caught on tape saying,
"I get up every morning and I try to figure out how to screw with the labor unions."
The last of Berman's charities that I'm going to discuss is the Center for Union Facts, which, again, with funding from the Bradley Foundation, seeks to expose big labor's strategies and tactics, including in the policy-making arena. I wish there was a big labor. They've done things like take out full-page ads in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, criticizing teachers and likening teachers' unions to roach traps. He's fought against minimum wage increases, against worker safety, against environmentalists, against activists. You knew it was a trick question when I asked you, but I want to ask you one more time anyway. Is the decision to not buy meat a political one? Was it not in fact a mistake for US workers' organizations of the 19th century to choose racism and beef over actual class solidarity? Is it not foolishness to dismiss animal activism as not real leftism? If the people at Cargill, Tyson, and Pilgrims think we're all the same enemy to crush, what exactly is the excuse for us to refuse unifying in our struggle against them? Is it genuinely because you are hungry for ribs? Still not convinced, because there's more. Because, hang on, you might be saying, I didn't come here for a guilt trip, you say. I thought this was a video about internet lolcow Jordan Peterson and how he put himself in a beef coma or something, you add. Well, okay, fine. Let's talk about beef Jordan Peterson. Remember? I told you that what he's selling is far more ambitious, far stranger and far darker than the carnivore diet itself. So let's talk about who funds him. As far as I can make out from publicly available information, there are 3 main revenue streams that Professor Peeps enjoys. There may be other consultancy type gigs happening. I've read references from way early on in his rise to infamy of him being flown out to Silicon Valley to talk to dudes there, which is as terrifying as it is obvious, but I'm not here to speculate. I'm just going to list the sources of funding which I know exist. Okay, so the most boring and silly one is Peterson Academy, a private online education platform with some really dodgy collaborators. We're talking wall-to-wall shady academics and conservative influencers, which is of course its own epistemic vandalism.
Zoe Bee, you are the world's foremost expert on PragerU. I mean, Peterson Academy, because you made a YouTube video about it. This video is already way too long, so I just need you to explain Peterson Academy in like 5 words or less.
5 words or less. It's just videos. Not free.
A slightly more tantalizing and juicy source of Peterson coffers is his periodic gig work at the Daily Wire. Now, I know many of you will probably be sick to death of discussing the Daily Wire. There's little left to be said. They've got Croaky Blinky Beard Guy and Squeaky Whiny Weird Guy and the guy who looks like the corporate mascot for Hypnol and a bunch more Trey Parker characters. But you know what they all have in common? Including occasional contributor Jordan Peterson? They're all climate change deniers.
It may seem like you have to be crazy to believe that, to believe in all the apocalyptic predictions that we hear constantly about climate change. It may seem like only a nutcase would believe this stuff, but that's not true. All you have to be is someone who is surrounded by the propaganda all the time, that doesn't have anyone in their life who's a voice of sanity, not anybody that they listen to anyway. And you know, on top of that, be someone who's not exactly a critical thinker.
And I think sometimes we can sleep on that when each of these bastards is so distractingly and persistently loud on culture war issues like trans people or a woman had agency in the movie or whatever. God, being right-wing is just fucking awful. But as we've seen, culture war often isn't the real point. The real point is the profit margins of whoever is funding you. And in the case of the Daily Wire, that's 2 oil billionaire brothers from Texas who made their fortune from fracking, Dan and Faris Wilks. The Wilks brothers allocated $4.7 million to help start the Daily Wire. They also gifted Dennis Prager $6.5 million to start PragerU, by the way. They are deeply conservative men. Between them, they have 17 children. Faris is a bishop in a conservative Christian church called the Assembly of Yahweh Seventh Day, where he preaches that homosexuality and abortion rights are evil, and where he also preaches climate change denial, saying in one sermon, if God wants the polar caps to remain in place, then he will leave them there. I mean, it would seem, Faris, that he doesn't. He wants them rather spread around the ocean. Warmly. Look, I'm not going to go on about these 2 people for too long because they're petrochemical industry and this video is about meat. But I think it's important to take note of them as we analyze this particular facet of Jordan Peterson. I think as much as he is a silly man whose voice makes me giggle and whose word choice and bitter argumentation style makes my wee autistic brain go pfft, the climate change denier part of his career has to be taken incredibly seriously. He's been all over the place in terms of his messaging on plenty of things, but not on climate change. He's been really consistent in denying the seriousness and the science.
Well, 97% of scientists agree that climate change is real, which is different than saying that global warming is real, by the way. But 97% of scientists agree. And now we're hearing from Dr. Richard Lindzen, and he doesn't agree.
That's what bothers me about the climate change types. This is something that bothers me about it technically. Climate is about everything. Okay. But your models aren't based on everything.
Hello, everyone on YouTube and associated platforms. I'm here today with another climate denialist because, I've been racking those up.
Which brings me to the last of his revenue streams, the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. Well, hey, we got ourselves some reasonable words again. Responsible citizenship, that sounds like something we should all aspire to. Alliance, this could be good, right? going to be another evil thing, isn't it? The Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, or ARC, is a company that hosts conferences for conservatives. It was founded by Jordan Peterson, a British conservative peer named Baroness Stroud, a Dubai-based investment firm called Legatum, and one of the most evil men in Britain, who happens to be co-owner of GB News, owner of The Spectator, a hedge fund investor with a large portfolio in the oil industry, and a full-blown racist, misogynist, Islamophobic, Western chauvinist, as demonstrated by his nasty anonymous Twitter habits. And his name is Paul Marshall. So Marshall is both an oil billionaire and a conservative media oligarch. The most succinct way I can illustrate his wickedness to you is by telling you about his personal funded lobby group, Policy Exchange. British people watching may already be familiar with Policy Exchange because they were really influential on the policies of the last Tory government. They were the notorious evil lobby group dragging Britain towards worse authoritarianism. When Rishi Sunak was Prime Minister, he admitted that Policy Exchange, Paul Marshall's conservative lobby group funded by oil interests like Exxon, helped the British government to draft the subsequent crackdown on climate protesters like Just Stop Oil. Now think about that for a moment. A lobby group funded by fossil fuel companies helped the government to draft the laws that criminalized and punished climate activists trying to save all of our lives. And it is not unreasonable to draw a direct line from that Police Crimes and Sentencing Act of 2022 through Suella Braverman's amendment to the Public Order Act in 23, all the way up to the prescription of Palestine Action last year under Keir Starmer. It was a progression of further and further criminalization for lesser and lesser protest that wouldn't have happened without Paul Marshall, who, by the way, was simultaneously beaming propaganda into the hearts and minds of the British public by way of GB News and The Spectator. Okay, but what's this got to do with Jordan Peterson? Well, like I said, they founded the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship together. And what ARC seems to exist to do is, one, promote climate change denial to an international audience of billionaires, oligarchs, policymakers, and lobbyists, and two, in bringing such people together, help them to coordinate in spreading global fascism, to take what they learn at the convention and spread it in their home countries, to create conservative, anti-environmental, anti-liberal alliances across the world, to use ARC in the way that people have always used conferences, to make connections, get gigs, and spread ideas. Less than a month after the first ARC convention, one group of attendees from the Heritage Foundation, including Kevin Roberts and other architects of Project 2025, hosted a meeting with several conservative groups from Poland and Hungary to share ideas for overhauling the current structures of the EU. Terrifying. It's one thing to hold fascist beliefs, to dream of fascism. It is an entirely other thing to do fascism. But in his role as conservative celebrity intellectual provocateur, Jordan Peterson is very much doing fascism. I mean, why don't fascists eat vegetables? They probably do. They probably do. Jordan Peterson would be dead, probably, if he didn't. He's an old man who gets very sick all the time, and he's just not surviving on beef. He's lying. He has lied in the past about lots of things, and lots of these fascists must be lying. They probably do eat vegetables. They're just paid to lie to you about vegetables, to make up a culture war about food, to propagate outrageous claims about meat, and to sow doubt and confusion about nutrition and health and life and the climate. The simplest way to explain their motives: they are epistemic vandals. They don't have a set of truth values, not truth that stands up to academic rigor. No, they have reactionary values. So they're not saying, I only eat beef because of the evidence that beef is good for me. They're saying, I only eat beef because you're being lied to. I only eat beef as a reaction to the medical cabal that has failed me. And in the case of Jordan Peterson, this is merely how he has kept himself interesting to us while promoting doubt and uncertainty. For the mob who love a good lolcow, he yells his outrageous claims, like how he cured his gingivitis by eating just beef and salt.
Within a week, I was 25% less anxious in the morning.
But he has simultaneously kept himself useful to oligarchs and billionaires and lobbyists by convincing these same confused doubters that climate change is also a lie, that being anti-wealth is a lie, that only your cultural enemies support labor unions. Peterson, Paul Marshall, Rick Berman, Frank Mitloehner, Frederic Leroy, all of them have vandalized the episteme with outrageous tales so that those who are vulnerable to such lies will regard truth tellers, scientists and activists and people who know what the fuck they're talking about as not just wrong or misguided, but as their enemies. But you want to know what the worst part is? With all this ARC, Daily Wire, Berman and Company, Clear, UC Davis, climate denial shit, you want to know what the worst part is? They know they're lying. They're not stupid. They know climate change is real, and the consequences of misinformation, the mass death, societal breakdown, the chaos and destruction, it's all part of the fucking plan.
If you follow the pipeline to its end, past Gwyneth Paltrow, Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, Tucker Carlson, and the Liver King, you'll end eventually with the raw egg nationalists. For years, the raw egg nationalist was anonymous, a right-wing bodybuilder who kept his identity secret. In The End of Men, Tucker Carlson shows only his silhouette and his voice, a hulking man with a posh English accent.
I'm an anon right-wing bodybuilder, and I dispense red pill fitness and health information to the masses.
His books from 2020 and 2022, The Eggs Benedict Option and Raw Egg Nationalism in Theory and Practice, are grammatically inconsistent and rife with spelling errors. Which makes sense. Much of his work is published by neo-Nazi printing press Antelope Hill, which isn't known for its literary finesse. As with all of these characters, he argues for bizarre health practices. He wants you to
discard the bland chicken and rice diet of the virgin meal prepper and become the Chad egg slonker.
Slonking.
I'll never get over how stupid the term slonking is, which, if you'll remember, means eating raw eggs. Lots of raw eggs. He believes they're the perfect food. As of March 2020, he has 319,000 followers on X, including Vice President J.D. Vance. He is, like everyone in this essay, a master of diagonalism. Many of the issues he raises are true. He bemoans modern animal agriculture, says it treats animals
without a thought for their dignity as sentient beings,
and talks about the lives of 99.999% of the world's chickens who are
confined by the tens of thousands to strip-lit barns, destined to live their short, painful lives covered in their own filth, fed and watered by machines, starved of sunlight and stimulation.
He rails against a group of corporate elite who are hoarding wealth while the rest of us struggle. He rails against monoculture and the products of animal agriculture, which he says mar the landscape with
enormous pools of festering animal waste.
These are things I care about. These are things you should care about too. The issue, of course, is his proposed solution. He says that leftists are the useful idiots of globalism, who want everyone dependent on perverted science, which cares about things like cholesterol and salmonella. Instead, we should strength train. Embrace self-reliance and discipline, and
pain is the true path to beauty and understanding.
And eat lots of raw eggs. He suggests 36 raw eggs a day, which he claims are key building blocks of testosterone. He acknowledges that his claims aren't based on peer-reviewed studies, but as he says,
how many peer-reviewed studies support this? 0. How many anecdotal reports? About 100,000. You're an idiot if you avoid anecdotal data, pure and simple.
But ultimately, Raw Egg Nationalist says that the strength we must urgently build isn't just physical, but social. We must all come together in order to strengthen the nation state against globalists. For hundreds of years, he traces this as far back as a claim by Socrates in the Republic. Society has been trying to make men less manly by getting them to eat plant-based diets. The idea that we need to find a way to sustainably feed all 10 billion people on the planet, as reported by the Eat Lancet, is really just a cover by globalists, he argues, who are actually trying to bring about the Great Reset, a secret plot to make us sick and dependent. Dependent on who? Strengthen nation states for what reason? Against forces of great evil, obviously, but like who?
That's soy globalism in a nutshell. Own nothing, live in the pod, eat the soy. The best response to this is a strong politics of nationalism.
On my burner TikTok account, I watched enough videos until I got here. I saw Testicle King feed his little baby raw testicles.
All right, here we go. Grab your testy.
I saw blonde-haired men talk about sunning their assholes and drinking beef tallow. And then I saw a hashtag I wasn't familiar with, goy slop. So I searched the term. Goy is a term for a genteel or non-Jewish person, usually used in community, but in this case the phrase is coming from non-Jewish people. The slop in question seems to be processed food. I also saw the term Zog slop, which took me longer to decode, but refers to the phrase Zionist-occupied government. Let's be clear. I'm not a fan of Israel as a project, and I recognize the reality that Israel is committing a genocide. However, this is not being deployed by people like me on the left who are against apartheid. The abbreviation ZOG is a dog whistle conspiracy theory arguing that Jewish people secretly control the government. To be clear, it would not be bad if there were a disproportionate amount of Jewish people in the US or UK governments, but it is definitively not the case, and so we are not being fed goy slop. Now, at time of writing, there's not really any reporting on this, so I'm going to do my best to investigate. The conspiracy goes as follows. Real men eat meat and eggs and raw milk, we've established that. However, the government, society, I'm actually not sure who the who is behind this, but shadowy Jewish forces are instead promoting other foods that will sap our energy and make us sick and weak and easy to manipulate. So, surprise, surprise, at the end of the alt-right pipeline are people who are terrified of any person of color, but most urgently in this case, Jewish people. When they talk about shadowy cabals of elites who hoard wealth, they aren't talking about the CEOs of investment companies. They're talking about Jewish people. We're at the neo-Nazi stage of the pipeline. Not everyone is going to be dragged this far, but this is the end goal. And there are plenty of people who seem to believe this. Among them, raw egg nationalists, and some of his buddies, like Bronze Age pervert and presumably Tucker Carlson, who platforms them.
Raw egg nationalists, thanks so much for coming on. So your position, as articulated in the tape we just played, is it's better to be strong and healthy than to be weak and unhealthy. Why is that so threatening to the people in charge?
Well, thanks for having me, Tucker.
These men urgently argue that we must strengthen ourselves and our borders for the imminent attacks coming, which might make you think these guys are just stupid. Anti-Semitic reactionaries, dangerous, absolutely, but dumb. The thing is, they're not. Raw egg nationalists put grammatical mistakes and typos into his work intentionally, but his identity has been doxed. He is Charles Cornish Dale, Dr. Charles Cornish Dale, and that doctor comes from a PhD he earned in history at Oxford. Before that, he studied at Cambridge and Exeter. Bronze Age pervert, who was identified as Kostin Vlad Almayru, is likewise well-educated, with an undergrad in mathematics from MIT, a graduate degree from Columbia in philosophy, and his PhD is from Yale, which he did on Plato, arguing that the anti-tyranny argument made by Sophocles in Plato's dialogues was so badly formed that it was in fact an endorsement of tyranny, which is a take. The other half of his work was on Nietzsche, focusing on his love of hierarchy and the Übermensch. Why is it always Nietzsche? So despite how they write, these men are not stupid. A PhD is a phenomenal amount of work, and in order to be granted it, you need to present a defense to a panel of experts from institutions other than your own who need to affirm that you've reached the highest level of academics possible and expanded the body of knowledge in your field. There's an argument for people managing to stumble their way through undergrads or grad degrees, but PhDs, these are not stupid men. Jordan Peterson, for whatever his deal is not a stupid man. Tucker Carlson is not a stupid man. Why are all these men arguing such absurd things? And aren't they concerned about the contradictions? How can raw egg nationalists argue that we should be eating meat for every meal of every day and also advocate that we get rid of industrialized animal farming? Why does he tell his followers to call their representatives about banning pigs from pig crates? Animal agriculture is a primary cause of climate change with how much we eat now. How can he possibly argue that we need to eat more? And raw egg nationalist does recognize climate collapse. This is also what you get when you go so far down the pipeline that you're not talking to the normies in the general population anymore. Raw egg nationalist wrote under his pseudonym so that he could be more honest than the influencers who show their faces. So he's honest. Of course he believes in climate change. I suspect they all believe in climate change. Bronze Age pervert seems to. In his manifesto Bronze Age Mindset, he argues that leftists aren't really environmentally aware because we care more about being anti-racist than we do about helping the environment. And again, you might be thinking, what does that mean? Raw Egg Nationalist spells this aspect out directly.
In the actual climate migration scenario we're facing, the third world, especially the equatorial belt where the majority of the world's population lies, is predicted to be worst hit by catastrophic climate change, whereas we in the West will be relatively shielded. That means the third world is coming here. All of it.
Why do we need stronger borders and stronger bodies? It's because global warming is real and climate change is imminent. People like Donald Trump and Nigel Farage and Marine Le Pen and Viktor Orban and Narendra Modi and Recep Tayyip Erdogan, they all share in common an obsession with an ethnically defined population because that will allow them to keep out the coming climate migrants. As Raw Egg Nationalist explains,
all the great migrations of the past will pale by comparison with the never-ending stream of migrants fleeing the effects of climate change, by boat, on foot, however they can get here. You may not believe that this is going to happen, but world leaders do. At the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos this year, Al Gore gave a blustering speech in which he warned of a coming wave of over 1 billion climate refugees. This unprecedented migration will make Western nations lose our capacity for self-governance.
And I guess on this point, Raw Egg Nationalist and I agree. I'm a bit of a climate pessimist. I don't think we're going to geoengineer our way out of this. I mean, I want to be wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. But we're already in a changing climate. There's a good argument that the Syrian war was catalyzed by a long period of drought in the region, which in turn set off the 2015 refugee crisis, which largely launched the careers of Farage, Orban, and Erdogan. And as always, I put refugee crisis in inverted commas because, what do you mean, Europe? Jordan and Lebanon had the crisis, not you. But this is already happening, and while I strongly feel that that does not mean that we can all just say, fuck it, and consume, 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 I do want us to recognize the reality that things are changing. People near the equator might need to move north or south. And this is where Raw Egg Nationalist, smart though he may be, really shows his Western chauvinism. Because he seems to think that white people will be safe from the crisis, and we really may not be. He's in England, we're in Ireland. If the AMOC current collapses, we are all fucked. We're gonna be climate refugees, and that really may happen within our lifetime. I don't know, there are a lot of models that a layperson like me isn't gonna pretend to interpret. But doesn't that mean we're all in this together? We don't know where the safe places are going to be, but shouldn't we be making sure that everyone can get to them? The era of ethno-states has been really short-lived, and it didn't serve us well. I think if we get rid of the borders, as I argued we should in our last release, which I'll link to here, we need to do that because the world is getting hotter and colder and more extreme, and we need to let people move to the places that are still habitable. We need to be less afraid of each other and work together to keep each other alive. Bronze Age pervert and Raw Egg Nationalists are arguing for what Naomi Klein has called environmentalism through genocide. They want the borders closed, and they want the non-white world population to be significantly reduced, if not eradicated. That's why the left can't really be environmentalists, because we aren't man enough to do what we need to do.
Population increase will on its own place unacceptable strains on nature. The modern left, anti-racist, pro-migrant, can never really be environmentalist.
That's how we feed the world's population, with humane animal agriculture. We get rid of most of the human population. Raw Egg Nationalist doesn't actually care about animals. You can't care about animals and eat them. You can't. Yes, you can and should minimize suffering, but at the end of the day, a pig is a sentient being with the intellectual age of a human toddler. Pigs love their babies, pigs mourn their dead, pigs feel fear, and pigs don't want to die. Raw Egg Nationalist doesn't care about pigs. He cares about saying that white people are superior to other people, and he uses our presumed sympathy for pigs to differentiate himself from the people of color to whom white people have exported the process of slaughter. He cares about dogs and cats so that he can compare himself to the inhuman Asians, who he claims eats them. He says directly that his care for animals, which again is very theoretical given his constant consumption of them, is because of his European heritage. Diagonalism is an amazing recruitment strategy if you look at the outcomes rather than the ideology. I agree with Raw Egg Nationalists about factory farming being an evil, but it's not because I believe some fabricated racist ideology that being against animal agriculture has anything to do with my race. The same way I don't like Israel because ethno-states invariably lead to apartheid, while Tucker Carlson doesn't like Israel because he doesn't like Jewish people. These are different things. If you go on Twitter right now and look up either raw egg nationalist or Bronze Age pervert, which don't, but if you did, you will see extremely racist things on their pages. Just pure Nazi shit. They compare humans to bugs, they call them cockroaches, they talk endlessly about Jewish people. They are devout white supremacists, obviously, and their work is fundamentally eco-fascist. And again, may I remind you, they're followed by the sitting VP of the USA, a country which right now is doing everything it can to terrorize migrants and non-white citizens and large parts of the Islamic world. Raw Egg Nationalist is publishing his next book under his real name. He doesn't need to be secret anymore. The alt-right is the mainstream right. They are not fringe figures anymore. They are men who are training for a race war. They have allies in the seats of power. They have inspired mass shootings like the one committed by Lyndon McLeod, who continually quoted both men on Twitter before fatally shooting 5 people in Denver. A lot of the reporting on Bronze Age Pervert focuses on how he was banned from Twitter. But you all know how Twitter works since it was taken over by billionaire Elon Musk. Now the only people who stay banned from X.com are the people who tweet about eating billionaires like Elon Musk, who, by the way, follows a variation of the carnivore diet and believes in great replacement theory. So Bronze Age Pervert is of course unbanned, and Goy Slop is an acceptable hashtag on Twitter, and in the time since we've started writing this essay, it's popped up on more and more websites. It's broken containment. The Overton window has shifted. As Gramsci argued, the culture changes and politics follow. These fringe figures are less fringe than ever. Raw Egg Nationalist says we must radically increase our protein consumption to fuel the upcoming race war. And trickling down the pipeline, more and more protein products are filling the shelves. There's a very important subject in this conversation who we haven't talked about yet, but I'm afraid to bring them up. So before I do, you should know something. This video has chapters. You can skip this section. You can choose not to engage, but I hope you keep watching. I hope you stay here. I hope you'll bear witness to a world that has been hidden from you. And I hope that for a moment we can talk about the absent referent in this story. Non-human animals. Cows, chickens, pigs, sheep, goats. We can't exactly interview them for this essay and ask what it feels like for them to be commodified and consumed, but we can at least discuss some basics of what their lives are like under contemporary society. I won't show you any images to upset you, and I won't exaggerate. I promise you, we will be discussing this as factually as possible. Carol Adams, who we've discussed earlier, came up with the idea of the absent referent when speaking about meat. It describes the relationship an animal has to what you eat. You eat meat, you eat veal, you don't eat a corpse, though that is what you're eating. It's been linguistically transformed from a dead body into food. The animal's not an animal anymore because it's been killed. They're absent as beings because they're dead. Adams also says that while we literally make them absent by killing them, we metaphorically make them absent as well. We turn them from beings into objects. She draws this to the experiences that human women who've been physically victimized under patriarchy have, whether via battery or sexual assault. We often say, I felt like a piece of meat, because we weren't there anymore. As a being, we had in our attacker's eyes been transformed into a means to an end. A means to their pleasure, a means to exercise their anger, an object. I think it would be dishonest to make a video about the politics of meat and the Meat-to-Fascism Pipeline while skirting the entire time that meat is the body of a slaughtered animal. We can imbue it with all kinds of alternative meanings, but at some point, that chunk of meat was a back leg, or a nose, or a neck. It was the top of their mouth that sometimes felt itchy. The intimacy of your flesh is the same. Leaving aside any appeals to morality, we know definitively that the main animals consumed for food in the West, cows, pigs, baby sheep, and chickens, have nervous systems virtually identical to ours. Even lobsters, who seem like aliens, have recently been shown to be helped by aspirin or lidocaine if they've been hurt. Cows and sheep and pigs have skin like our skin. They feel heat and cold, they have areas that are sensitive and areas they don't like others touching, and they feel pain. We also know that they feel fear. We build slaughterhouses with that knowledge in mind. Cows have to be herded through twists and turns so they don't see the cows ahead of them having their throats slit. Otherwise, they'll panic and try to escape. We build slaughterhouses so that by the time they realize what's happening, they can't escape. They do still try, for the record. It's a big source of injury for slaughterhouse workers. Panicked cows trying to kick their way out of the line of slaughter. I mean, these guys are big. You are. You're very big. I imagine some of you will quibble with me if I say that they feel love. So I won't. I suppose we don't really know if anybody feels love, really. But they do form attachments. They form relationships. They mourn when those relationships are broken. I can say that because it's all observable behavior. Mourning describes a period of altered behavior after the death or loss of a companion. We see that chickens mourn when they're separated from their companions. I spoke about this in an earlier essay. When I kept chickens and had a raccoon break into their coop and steal one in the middle of the night, her lifelong companion screamed all night long for her, a special call that she had previously used just for this chicken, Dee. And when we miraculously found Dee still alive in the morning, they embraced each other with such intensity that it convinced my meat-eating parents to take this hurt chicken to the vet and pay a vet bill for an animal that is usually just conceptualized as a means to dinner. Dee recovered and was reunited with Gertrude, and both chickens went on to live really happy lives together. But we know that cows mourn too. The most common example is dairy cows. Behind me, you see some cows. This is the ideal image of a cow. This is the image we sell to our children when Miss Rachel visits a farm. Cow said, moo. You do. You say moo. Okay, this is a cow in a huge space, lots of pasture behind her, with lots of companions nearby. I think those of us who grew up eating meat, as I did, imagine that cows mostly live like this and then go, yeah, okay, one bad day of being slaughtered, but they're otherwise cared for. It's still a life of objectification. It's a life where from the moment they're born via forced insemination to the moment their throat is slit, they're being shepherded with the intent to maximize their ability to generate profit. And I personally believe that's unethical, but I do understand why other people aren't that bothered. However, this gorgeous day is not a real accurate reflection of even these animals' lives. These cows are female. Most of the meat you have consumed in your life comes from the bodies of females. When a dairy cow gives birth, it will give birth to either a male or a female. Male calves are considered surplus product because they're useless to the dairy industry. And with very, very, very few exceptions, these calves will be taken from their mothers as soon as they are born and sent to manufacturers of veal. Now hang on, some of you are saying. I'm from a place where there are safeguards against veal production. That may be true. But unless other countries where they have looser animal welfare standards. This happens when they're only 2 to 3 weeks old and unweaned. On long journeys, some calves will starve to death, but not so many do that it would be more profitable to stop and feed them along the way. Veal's upsetting to people, so I'll make this quick. The process of creating the meat we call veal traditionally involves limiting the movements of a baby cow, often by use of a crate, and feeding them a nutrient-poor diet so that they develop digestive issues and anemia. Both of these practices are made to keep the meat tender, white veal it's called. The EU has banned veal crates. However, again, it's not banned the shipping of baby cows outside of the borders. So many are sent to Algeria, Turkey, Lebanon, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Nigeria, Taiwan, Cambodia, etc. Mostly to places where veal can be produced as cheaply as possible, with limited animal welfare standards, after which their bodies, as meat, can be imported back into the EU for consumption. Ireland ships live cattle all over the world, including controversially to Israel, and often with a large number of those live cattle becoming sick or dying in transit. So it should come as no surprise that Ireland is also one of the primary shippers of cows for the veal industry. We don't produce crated veal inside of our borders, but we are central to the global veal industry. Now, hang on, you might think, why don't they just let male cows grow into steers and use those steers for beef? That's probably how most of you assumed the system worked. And it did once work that way, prior to industrialized farming. But now, with meat being so ubiquitous and profit margins being so thin, we use different breeds of cattle for meat than for milk. Beef cows have been selectively bred to grow large quickly. Dairy cows haven't. It actually uses an enormous amount of food to raise a cow from a baby to an adult. And meat is a cheap commodity. The combination means that there isn't enough profit in raising a dairy cow to adulthood just for meat consumption. So each male dairy cow born will become veal. The veal and dairy industry are one in the same. Although I have been told that in some Irish farms, they actually are using a hybridized cow. So that's something. And leather, animal skin, is an entirely different industry. Some people labor under the misapprehension that they're honoring the animal by wearing leather, but we don't use every part of the animal in slaughter. The leather you wear on your clothes is from different cows than the ones you eat. Most leather you wear is from cows killed for leather. There are different animals for meat and milk, and increasingly leather. And the leather industry is growing rapidly. More and more cows are being bred each year to meet our demand for leather used in fast consumable fashion. But leather isn't coming from the global north. See, in order to keep skin from rotting, in order to make it long-lasting and pliant, it must be treated with some of the most noxious chemicals known to man. These chemicals are extremely dangerous to work with, and as worker safety standards have increased, tanneries in the global north have had to close. So that in the UK, for example, they've gone from 4,000 tanneries in the 1900s to 23 today. Cow meat is worth more if it's slaughtered in the UK or Europe, but once the animal is slaughtered, exporting its skin to a tannery becomes a biohazard. And besides, line speeds at slaughterhouses go increasingly fast to make any profit at all with how cheap cow meat is, so workers don't have time to make sure their cuts aren't damaging animal hides. It means that more than 50% of all cow skin in places like the UK goes to landfill, where their decomposition contributes somewhere between 3 million to 6.4 million tons of CO2 per year. Meanwhile, leather tanning with its dangerous chemicals has been exported to poor communities in the global south, places like Bangladesh, India, China, and Morocco, where workers deal with the deadly consequences of working with carcinogens every day, leading to high rates of lung cancer, testicular cancer, soft tissue sarcoma, pancreatic cancer, and bladder cancer. And where we don't have to look at the impact that that industry has had on the environment, like the 50 million gallons of toxic waste tanneries dump into the Ganges every single day. And while I'm no fan of plastic as a replacement for leather, even plastic uses less water and fossil fuels than leather to produce. But I got carried away. I lost track of the animals again. We were talking about the fate of male cows. Well, what if the calf is a female? Sometimes she'll also be shipped off to make veal. Dairy farmers have a limit on the amount of cows they can care for at any time, and they don't have the capacity to raise every female calf. If she's selected for veal, the process is the same as for her brothers. Often shipped to a place with laxer animal welfare standards, locked in a crate for the rest of her life where she cannot socialize or even stretch her legs, fed an intentionally low iron, low fiber diet with the belief that this will make her body more tender, and then killed at around 16 weeks or 3.5 months old. But if she's selected to become a dairy cow, she will stay on the farm. But she'll still be taken from her mother. This is because we found that calves, when kept with their mothers, consume more milk than the minimum required to keep them alive. To maximize profits of the dairy industry, one which also operates on razor-thin margins, it's more profitable to milk the cows and give the minimum amount possible to their calves through bottle feeding, and then sell the rest. The calves will be weaned from bottle feeding onto solid food as quickly as possible so that the maximum amount of milk can be sold to consumers. When the calves are grown, they will be inseminated. Some vegan activists, especially feminist activists, point to this as a violating type of cruelty, akin to sexual assault. I don't know what a cow feels when a human arm enters her vaginally to inseminate her. Personally, I think sexual assault is too tied to cultural baggage to compare these situations, but what we know is that the cows struggle, call out in pain, and must be restrained. The cow will be pregnant, she'll carry a calf, and will give birth. Some cows die in this process, just like some humans die in this process. If everything goes well, the cow will birth a baby. We probably can't say that that cow will love their baby, because again, we don't know what goes on in their heads. But she will show behavior that I think of as maternal. There's academic work on this question from the meat industry, in fact, and cows are, I hate to say it, really devoted mothers. When their babies are born, they'll groom them, vocalize at them, and stare at them. I remember after my baby was born, knowing that I desperately needed to sleep after multiple nights of labor and not getting any rest, but I couldn't. I didn't want to close my eyes when I could be staring at my new baby. I don't know if cows feel that way, but they do stare. Another cool thing, by the way, that I didn't know until I started doing research on this video is that left to their own devices, cows will form what they call creches, where other cows in their herd will take turns watching over all of the babies in the herd so that the mothers can get a break. They'll stand guard for each other's babies. It's cow preschool. It's really sweet. Carol Adams has argued that non-human animal agriculture is a deeply gendered industry, whereby non-human animals are routinely feminized in order to facilitate their objectification, butchering, and consumption. I don't know about that. I think there are many ways we objectify beings. But as someone who breastfed a baby, I found that process to be significantly more painful in the initial stages than I was prepared for. I kept going and it got easier. But if I describe some of the physical challenges to you, this video will get taken off of YouTube, which I guess is just another way that the material reality of womanhood is kept absent. Honestly, I wouldn't have kept going if not for a lot of support and for prescription-only wound pouches. And I think about the trad wife influencers who try and paint breastfeeding as effortless and natural when it's labor. And it's labor for the cows too. Each one of these have distended udders behind me, and they don't have a choice in the matter. Humans are making them do it. Humans are taking their milk. Humans are taking their babies. Humans are getting them pregnant over and over and over again until their bodies give out. The cows behind me are mothers. That's why their udders are like this. They've all had babies. Each one of these distended udders is because they've had a baby. And then there are beef cows, the kind that end up on people's plates. If they're raised like this, they're premium cows. Most cows globally are not raised in fields. Most cows consumed, even in Ireland, are from places like Brazil, where the rainforest is being cut down primarily to feed our growing appetite for beef, and where cows are packed very tightly in pens. The field behind us was once a rainforest. Ireland is supposed to be a rainforest. The reason it's not, the reason the trees across Ireland were cut down, the reason that we all think of Ireland as a place of rolling fields of grass is because the English wanted Ireland to be the place where they grew cows. This field is ecologically barren. Our natural ecosystem is barely clinging on. Tons of Irish mammals have gone extinct. Many more are endangered. There are fewer birds and insects every year. All because we keep farming cows. And friends, I'm only talking about cows. I'm not going into sheep or pigs. I'm not going into chickens, but do not comment, well, I eat eggs because chickens give those naturally, without looking into what happens to the male chicks who are surplus to the egg industry. Fish feel pain. Besides the fact that global fish stocks have been collapsing for the last 50 years, and we're literally driving mass extinctions based on the amount of fish we eat. I don't know what any of this means to these girls behind me. I'm just gonna thank them for being in my video by giving them some pets and some apples and some carrots. It's gonna be a flash of kindness in a life that they're living as a means to an end. But it doesn't have to be this way.
All right, but this is all getting dangerously close to becoming vegan propaganda. It doesn't have to be this way.
Hey!
Sorry, I'm just saying, our whole premise has rested on this idea that there's some fundamental link between fascism and the consumption of animal products, but come on, there's a big famous fascist that has clearly gone unmentioned and who we all know as a proud supremacist vegetarian.
Modi.
I'll do Hitler, you
I'll
do
do
Modi.
Modi.
Yeah, okay, great. Thanks. It's a reasonable question. If our argument is that there's this tendency towards high meat consumption amongst supremacists and Nazis, then how do we explain the fact that the most famous Nazi in history was a vegetarian? Well, first there's the defensive, pedantic argument one might make if one was, say, me. And that argument is, maybe Hitler wasn't really a vegetarian at all. To which the answer is, unfortunately, no. We can say with reasonable certainty that Hitler was, in fact, a veg muncher. The evidence that supports him following some kind of vegetarian diet is just stronger and more compelling than the evidence against it, and there seem to be more primary source testimonies for it than against it. Not that we should necessarily trust primary sources where the Nazi Party are concerned, because as has been theorized by historian Robert Payne, all of the claims about Hitler's lifestyle, including his diet, may have been elaborate propaganda masterminded by Joseph Goebbels to portray the Führer as virtuous and ascetic, a utopian man without vice. But there's evidence that emerged after his death, long after the end of the Nazi propaganda project proper. For instance, in 2012, the German newspaper Der Spiegel managed to interview this woman, Margot Wulck, who was the only surviving food tester for Adolf Hitler, a secretary who, like the other 14 non-surviving women, was forced against her will to test the old bastard's food for poison. And she had no reason to protect his reputation, and yet she claimed that all the meals she tested were vegetarian. Another example I like is that the Russians actually got their hands on part of Hitler's skull, something I didn't learn until researching this essay. So scientists actually examined the tartar on his remaining teeth, and again, they found no animal tissue. Oh my god, examining his vegetarian lifestyle quite Hitlerly. There were reports of him choosing mealtimes with guests to boast in gruesome detail about a slaughterhouse he had visited in Ukraine. Apparently, it amused him to spoil his guests' appetites, saying that this shows how cowardly people are. They can't face doing certain horrible things themselves, but they enjoy the benefits without a pang of conscience. He also was certainly not a vegan. He ate eggs, he drank milk, he wore almost exclusively leather, and there are even reports of him eating the occasional meat dish at diplomatic events and big banquets. Leberklöße, or liver dumplings. Also, it's likely a lot of his food was spiked with bone broth by his chef. So he wasn't a very good vegetarian, was he? I still think he was one. I don't think vegetarianism itself was particularly coherent at the time. But moreover, I don't want to get into purity politics with the Third Reich. Which brings me on to the next thing that I'm going to say. Because Nazi Germany, beyond just Adolf Hitler, was arguably, to some degree, sincere in their opposition to animal cruelty. In 1933, they introduced the Animal Protection Law, the strictest animal welfare legislation enacted in any country of the time. Ironically, these laws protected animals from some of the same cruelties that the Nazis would enact against people. So what's going on here? Is it, as hack psychoanalysts have proposed, a displacement of guilt? Probably not. It seems to have had more to do with propaganda. It's worth mentioning that the Nazi regime shut down basically all organizations in Germany that weren't Nazi organizations. So they were forcefully shutting down vegetarian and animal protection organizations, but they were also loudly proclaiming their own benevolence in terms of animals. But even more loud was their condemnation of kosher practices and generally their portrayal of Jewish cruelty to animals. So kosher slaughter, as practiced in Judaism, where all the blood is drained from the animal in order to eat meat free of blood, this became a frequent monster on the pages of Der Stürmer and in other Nazi propaganda. Kosher practices were portrayed as cruel for the sake of cruel. The Jewish population portrayed as inherently callous towards animals. So the Nazi love for animals was, in part, cultivated as an opposing image, one of civilizing benevolence. The blood of kosher slaughter was used again and again in Nazi propaganda, tainting and befouling imagery of rabbis and Jewish folk. Other fabrications about the Jewish community could be bolstered by this. Their seduction of German women to some debased existence, for example. Like, they're gonna steal your women and make them eat kosher beef. More specifically, the myth that Jews ate people was bolstered by this gastronativism, because it was impossible for the Nazis to prove that there was cannibalism happening, but they could give the myth salience by showing this hunger for animal flesh, this bloodthirstiness, this cruelty for cruelty's sake, and just imagery of blood. This is one of the nasty things about purity, right? Is that the focus is on the enemy group and how evil they are, not on the problem. The activities of the outgroup are inherently poisonous and corrupting because they're the outgroup. And so any talk of the actual issue, animal suffering, animal cruelty, really just boils down to removing the enemy from society. It is a legitimate issue transformed into an evil twin. It is weaponized compassion. It is no different, no better than raw egg nationalist wringing his giant hands over factory farming. I mean, like, diagonalism was the Nazis' whole thing, right? They called themselves the National Socialists. I won't hammer that home too much because, God help us, we got to finish this essay somehow. But I want to draw your attention to one other thing that I was reminded of when I was researching Hitler. See, Hitler was a typical fascist in so many ways. Summers in Rangoon, luge lessons, and a whole bag of medical issues, which of course included depression, anxiety, and IBS. He suffered from eczema, insomnia, and panic attacks, and an unexplained inflammation of his right eye. He was a lifelong hypochondriac with a dread of cancer who fed himself all kinds of meds and eventually paid quack doctors to feed him all kinds of meds that just made him sicker and sicker. He was taking gun cleaning oil as a patent medicine, which gave him headaches, diplopia, and tinnitus, and his favorite quack, a guy by the name of Dr. Theodor Gilbert Morel, who all the other Nazis hated, by the way, had Hitler on 90 different pills, 28 a day. He had him on intravenous methamphetamine. There were some barbiturate tranquilizers in there sometimes to help with the insomnia. My personal favorite is that he had Hitler on testosterone and estrogen. Don't tell the TERFs.
Yes, he was taking both testosterone and estrogen. which feels like something that you could just keep escalating, right? You could just be like...
Yeah, is that what makes the Ubermensch?
And by the end of his life, Hitler was shambling around in agony, likely suffering from Parkinson's disease on top of everything else, probably due to the meth. And I'm not bringing all of this up for your amusement, although you're welcome to be amused. No, the thing that I kept thinking as I read all of this was how much I was reminded of Jordan Peterson and Elon Musk and all the oligarchs and of course Trump. Because when you are someone who has to be right about everything, and you have the power to make everyone agree with you, and furthermore, that power derives from epistemic vandalism itself. That is, your strength is built on taking truth values and destroying them. Well, when that is the case, there is always going to be a stark vulnerability for such men. Their bodies. Because our bodies rely on a network of knowledge, proof, and care. Our bodies are vulnerable to misinformation and malpractice. And the bodies of fascists in particular are vulnerable to exactly the hyper-individual and epistemically hostile politics of the fascists themselves. But Hitler was a vegetarian, and there's probably not a tremendously useful lesson for us vegans and vegetarians to learn from that, other than that particular virtue doesn't really amount to all that much if it's not combined with a whole lot of other really rather important virtues. Like not being a bigoted dickhead trying to exterminate an entire outgroup.
So I'm gonna ask that you just pretend we didn't mention Hitler, because it's very hard to talk about any kind of evil after you've talked about Hitler. Like Jack the Ripper. Not a nice guy, sure, but it's not like he was Hitler, only Hitler was Hitler. But Modi, while he's not a genocidaire, is still really quite evil. He's been the Prime Minister of India since 2014, that's never a good sign, represents right-wing party the BJP, and is a proponent of Hindutva, a nationalist ideology which wants India to be exclusively Hindu. So just to put it bluntly, I'm a white girl. I'm not Indian. I've never even visited India. So I'm gonna give you my best stab at an overview of context, but hey, there are Indian people who cover this in much more depth. Among them, Rohan Davis, whose video on Hindutva should probably be your first step if you want to hear more. But here's the basic framework for understanding Modi. 1, India is a big place, which has always had a diversity of religions and cultures. 2, India was colonized by the Brits, who really outdid themselves with colonial horrors there, plus the fucking partition. And 3, Hinduism is a term that was adopted for the benefit of Europeans. But it's not a singular religion. It's an umbrella term for a diverse series of cultural practices and religious traditions, some of which are tied to the caste system. And 4, the caste system. Oh man, it is kind of like class, kind of like race. It's what level of society you're locked into from birth. It determines things like what jobs you can work, and where you can live, and who you can marry, and how educated you can be, and what you can eat, and where you can be.
We weren't allowed to walk these main roads and stuff to prevent the chance of morally polluting or spiritually polluting a privileged caste person down the street or something.
So that's the caste system. Again, this is a very brief summary. People from India, please leave your comments in the comment section. But all that aside, there's this dude Modi, the Prime Minister of India. He's one of the most powerful people in the world, and he's a Hindu supremacist. He's a member of the RSS, a group which formed at the same time as the Italian fascists and German Nazis and shared their goals. The foundational RSS members expressed strong admiration of the Nazi treatment of Jews and directly allied themselves with Mussolini. The RSS argues for a strengthened caste system, that people like Modi, members of upper castes, should by birthright occupy the top of the hierarchy and get social advantages. People in lower castes should be at the bottom, be locked into disgusting, dangerous, or upsetting jobs like slaughtering animals, cleaning the sewers, or disposing of dead bodies. And non-Hindus, well, according to the RSS, they should get out of India. India must be for Hindus and Hindus only. Everyone else should get out or be killed. And not to belabor the point, but from a belief perspective, Savarkar, the founder of Hindutva, was himself agnostic. This isn't about belief, this is about caste. So Modi is a bad guy. He presides over an India which has become more and more hostile to lower caste Hindus and religious minorities, Muslims specifically. He has taken away their rights, bulldozed their homes, razed their mosques, jailed the journalists and activists covering this, illegally expelled people to Bangladesh, and encouraged violent mobs. And he's also a proud vocal vegetarian, which isn't just a fun fact about him. It is intrinsically tied to his fascist ideology. To explain, our friend Rohan showed us a scene from a popular movie in India right now, one promoted by the BJP.
भूखी मर जाऊंगी लेकिन बीफ नहीं खाऊंगी
And that trailer has like 29 million views. Okay. And and so this is a mainstream Bollywood movie that was created by a Hindu nationalists, funded by Hindu nationalists, and marketed by basically the biggest podium in India, by Modi himself.
This is more from Rohan now.
The movie clip Rohan showed me is from Kerala's Story 2, which is an anti-Muslim propaganda flick that they released this past Ramadan. Subtle. Its plot revolves around a trio of Brahmin women who are seduced by Muslim men who appear progressive and sweet until the women are married, and then the men reveal their true colors as evil Islamists who want to bring Sharia law to India and specifically despoil Brahmin women by, making them wear hijab and eat beef, a thing which has never happened. But it follows in the standard fascist playbook for accumulating power and fomenting violence. They're going to steal our women and feed them halal beef. While for us in the West, going vegetarian or vegan may be seen as a countercultural move, this isn't the case in India, where around 35% of the population follows a vegetarian diet. Most people who are vegetarians are so from birth, and while concern for animals is undoubtedly a driving factor in people's vegetarianism, there are also concepts of spiritual purity and spiritual pollution.
Our food cultures in India have been shaped within caste segregated realities for a very long time. Because in India, food morality is inextricably linked and structured around caste.
Right.
And vegetarianism itself has functioned as a marker of privileged caste superiority, like cultural superiority and purity. So in my old friend group, I had two friends who were Tamil Brahmin and one friend who was from a Gujarati privileged caste family. And they would never eat at my house. Like, they would hang out at my house. They would show up. They would be happy to eat a McDonald's veggie burger at my house. But even if I were to make a veggie burger from scratch for them, they would not eat it, because it's about the place, it's about who's doing the cooking, it's about the purity associated with the food.
So just like with milk in the West, vegetarian food becomes a way to discriminate without saying you're discriminating. Vegetarian-only residential society sounds more benign than high-caste housing only, but it's the same thing. Talking about the temperament of a meat eater is really code for saying that the lower caste people are less evolved. And Modi doesn't shy away from this. For example, in his speech where he compared meat eaters to an invading barbarous mob.
वो मुगल के लोगों के जमाने की जो मानसिकता है ना, उसके द्वारा वो देश के लोगों को चिढ़ाना चाहते हैं.
But the plausible deniability of the BJP is a ruse. I'm sorry. Modi, like Hitler, uses his vegetarian diet to signal purity and discipline and self-control, but some of these high-caste vegetarians are cheating. Like, they're doing vegetarianism for the clout. There's a story in this magazine about a couple who eats meat and eggs, and they go to great lengths to hide that from their neighbors to maintain their social status, like burning incense when they're cooking and never throwing eggshells in their normal rubbish in case someone sees into their bins, instead driving immediately to secretly dump eggshells far away from the house. Or in treatment colonies for leprosy, some Brahmins begin to consume meat, including beef, because they already have lost their high status and become marginalized. There's no need to keep up the facade. These actions are not those taken by people who feel genuine horror at the consumption of animals, but rather indicate that vegetarianism is a hegemonic signifier which helps to mark and maintain caste distinctions. This is the case even though India is, again, a huge and diverse place. Some Brahmin Hindus eat meat. Some even eat beef. Modi famously used to eat meat. But his adoption of a vegetarian diet hasn't made him more peaceful. The BJP may say that vegetarianism is about reducing suffering and it's nothing to do with sectarianism, but if that were true, they wouldn't have to make propaganda where people are force-fed meat, and they wouldn't be attacking, beating, and even murdering people who are traditionally associated with animal agriculture. And they are.
For example, if you're historically a cattle herder, or someone working in a leather working facility and you own cattle, what tends to happen is a lot of those people, because they're marginalized and they might have converted into a different religion to try and escape the caste system or this Dalit status, they convert to Islam or Christianity or Buddhism or any other religion, but the society around them still segregates them into continuing that occupation. So what happens is those people, even if they were to consume or, do anything with the products that they're locked in to do, whether it's to do with cows or whatever, they will be violently lynched because it goes against the ideas that the BJP is pushing, which is they want a very specific Brahminical version of India, a puritanical kind of version of India.
People are genuinely being lynched. Slaughterhouse workers, leather workers, even the people who have traditionally made their living by collecting bones from animals who have died from natural causes, they're all at risk of being attacked by vigilante mobs and being murdered. There aren't official numbers past 2018 for the amount of people killed in cow lynchings, which is the official term. These are mobs of Hindu nationalists who attack and beat to death people who work with cattle, usually Muslims. The perpetrators of these beatings are often treated leniently and are not criticized by the ruling BJP. The practice has increased substantially since Modi took power.
खुद कभी नहीं रोक पाते अकेली। ये चैलेंज हमें कभी स्वीकार नहीं हो कि हमारे क्षेत्र से गाय निकालेगा तो उसका बदला उसे उस तरीके से दिया जाएगा।
And remember, many people are not even doing these jobs by choice. These jobs are grueling, dangerous, degrading, and disgusting. Bonded labor, a type of modern slavery, is officially outlawed in India, but the enforcement of that law is so inadequate that there still are slaves in India, especially in agricultural industries. But even people who are technically free aren't able to necessarily escape the professions they've been locked into by the caste system. In the articles I've read, people frequently talk about wanting to do other work, wanting better lives for their children, but being unable to change professions because of the surrounding society. As one worker put it,
you could never imagine the smell of rotten flesh. People think we're used to it, but we're not. It's just that we have no other choice.
Many Indians are fighting back against Modi and the BJP and casteism in general. I asked Rohan to point me in the direction of activists, and he sent me such a long list that I can't go over all of them in the time allowed. But here's a few. Ruth Manorama is a Tamil Dalit activist from Bangalore and has spent decades organizing women involved in unorganized labor in the slums, working jobs like manual scavenging. She's led groups as large as 150,000 people to protest forced evictions for marginalized people. She understands that class, gender, and caste all work together to create intersectional oppression, and that the fight for liberation must cut through all of them. Or what about Grace Banu, a trans Dalit activist from Tamil Nadu? She founded and directs the Trans Rights Now collective, which advocates for transgender Dalit individuals and promotes progressive causes. Teshin Poonwala is an activist and lawyer who has taken legal action against the cow vigilantes. Anand Talture is a professor and human rights activist from Goa who spent 31 months in jail on accusations of being a member of a leftist political party. Indian people are fighting back against Modi and Hindutva and casteism and sectarian violence. A fascist sits at the top of their government, but even facing corrupt jail terms and violent mobs with government support, there are still countless brave people fighting back. So I don't mean to be talking about India over here in Ireland as if it's some uniquely barbarous place. Caste is a pretty handy framework for Ireland, frankly. It helps me get my head around the treatment of travellers by settled Irish. Irish travellers are also locked out from jobs and housing and even eating at local pubs. A settled person wouldn't frame this in terms of spiritual purity, but they'd say things like, well, you know how they are. It even helps me get my head around some of these carnivore bros, who Rohan saw similarities with.
What you said about the English and the Europeans kind of like holding meat on a pedestal, what they're doing there is actually casteism, right? Like what they're doing there is attributing a form of moral purity to meat, right? And they are using that as a catalyst, as a tool basically, and being like, no, this is our club. Like you can get in our club. If you're not with this, you're not one of us, you know, and we can do whatever, we can treat you like whatever, you know, and and that's why you have all this, like, all these 2016 meme cultures about like, oh, look at this blue-haired vegan, whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's, for me, I'm seeing that, I'm like, this is casteist to me.
I don't bring up Modi to make any point but this. Vegetarianism and veganism are not, on their own, sufficient to fight fascism. Fascism is a global threat, and food is one of its tools. Modi and Hitler both used vegetarianism to paint themselves as moral, disciplined, and pure. Vegetarianism can be used as justification to disenfranchise or hurt marginalized people. Raw egg nationalists and Narendra Modi have the same goals, even if they have opposite methodologies. Western veganism is worthless if it becomes a marker of purity instead of a practice to reduce suffering.
So it seems as if veganism, yeah, the video's about that now. It looks like veganism is far from some perfect little self-contained ideology that will foster in and of itself betterness. Now, of course, it doesn't lead ipso facto to fascism, and given its contemporary position, certainly in the West, it is likely to have a lot more in common with other environmental, lefty, anarchisty, Marxisty kinds of ideologies, but there are almost certainly critiques we can make. And when you look at critiques of veganism, they seem to break down into two basic categories. One we could say is vibes, that is, the general sense we get from the idea and from the community of veganism. And the other category is consequence, that is, the material consequences of engaging in veganism for the individual vegan or for a world which suddenly turns vegan. So, consequential criticism number one, you won't get enough protein. It seems to be one of the most frequently asked questions that vegans get. Where do you get your protein? Of course, we've actually covered this. Nutrition is pretty poorly understood by the general public, but nonetheless has vast consensus and some really straightforward and consistent rules. The fact is, we all get tons of protein from multiple sources. Almost everyone that isn't at risk of general starvation is eating not just enough protein, but probably too much protein. As we discussed earlier, this particular biochemical seems to have been imbued with some kind of macho magical thinking where it's the only food group that we imagine you can't possibly have too much of, but you actually can.
Too much meat can make your dick stop working.
You should be more concerned with getting enough fiber. And vegans in particular should be concerned with supplementing B12. That's one of only two supplements we're going to recommend in this video, and the other is omega-3, although there's some debate around that. You can get omega-3 from seaweed and algae, and maybe from olive oil, but the safest and most conservative way to parse it is that it really only occurs in high enough numbers naturally in a diet consisting of a lot of fatty fish. The irony here is that most meat eaters don't have a diet rich in fatty fish. They have a diet rich in red and white meat. That means that most of you watching are likely deficient in omega-3, and therefore you have nothing to lose nutritionally from a vegan diet. Vibes-based criticism number one. Vegan food is very processed, and we covered this earlier too. People like Rick Berman and Frank Mitloner want you to think of vegan food as ultra-processed. But a lot of the time, the actual ingredients, like the ones in that delicious sounding prestige dog food they're so obsessed with, are pretty regular ingredients in modern food production. Or they're just things like lentils, flaxseed, soybeans, combined with each other. It's not remotely unnatural to combine such things. We call that cooking. That's cooking. Plus, there's a more important point here, which is to compare like with like. If we're talking about Beyond Burgers or Impossible sausages, rather than just, chickpeas, then let's compare those with highly processed meat products. Because there are tons of highly processed meat products, from canned foods to ready meals to whatever monstrosity comes to exist in the transformation of bleeding flesh into shelf-stable products.
Frayed bentos.
Frayed bentos. Frayed bentos.
Because meat tends to be a serious risk for spoilage and contamination with things like salmonella, a much greater risk than almost all plant products. And so there tends to be a much higher use of preservatives in such products. Are these preservatives necessarily dangerous in and of themselves? Probably not. That's woolly thinking. As we talked about earlier, that's the naturalistic fallacy. But for people who are in food deserts or who have limited dietary options as a result of poverty, propagating the idea that non-meat products are more processed or more unhealthy is not only spreading mistruth, it's spreading propaganda on behalf of a fucking Philip Morris hire. If meat products were the healthy option, the meat industry wouldn't need to hire the same guy as the tobacco industry, would they? Consequential criticism number 2, soy in the Amazon. Quite frequently, vegans are presented with this argument that in order to meet the demand of the growing number of vegetarians and vegans, we're having to cut down the Amazon to grow soy. Well, look at this. We already covered it too. The vast majority of that soy, 80%, as Sarah pointed out, is grown to feed livestock, to produce animal products in an astonishingly inefficient use of land to produce food. 6% of soy production globally is consumed by humans as soy-based food, almost all of it grown in Europe. When the production of soy in Brazil is mistakenly made the responsibility of white Western folks with plant-based diets, this doesn't just serve to propagandize against vegans, it also serves as cover for the world's biggest meat producer. In 2009, Greenpeace International published Slaughtering the Amazon, an investigation which revealed that JBS, the world's largest meat producer, were involved in illegal deforestation and modern-day slavery, operating hundreds of cattle ranches, many of which were unlawfully sequestered from displaced indigenous people. JBS was also revealed to be laundering criminal or dirty supplies of cattle through the supply chain to the rest of the world. Between grazing and crops like soya to feed cows, the cattle sector alone, just the farming of cows in the Brazilian Amazon, is responsible for 14% of the world's annual deforestation. 14%. JBS's horrific criminal record is absolutely just too long to list. It would be its own 4-hour essay.
JBS is still slaughtering the Amazon. It and its network of subsidiaries have been repeatedly linked to suppliers found to be engaging in illegal deforestation in the region and operating illegally on protected indigenous lands. Its suppliers have also been implicated in modern-day slavery, and its slaughterhouses linked to unacceptable working conditions, mass outbreaks of COVID-19, and salmonella-tainted chicken exports. JBS and members of the Batista family, the company's principal shareholders, are notorious for their historic systematic bribing of Brazilian politicians and public servants.
So you can see how maybe vegans like me can occasionally get a little preemptively exhausted. Just a little bit cranky when we're asked to defend our apparent complicity in the slaughter of the Amazon. But we can't get too cranky because vibes-based criticism number 2. Vegans are annoying. So I'm being annoying now. Vegans are always banging on about animals and death and chicken wings. I can't give this one credence because everyone's annoying. And we covered this. This is the degree to which Rick Berman, Frank Mitloehner, Frederic Leroy, and to an extent Jordan Peterson, succeeded. This is the dividend of a successful epistemic vandalism campaign. The idea has been incepted into the public imagination that environmental activists, and usually the worst offenders, vegans, are annoying, childish, unrealistic, mean, stupid, that their concerns are frivolous or hypocritical or just plain annoying. And this suits the very human response of not wanting to think about a potentially immoral thing you're doing. It is a measure of the success of every antagonist we've discussed today that being vegan is still a socially undesirable trait. making vegan choices is still something people actively shy away from. Did you know that if you label a food item as vegan, it will make people less likely to purchase it? That's been demonstrated in studies like this one, which shows that food people would otherwise normally eat is less likely to be selected from a menu if it's labeled as vegan or vegetarian. This is all it takes for something to be off-putting. Not its contents, not its flavors, not its ingredients, just the fact that it is labeled as for a certain social group, which happens to be the same label as not containing meat. This particular study recommends that in order to reach environmental goals, we might have to include more vegetarian and vegan items on menus, but without labeling them as vegan and vegetarian items. Which from my perspective is depressing praxis. Consequential criticism number 3. Animals, like small mammals, reptiles, insects, and so on, are harmed and even killed in the process of harvesting plant products. So no food is truly vegan. And if we scale the production of plant-based foods, we'll be harming even more little critters in the soy fields. Yeah, we're really getting into the, oh, well, I can't go vegan because side of the internet now, but sure, here we are. The response that I can give is that all agriculture displaces native wildlife. So 1, the most efficient foods are the most ethical foods, i.e. not growing an animal. 2, if you eat one dead animal, which also necessitated the deaths of other animals through ploughing of the fields and pesticides and farmers shooting foxes and running over badgers just because they feel like it, that's more animals. That is not a difficult moral calculus. And 3, shut the fuck up. Remember the bit just a second ago where I told you animal agriculture is responsible for 14% of the world's annual deforestation? Now that was just cows. Vibes-based criticism number 3. Veganism is kind of white. It's kind of a white person thing, veganism, you know? Vegan restaurants, vegan options in the bougie grocery store, vegans. It's kind of white. It's kind of a white person thing. To which I could reply, yeah, sure. But yes, with a very important caveat. A caveat that we've covered, actually. Gosh, we've covered so many things, haven't we? This one's the subject of the video. That is, no matter how white veganism is, no matter how vulnerable the average vegan is to sunburn and cringe, still, the ideological enemies of veganism, that is, hardcore ideological carnists, the meat industry itself, the Meat-to-Fascism Pipeline, the white milk, white power people, and the lobbyists, propagandists, and oligarchs whose dark economy relies both on profits from animal slaughter and the dividends of epistemic vandalism, well, all those people are also white. More white, actually, and directly serving the aims of white supremacy. But okay. This is a vibes-based criticism, and people have noted that the front-facing part of veganism is kind of melanistically challenged. And the history of veganism is white. The word vegan was first coined in the 1940s in England by white people. This story is about a chap named Donald Watson. He became vegetarian at the age of 14, all the way back in 1924, when he witnessed the slaughtering of a pig on his uncle's farm, and it absolutely horrified him.
I still have vivid recollections of the whole process from start to finish, including all the screams, of course, which were only feet away from where this pig's companion still lived.
Watson later gave up dairy products, rather ahead of the curve in 1942. He also became the secretary of the Leicester branch of the Vegetarian Society around this time. And in 1944, he and a few others requested that the Society's newsletter dedicate some space to, as it was, non-dairy vegetarians. The request was refused. So Donald and his future wife, Dorothy Morgan, set up a new quarterly newsletter, the Vegan News. The word vegan was taken from the first 3 letters and the last 2 letters of vegetarian, because it was, in Watson's words,
the beginning and end of vegetarianism.
And I think that's very cute. And my point is, I suppose, I've heard of worse white people than the working class Yorkshire man who gave us the word vegan. That's not to say that the movement is completely without fault with respect to its racial politics. For example, Watson only gave us the word. The practice of veganism can be traced back much further, and unsurprisingly, that practice should not be credited to white people. One of the first people to write about rejecting the consumption of animal products was an Arab poet and philosopher by the name of al-Ma'ari. He wrote,
"Do not unjustly eat what the water has given up, and do not desire as food the flesh of slaughtered animals, or the white milk of mothers who intended its pure draught for their young, not for noble ladies. And do not grieve the unsuspecting birds by taking their eggs, for injustice is the worst of crimes."
It's not really surprising that an Arab philosopher and poet, who happened to be one of the world's first atheists, should be somewhat overshadowed in the history of veganism. The Western world tends to have short memories where Arab thinkers are concerned, but I have to suggest that spreading the idea that veganism is white doesn't exactly do much to secure al-Ma'ari's legacy. It might instead be a better idea to explode and interrogate the various narratives we tell about veganism such that they are inclusive of these non-white but seminal influences. Like, what is white veganism?
Well, I don't have like a perfect definition for that.
And we told you there'd be more from Lily later.
It's like the veganism that's, not intersectional, doesn't take into account, of different cultures, different, socioeconomic backgrounds. I guess just like when white people just center themselves in these movements, when I like to remind people that a lot of the vegan foods we enjoy comes from like Asian. I'm part Asian, I'm Korean and Filipino. And when you look at like Asian, communities, there's a lot of plant-based foods as well. I guess then people think of veganism just like you go to Whole Foods and get like your $10 oat milk lattes, a day. But I'm like, that's not veganism. It's just harm reduction.
But okay, clearly in order to address this properly, I can no longer forestall where we're actually going. Biggest criticism of all, veganism is anti-indigenous. Veganism is inherently in opposition to the rights and the political struggles of indigenous people. I think we should give this critique a little more space than some of the others, because there is, as they like to say in Santa's workshop, a lot to unpack here. What I will say before we begin is that I want to treat the arguments with respect. That's why I will be basing my analysis on the works of several Indigenous academics, smarter people than I, who come from Indigenous backgrounds and have written about exactly this subject. I don't want to misrepresent Indigenous perspectives. I think it's a bad idea to make sweeping generalizations about what is good or bad for all Indigenous people. Hey, is this a consequential criticism or a vibes-based? There is no such thing as the world. Come along now. I've seen this criticism in its hardest form. That is to say, I have seen it expressed like, veganism itself is violence against Indigenous people. And I'm going to be honest, this version of the criticism is difficult to parse. I'm not sure what the mechanism is here. I'm not sure what it means. But I want to be reasonable, so I'm going to cite what I see as an easier version of the criticism to understand, one which is more substantive in its articulation of cause and effect. So I'll quote Sena Yenilmez, one of the co-directors and co-founders of the Indigenous Foundation.
Some vegans are frequently insensitive to Indigenous traditions and history in their activism, unwittingly reproducing their own role in the oppression of Indigenous people.
At which point I'm like, okay, now we're talking about stuff. This is a meaningful criticism. And I bet some vegans are hugely insensitive. I think we can see similar problems in the English-speaking world generally, in its assertions of morality and social values upon the rest of the world. You see it in the global north versus the global south, in the secular world, in its admonishing of all religious practices. From my perspective, we see something similar when people engage in activism or political thought who live outside of the United States, and then USanians inevitably come along and say things like, I know, the Republicans are the worst, right? And you're left having to be like, I'm fucking Danish. And I know that one in particular is an unfair comparison. I know that's much more trivial than what Yenilmez is saying here. She's talking about negative consequences for Indigenous people as a result of certain vegan activisms. And actually, she's specifically talking about hunting bans and their adverse impact on the livelihood of like the Inuit, which I think really helps to bring us to the nub of the argument. As Yelmes points out, in 1983, the European Union banned sealskin products made from white coat harp seal pups, and she attributes this, at least in part, to pressure from animal rights groups over the course of the 60s, 70s and 80s. And that's pretty reasonable. Greenpeace Canada made the decision to apologise to the Inuit community, first in 1985, but then a more full-throated apology in 2014 for imagery they used in their campaign to end seal hunting. The campaign was aimed at commercial large-scale hunting for the fur trade, but at points the campaign depicted the more emotive and visceral image of an Inuk hunter, a baby seal and a club. By Greenpeace's admission, this was an entirely wrong thing to do. The campaign was not aimed at small-scale sustainable subsistence hunting. It was aimed at industry. Now, eventually in Canada and the EU, there would be exemptions for Inuit hunters to continue the practice of seal hunting. But in reality, the broader ban and a growing aversion to animal cruelty has all led to a significant drop in demand for white seal fur, which of course has adversely impacted the Inuit. Greenpeace have apologised for their role in that too, saying in 2019,
"Like the corporations we campaign against, we too must be open to change, open to examining ourselves, our history, and the impact our campaigns have had, and to constantly reassessing ourselves, not just by apologizing, but by humbly making amends and changing the way we work. And we have a responsibility, not just as an organization that once campaigned against the commercial hunt, but also as conscious, socially responsible human beings, to right wrongs, to actively stop the spread of misinformation, and to decolonize our thinking, our language, and our approach."
In 2009, Aju Peter, an Inuk lawyer and activist, led a delegation of pro-sealers to Strasbourg, where EU leaders were due to vote on a ban of the import of all seal products into the EU. Now, you can have your feelings about whether or not that ban was a good thing. I know I do. But as Aju Peter points out,
all 600 parliamentarians in our small Canadian delegation went downstairs to a large restaurant to eat lunch. On offer were rows and rows of meat from cows, chickens, and pigs. Little pictures of cows were proudly displayed on the veal.
So I think Sena Yelmes has every right to be angry at the misguided anti-Indigenous propaganda of Greenpeace in their early days, and at the hypocrisy and short-sightedness of the European Union. Absolutely. But I just want to point out, neither of those are vegan organizations. And you could say that's me being pedantic, but I think it's important to point out that this argument about unintended consequences for Indigenous groups doesn't singularly implicate vegans. It implicates all ecological activism. Like any ecological activity, especially those activities which seek to protect species populations, potentially run into this ethical conundrum of interfering in local practices or local economies. That's clearly a much stickier ethical conundrum, isn't it? Indigenous people versus climate activists. Thankfully, as we'll see, for the most part, those two groups have incredibly similar goals. Also, there's an idea buried in this that I think we just take for granted, which is that Indigenous people have to do capitalism because that's just normal life, I guess. So the Inuit, for example, have to increase their hunt yield to sell fur rather than hunt to merely subsist. The expression of culture should never be dependent on the whims of the market, should never be vulnerable to a change in consumer habits. This is because arguably capitalism itself is irreconcilable with sustainable subsistence practices. Like, shouldn't we be yelling at investors and traders for their anti-Indigenous ideology? Aren't the real enemies the owners of capital who force us all to participate in their horrible game of instrumentalizing nature so that we too have to extract as much of its material as possible just to survive? I think it's probably easier, both socially and conceptually, to get on side with the existing bad press towards vegans. Vegans are already annoying and eat avocados or whatever. This is especially true of white people speaking on behalf of Indigenous people. I'm aware of the irony, so I'll return to Sena Yelmes. I think she makes a really good point about the tendency to wave away consequences for Indigenous people. I think she's fully right about the anti-Indigenous ignorance necessary for such dismissiveness. But I also honestly think she has to perform some abstraction to transform particular groups like Greenpeace and the EU into the remit and responsibility of white veganism. But I'll quote her one more time.
There are many vegans who are doing their part in helping the world and the environment without harming indigenous communities and who respect other cultures. Veganism is an integral part of many BIPOC cultures. However, this does not mean that traditional indigenous practices that are inherently sustainable should be banned in the name of veganism, as these practices are integral for certain communities and can have harmful impacts.
This perfectly reasonable position from this perfectly reasonable indigenous activist is the harshest criticism I have come across of veganism by actual indigenous scholarly sources. Everything beyond this is either praise or just good advice. Those who value only the preservation of an unchanging tradition join with the colonial powers in seeing no place for a contemporary indigeneity. There is more to our culture and to our relationship with the land, particularly as women, than hunting and killing animals.
You know, indigenous people can also be vegans. It's just like a weird stereotype. But then it's like, sometimes it's hard because when I try to like say, well, I'm an indigenous person. I've been a vegan for 12 years. I grew up eating meat and all the works. I grew up on food stamps. I grew up in a multi-generational household. I live in the most expensive state in the United States where like over 90% of our goods are imported. We're in the middle of the ocean. Everything is like double the price. But then they're like, well, then you don't represent. And then I'm like, okay, so you guys just don't actually care about our voices. You just want to use us. Just be honest, you know, and stop like using other people as an excuse. Just be honest. You don't want to go vegan because you like the taste of meat. I'm like, okay, all right, have a good day. You know, like that's just my thing.
Remember when I told you Amerigo Vespucci was writing about Native Americans back in 1503 and how they lived in utopia with nature and that's why they grew to hundreds of years old and how these are great lessons for the white man to learn in how to run his society? As Katrina Brown points out, this is a rhetorical device that exists throughout European history, even, and sometimes especially, in arguments between liberals about different kinds of liberalism. The purely rhetorical indigenous society becomes a weapon in arguing one thing or another.
Native customs and society were always being taken out of context by Europeans, and were judged by European norms and ways of thinking. In the end, the concept of the native and their society as imagined by Europeans was more of a European invention than anything representing the reality of the natives.
Brown goes on to reference Michel de Montaigne's 1580 essay Of the Cannibals, where he employs the noble savage trope to argue that civilization corrupts the natural way that things should be. Think Adam and Eve. Utopias exist in nature, at the point in our imaginations before we disrupt our natural relationship with the environment. And I would argue this is almost exactly what is happening when white people use indigeneity as a bludgeon against veganism. It is just as much the noble savage trope as when Liver King uses it. While he uses a generalized indigeneity as imagined by white people to make some point about a generalized masculinity in the global north, the well-intentioned liberal meat-eater uses a generalized indigeneity to make a point about generalized meat-eating in the global north. The difference is merely in the details. When we project this ideal of sustainability and utopia onto indigenous people, we erase one, and this is not a comprehensive list, but one, the disadvantages that many indigenous people experience in terms of poverty and having had their systems of knowledge destroyed by colonization. Two, the sheer number of indigenous people living in urban environments in food deserts with poor diets and poor health outcomes. And three, the fact that indigenous people are individuals and some of them might choose to be vegan because they're not a fucking monolith.
But then it's like when I say, well, there are indigenous vegans, like I'm an indigenous vegan, they're like, well, you're not a monolith. I'm like, you can't put that back on me.
From what I've seen, it's like quite common for them to be like, well, then you're not really indigenous then, you know?
Oh yeah, I've gotten some of those too.
And these are not my arguments. These are arguments made by indigenous people. Associate Professor Margaret Robinson at Dalhousie University, a two-spirit person from Eskikowek, Nova Scotia, and a member of the Lennox Island First Nation, writes, "When veganism is constructed as white, Aboriginal people who eschew the use of animal products are depicted as sacrificing our cultural authenticity. This presents a challenge for those of us who view our veganism as ethically, spiritually, and culturally compatible with our indigeneity. And you see a similar tension throughout the indigenous scholarly work on the matter. From within and from without, indigenous individuals who choose vegan diets are treated as if this act is a betrayal of their indigeneity, like they're not embodying that living museum properly. So who are we supposed to be helping when we reinforce this idea that veganism is a white person thing? Jessica Ordaz, assistant professor of ethnic studies at the University of Colorado, writes about the experience of going vegan in the Latinx community.
When family members and acquaintances have made jokes about not eating meat, they often cite the fact that meat is expensive and commonly viewed as a symbol of having made it for working-class families. My intersectionality prepared me to understand these criticisms and the working-class politics behind these remarks.
Here we see that meat as class signifier thing once again. But this class signification is hardly helping the racialized community in question. As Ordaz articulates, for the kids of migrant workers, life centers around the endless work dinners are what she calls struggle food, spam or other processed meats, white bread, shrink-wrapped cheese. What Leanne Epsteins describes as colonized diets. Ordaz dares to imagine the plant-based alternative to this reality, not the idealized Mexican bounty of the white imaginary with spiced beef or chicken somehow hunted or sustainably farmed by people slightly more free of the guilty burden of modernity. But Ordaz is not naive in her image of a plant-based way forward. For her, the major critique that can be made of vegan culture with its restaurants and various products is the same human cost she experienced growing up with agricultural worker parents. That is, the exploitation of a laboring racialized class.
People who center labor stress that cruelty-free as a synonym for vegan is a misnomer. A product might be animal-free, but how was it produced? By whom? And under what conditions?
So we can begin to get a clearer picture here. Veganism is flawed when it fails to take account of intersections, and certainly if your beautiful plant-based restaurant engages in wage theft or worker abuse or discrimination, then either it shouldn't get the label of vegan or that label of vegan is itself flawed. But look, this is a productive conversation, a productive critique. This is not epistemic vandalism, this is constructing an episteme. Let's keep going. Okay, so Dr. Kirsty Dunn at the University of Canterbury in Aotearoa, let's talk about the fucking Maori perspective. She echoes the same tension between indigenous authenticity and a way forward which is, for her, ethical and ecologically sustainable. She wants to be a Maori with a plant-based diet. She actually cites Margaret Robinson with that lovely quote, when veganism is constructed as white Aboriginal people who eschew the use of animal products are depicted as sacrificing our cultural authenticity. And she goes on to say,
in terms of Maori in particular, this connection between veganism and whiteness presents a significant challenge. For many, cultural practices relating to food are some of the primary ways in which we engage with our Maori tonga.
And that relates all the way back to today at lunchtime when I asked my lesbian wife what she wanted to eat. Remember? We ended up talking about how food is this primary, visceral, embodied expression of culture. And in a world where we have stripped people of land, of ancestral knowledge, of language, of tradition, I think it's fair for them to be pretty frickin' attached to the recipes. So of course we reproduce culture through things like big traditional banquets with great big honkin' animal carcasses in the middle of the table, and nobody more so than the Maori. But Dunn finds an interesting way to unpick this problem. She recognizes that foundational to this cultural expression are these two elements: community and tradition. People are attached to their recipes and they want to have the big feast and the big sing-song with their family and friends. Of course they do. They don't want to be left out or wreck the buzz for everyone with their Beyond sausages. So what Dunn does is she goes trawling through the Maori online vegan community and she finds some remarkable ways that people have resolved these tensions.
There are karakia, or prayers, that refer and recipes for veganizing traditional foods such as hangi, food cooked in the earth, and boil up, a popular meat-based dish which usually includes plants such as puha, soul thistle, potatoes, and watercress.
And as you can see, while Dunn does all this joined-up thinking, she simultaneously promotes and refuses to compromise her language. In fact, she goes so far as to present the idea that this word, vegan, might not be appropriate for the Maori. Instead, she suggests we don't translate kaimangatanga, a word that sometimes gets used to mean vegan, but really it means something else, something to do with caretaking and reciprocity with the land and the universe. And I think that's beautiful. I'm not attached to the word vegan. Honestly, I'm okay with moving forward with a better word or a better framework for a more joined up system of thought. In fact, let's talk right now about a way of doing exactly that.
Again, like non-Indigenous people want to bring up like, oh, but they like honor the animal. I'm like, yeah, and honoring the animal also means not eating them all the damn time, 3 meals a day. Like, so even if it's like you have to just reduce it, like, and you can't completely cut it out, then reduce it. Like, if you really want to honor Indigenous people, like, you think we ate meat like 1 billion times a day? No.
When you put it like that, Lily, it's like real straightforward. Full recipe for this ripping nettle stew coming to Patreon soon. It's weird. I like it. So what is natural? Is it natural to eat meat? Are clothes natural? Is our language natural? Am I natural? Is transness natural? Are my breasts natural? Are humans separate from the world? And is that separateness good? Our intelligence is what separates us from the animals, they say. Is that good? Is the intelligence with which we observe the universe beautiful? Bad? Natural? Is the playful way we manipulate our reality and pick flowers and delve into the very atomic makeup of living cells and matter and light natural? Is the way that we extract oil from the earth and mass slaughter living beings an emergent property of life itself? Is our technology natural? Oh, I don't really know, to be honest, but clearly it's complicated. So we as humans exist with this background of dissonances, the conflicts between the natural and the technological. And because of that background of dissonances, some of the loud folk amongst us can appeal to a general sense of discomfort and say, that's because we've destroyed the natural way of things. And you might be likely to say, yes, we have, even as they say, therefore we must restore that naturalness with... At which point they could say all kinds of mad shite. With a more natural diet, a return to women's natural place in the household, a return to a more natural state of white people north, not white people south, a natural hierarchy of man over nature. Here, look at this natural bowl of goodness. This is a native, indigenous Irish meal. It's a stew of hazelnuts, local seaweed, wild garlic, and nettles. So how natural is it? How indigenous is it? Well, hazelnuts and seaweed have been found at some of the earliest archaeological sites in Ireland. So long before colonisation, the Irish diet featured both heavily, although the combination would hardly seem a natural part of a menu in an Irish restaurant now. As for the nettles, well, they're lovely and natural this time of year, but honestly, we bought them at the market. We didn't even bother foraging this time. They came in a little plastic bag, and I cooked this stew with potatoes. After all, what could be more Irish than those? Well, they're a selectively bred cultivar from the Americas, aren't they? A result of all that Native American agriculture that never existed. And I cooked the stew on a gas stovetop in an artificially lit kitchen, and I even added vegan feckin' cream, which is most unnatural to so many of you. But it looks kind of nice, doesn't it? It's kind of wholesome and earthy and weird. It would seem that how natural a dish is really depends on how you tell the story, doesn't it? Natural is a vibe. That's the point. So let's talk about ecofeminism. Ecofeminism! There isn't really a simplistic consensus on the exact meaning and limitations of ecofeminism, which may be a good thing, as we'll hopefully see. But let's be honest, we make video essays, and like
anyone who makes video essays, we are only capable of a certain level of understanding and explanation with these ideas that are so much bigger than us. So I'm going to interpret this word, this idea of ecofeminism, to my own ends, imperfectly. But even given all of that, ecofeminism is, in a sense, the beyond veganism that we might propose in fighting all of this evil that we've brought up over the course of this video. As anti-fascism is to the politics of the modern era, so ecofeminism is to the protein pipeline. I guess it was always going to be the natural conclusion. So to begin with, I want you to picture Jordan Peterson and all that he stands for. I'm asking that of you because I think he might just be the singular personification of everything that ecofeminism isn't. Because sure, I'll grant, at first glance, it's a strange little idiosyncrasy that he practices and promotes an all-beef diet. It's just a little curiosity. What an unusual psychologist, or whatever you might say. But as we've shown on further inspection, this diet really is a representation of his ideology. A highly restrictive, ordered, inherently hierarchical and reactionary synecdoche of manhood and conservatism, a full and unapologetic transformation of the absent referent of cow into the magical substance of beef, the ultimate masculine commodity, every day, 5 times a day, washed down with ox bile and the blood of your enemies. Peterson is a Klingon with lower than usual insight and empathy. But we can reply to this fellow and his ideology with Carol Adams, who, in addition to describing animals as absent reference, was also a foundational thinker in this field called ecofeminism. So beyond just inviting us to see the cow, she challenges us to contend with all that unnecessary suffering around us and contextualize it in how it is fundamentally interrelated. So we might begin to see how Adams and Peterson are like ideological opposites, where Peterson argues dismissal of scientific consensus on existential threats and a complete detachment from social issues into this entirely individual self-improvement project predicated on control and power. Adams totally switches it around and says that man's misguided and destructive impulse to control and commodify nature is that which leads to all of our suffering, to the suffering of animals, of women, of oppressed people, and ultimately of men themselves. As Sarah was getting at in the sad section about cows, ecofeminism draws a parallel between the objectification of women and the objectification of nature itself, the instrumentalizing of women and the instrumentalizing of nature. So that means turning subjects into non-subjects, non-thinking entities, turning beings into irrelevant bundles of material for extraction and consumption. And as ecofeminism has developed, it has of course incorporated race and indigeneity into the picture, so we can go even further and draw another parallel with the objectification or instrumentalizing of the racialized other. This makes sense of both Liver King's Noble Savage and Gwyneth Paltrow's Divine Feminine. So first, this idea of the tribal human as closer to nature. In the Western view, to be closer to nature, even when we think it's good and utopian, is still to be less human, because nature is the soulless assemblage of materials with which humans enrich themselves, right?
White men are at the top, followed by people with genders, races, disabilities, and other othered humans, then non-human animals, then nature, and inanimate objects.
Nature is the thing we're separate from, where we pick its fruits and slit its throats and drink its blood and dig holes in it to burn its oil, right? That's nature. So therefore, to be closer to nature is to be less human, to be less intellectually valuable, to have less agency, less capacity to feel pain. It is to be less like me, a god observing the universe, and more like a big pile of fucking meat. The ecofeminist position is that the instrumentalization of nature itself is the problematic ideology at the center of like all of our fucking problems. This separation from nature is the fundamental thing that humans are mistaken about. The hierarchy of humans over animals, our self-determined elevation over the ecological systems that support us and compose us, is therefore the fundamental error from which this kind of racism emerges. But it's also the error from which sexism emerges, because we have this idea that women are closer to nature too, that women are the amniotic, mammalian, blood-soaked, suffering lumps that produce real people, aka men. This manifests in so many ways, in women being perceived as more emotional, less rational, more slaves to their hormones, more fundamentally composed of their biological comings and goings than the well-dressed brain in a vat man. So when trad wives and Gwyneth Paltrows and internet subcultures of women-hating regressives sell the idea of natural womanhood, they are fundamentally dehumanizing women, naturalizing the intellectual hierarchy of men over women, and even naturalizing this discrepancy in humanness between more human men and less human women. Understanding this helps to make sense of all the anti-science bent within the wellness industry. The dangers and harms we subject women to are only real if you don't understand the naturalness. Like Sarah. She's so obsessed with women's rights and medical neglect that she clearly doesn't understand the naturalness of woman in tree.
I'm fucking scientific.
And me? Oh, I'm unnatural. Just too dependent on hormones and makeup to be a natural woman. And of course, it's easy to imagine that that's a bias that rests with a very specific group laboring under a hateful ideology, but that's not how this pervasive naturalistic fallacy works. It's everywhere. It pervades all the woolly thinking that fuels the burning world around us. That's a mixed metaphor. You're probably worried about it going cold. We already ate this yesterday, and it's very good. But I'm not gonna eat while I'm talking to you. People are at least somewhat aware of inconvenient truths like animal agriculture is destroying the world. But the convenient mistruths like meat is natural and necessary and vegans are weird and even if you like, veganism is anti-indigenous, well, those lies can get halfway around the world while the truth is still getting its boots on. I asked you, what is natural? And you want to know what I think the answer is? The natural is that which we wish to be natural. We project our beliefs onto nature. We compromise with fictions about naturalness. We collectively choose to popularize the naturalness of an ingredient like a potato, but we collectively refuse to regard as natural an ingredient like vegan cream. We prefer to regard as natural the field of grass, the cow, the distended udders, and the milk in our mouths. And we do all of this because the alternative is horrifying. And the alternative is effortful and confusing. So we conflate usualness or normalcy with nature. And because we're all born sometime in the middle of a bunch of media-saturated capitalism, our normalness, our naturalness is actually really fucking weird. So we take our entitlements and privileges as natural, such as they appear to us, especially if in the context of being simultaneously disenfranchised. We are, all of us, the white working man using union power to get more meat than his Chinese rival and calling that the natural way of things. We are, all of us, the small business owner rejecting the concept of a global pandemic and claiming that that's what immune systems are for. We are, all of us, Jordan Peterson, saying, well, it worked for me. This makes particular sense of the degree to which we meet the protein craze halfway. How normal it is to see protein powder on your friend's kitchen counter. The sheer number of people who eat more meat now than ever. The distinct absence of concern about just how pervasive this broader food fad is when it is so clearly scientifically bollocks and politically motivated. I don't know, man. You have to begin to wonder if the ecofeminists were right when they began to worry that a hierarchy over nature was bad for our brains. The degree to which we just repeat anti-vegan and anti-environmentalist talking points, even if they were literally fabricated by world-famous professional liar Rick Berman, as if those are just normal and neutral discourses that occurred to us because we're so fucking rational and open-minded and outside-box thinkers. The degree to which it is an acceptable proposition that meat consumption is not an inherently leftist topic. And the lack of joined-up thinking between the let's smash fascism people and the let's exist on a livable planet people. So how can this thing, ecofeminism, help? Well, by being a joined-up system of thought. Look, I'm not going to give you what might be a sufficiently lengthy explainer on what ecofeminism actually is. That would be a whole other essay, and we just made like 5 in this one. Instead, I simply want to suggest popularizing ecofeminism as a movement and as an identity, and refer to two basic tools that ecofeminism can give us. Those tools would be the praxis part, activism and political action and individual choice, and the thinking part, the episteme, the way that ecofeminism allows us to see the world. In terms of praxis, I think understanding that might help us to understand why ecofeminism isn't already more popular or already a more secure part of mainstream feminism. It seems to be because ecofeminism really challenges us to act in a number of ways that are really fucking hard. Yes, there's the obvious call to action, which is to stop eating meat, stop supporting human endeavors that cause the unnecessary suffering of animals, stop participating in such an environmentally destructive industry. This is not a popular idea. It's too uncomfortable to be popular. But as has been shown over and over and over again in the science, specifically in the Eat Lancet Commission, cutting our meat consumption is an urgent moral and existential imperative, particularly in the global north. And if this essay has shown you nothing else, giving up meat is a fuck you to some of the nastiest men who have ever lived. It's actually a fuck you to patriarchy. But of course, if that was it, it would just be veganism. And fuck veganism, right? I identify as an eco-feminist now. I mean, I'm still going to ask for the vegan menu in places because they probably won't have an eco-feminist menu, but nonetheless, I'm already concerned with way more than just animal welfare. And ecofeminism inherently folds these other battles for justice in there. Let's list them. Broader ecological struggles, like the fight in the Amazon against JBS and other corporate destructive forces. The Amazon rainforest is a front line to multiple causes. It's a battle to preserve indigenous ways of life, to protect these unimaginably huge and beautiful ecosystems, animals and plants in such diversity we can't even imagine it. And of course, the Amazon rainforest is a massive carbon sink, one of the lungs of the planet, without which we're pretty fucked. Ecofeminism is inconveniently vocal in calling us to action on this. According to ecofeminist ethics, you cannot ignore it. You cannot meet such an issue halfway. You can only defy. And equally, ecofeminism tells us that the colonization and corporatization of food systems generally is something we cannot allow to continue. Our food systems are on the verge of collapse. Global food security has never been under greater threat. There is no plan to deal with this. We will have to feed ourselves at some point. The alternative is the end game as conceived of by the global fascist movement and people like the raw egg nationalist, to secure borders now and bunker down to watch the starvation of those you deem lesser than you. Which will not work, by the way. The science is in. Systems that operate across the whole planet are crucial for systems to function on a local level. Raw egg nationalist and bronze egg fucking whatever. These guys are really blinded by their Western chauvinism when they think you can just put all the agriculture and survivability behind a big border around some magically surviving Europe and North America. Like, that's fucking stupid. It's not an option. It's just a temporary cause of conflict while things get worse. In contrast, the scientific consensus is that we have to collaborate on keeping global systems, like the lung that is the Amazon rainforest, intact. Justice for the global south means survival for us all. So ecofeminism, being the more epistemically and scientifically sound position, brings us right back to indigenous knowledge and food sovereignty. Contemporary exploitative capitalism, built as it is on land theft and settler colonialism, has obviously destroyed practices like subsistence hunting, gathering and foraging, small-scale agriculture, basically all food systems that might be shared or taught individual to individual. Think about that in the sense of learned incompetence. Barely any of us would survive if we had to produce food for ourselves tomorrow. It's a shocking and vulnerable idea, a challenging truth hiding behind the comfort and naturalness of going to the grocery store. Indigenous food knowledge has been destroyed through genocide and institutionalization, things like boarding schools and education systems in colonizer languages designed to erase culture and teach Eurocentrism. Urbanization and poverty continues to force Indigenous people to consume nutritionally crap food, all leading to what's been called Western food imperialism. And under our current system, we have a corporate food regime, all of us do, in which the owners of capital buy and sell the raw materials of food, cows living and dead, and corn and all the other lads, and the overriding motive that these capitalists have for doing so is profit. So the cheaper the materials in and the more expensive the product out, the more profit for companies like Cargill and Tyson and Pilgrims and JBS. This not only allows such corporate monstrosities to get away with destroying the planet and producing the contents of provably harmful diets, but also they get to dictate culture. It allows them to destroy not just indigenous knowledge, but contemporary knowledge, to attack science, to confuse the public, to engage in epistemic vandalism. So the grocery store and the big pornographic burger for the working class man and the fad diets and the fact that vegans are so annoying and eat bad food become the things that are normal and natural. We consider cheap, mass-produced, factory-farmed meat products consumed 3 times a day as normal. It is easier, in fact, to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine not buying a burger. In contrast to this, indigenous people and people in the global south generally have been at the forefront of the food sovereignty movement. The idea is simple. When people have access to their own food production, their health outcomes are better. When food production is not for profit, everyone benefits. Shout out to 7th Gen Rising up in Canada, by the way, who helped us enormously by being sensitivity readers on the sections of this video where we talk about indigeneity. They're a queer indigenous youth-led mutual aid group who is out in the streets feeding their community hundreds of meals at a time. Our friend Turb is a member and is constantly fundraising for them. And well, we've got a link in the bio. They're not a charity. They're not some top-down organization. They are community feeding community. They're doing the work we all need to be doing. An ecofeminist lens shows us that such systems of food production aren't just preferable, they are necessary for our survival. I would argue that ecofeminism presents us with the straightforward premise that feeding ourselves in the future is incompatible with capitalism. And you have tools at your disposal to bring about that change in our future food systems. Giving up meat, learning how to produce your own food, collaborating with anybody, somebody, your community, on feeding our communities now and ourselves in the future. And there's yet more praxis. It goes on and on. I mean, you must have noticed that so much of the most notable activism of the last 50 years has been frontiered by women, by indigenous people, by people from the global south. So many of the people actually frontiering revolutionary action, rather than theorizing about revolution, are ecological activists. Justice is already ecofeminist. We just need to be less cowardly about admitting it. But okay, you might say, Neely. I'm Neely, by the way. I'm the one who isn't Sarah. Neely, you might say. It sounds like you're just taking everything you like and slapping the label of ecofeminism on it. And you know what? In some ways, that's exactly what I'm doing. Because, like I said earlier, ecofeminism isn't some straightforward singular system of thought. It is not, nor should it be, as simple as a Rick Berman website with dubious facts listed on some easy-to-follow infographic. That's how you spot vandalism. Whereas actual systems of thought, they're big and complex, and the more you learn about them, the more you realize you don't know. The way that discourses work when they're alive and productive and concerned with ethics and the truth is that there is disagreement and tension. So, for example, I kind of think that early ecofeminist thinkers like Carol Adams arguably gave a little too much credence to actual essentialism, where women are actually, perhaps biologically, predisposed to caregiving and healing and Mother Nature-y stuff. Adams published The Sexual Politics of Meat in 1990, so it's not like we hadn't already played around with social constructivism by then. Butler's Gender Trouble came out the same year, we had The Feminine Mystique and The Second Sex decades earlier. We already knew it was problematic to imbue women with some actual essential caregiving and healing powers. I mean, some women don't give a fuck about caregiving, and more power to them. But I want to get way ahead of you dyed-in-the-wool lefties who might already be familiar with ecofeminism, and I just want to clear something up. Because you might be like, I've heard of that. Ecofeminism, isn't that kind of turfy? And basically, no, not really. Even if I admit that Carol Adams studied under Mary Daly, which if you know anything about TERFs, you'll be like, what the fuck? But even given that, Adams' essentialism is, at its worst, the inclusion of a large and varied number of feminist movements. Ecofeminism has always been a big rapper. Rapper with a W, not like Biggie Smalls. How did that joke make it this far in the script? It's always a metatextual frame wrapped around earlier emancipatory struggles, and Carol Adams simply included in her ecofeminist thought groups like spiritual feminists and Mother Earth kind of people, and even, yes, some of the less savory radical feminists like Mary Daly. But this does not mean that the connection between feminism and the emancipation of nature is built on any kind of essentialist view of gender, And nor does it mean that contemporary ecofeminists come to some absurd conclusion that women's liberation from being less human is somehow built on them being closer to nature. No, contemporary ecofeminists, like most feminists, largely see gender roles as socially constructed. Manliness and womanliness are just as silly as Tucker Carlson and Gwyneth Paltrow make them look, because naturalness is silly. So for example, there's a particular ecofeminist thinker, Kura Irni, who points out that this label of human, while it might seem pretty straightforward, is actually anything but. And this relates to the idea that our separateness from nature is the wrong way to look at things. Historically, gender, and especially race, have played a significant role in who even counts as a human. And additionally, humanness is built on these negative comparisons with other animals, right? Ecofeminists, particularly these thinkers like Ernie and Donna Haraway, complicate the imagined boundaries of the human by pointing out how all species depend on one another both relationally and by co-constituting one another. As in, when we imagine our relationship to nature, it isn't just sitting peacefully by the lake being embedded in nature. It is the microbiome embedded in us. We have these organisms that we need in order to survive, not just out there maintaining a balance in the ecosystem, but in here, helping us digest our food, keeping us from getting sick, or just hitching a ride while science tries to figure out what they even do.
In this sense, humans are not ontologically distinct beings, but material living processes that become with other forms of life.
This is simultaneously mind-blowing if you really engage with it, and also the furthest thing from essentialism imaginable. There's no bedrock of natural and easily digested here. There is only the body horror of interdependent systems, mortality, permeable membranes, and highly negotiable categories. Conceptualizing a humanness that is inseparable from natural systems actually opens up all kinds of ethical and ontological doors. And as a trans woman, I'm like, yeah, I don't even fucking exist. I'm a space bacteria robot. Eat your estrogen, Beverly, nyam nyam. Humans are composed of natural systems, co-constituted with other organisms, dependent on other organisms, and subject to drastic change over time. It is perfectly reasonable that estrogen and progesterone have had this extraordinary effect on my body, and my body is going to change as I get older. I'm going to have trouble digesting some stuff. I am going to bleed. I am going to die. Ecofeminist thought invites us to conceptualize the natural systems around us not as backgrounds, but as relational and co-constitutive foregrounds. Animals aren't unconscious matter. They have language. They have technology. Animals can grow their technology out of their bodies, or they can use tools. And I think the more attention we pay and the more imaginatively and seriously we take them, the more species we will see using tools. Cow tools! But also, human technology is partly composed of relational and co-constitutive species. Agriculture is technology. Grass is technology. We have been laboring under this misapprehension that the world is made of materials. That even if those materials compose relations and co-constitutions, where very important systems will collapse or kill us, we can't help but see the world as material first rather than relational, co-constitutional system first. Even good old Karl Marx reinforced this chauvinistic view of the world, as was typical of post-Enlightenment thinkers. The eco-socialist Ariel Sala points this out when she quotes him.
Man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. He opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants.
So, alright, look, I can't help it, but I'm going to pick on my or/leftist buddies again. Not because I want to be mean to socialists, but because I want to point out how completely epistemically daft it is to exclude from your material analysis any basic understanding of ecology. These causes are fundamentally related to one another. As Ariel Sala put it,
the hierarchy was not abandoned during the secular Enlightenment, but reinforced by it, hand in hand with the scientific revolution. Hence Marx's typical anthropocentrism, or human chauvinism, to borrow Val Routley's phrase, and an overconfident estimate of the degree to which men can interfere with and control complex, partially understood phenomena.
An overconfident estimate of the degree to which men can interfere with and control complex, partially understood phenomena. Now, ain't that just the all-beef diet and fascist politics and tech bro hubris in a nutshell. I guess it's 2026 in a nutshell. We did it, people. We found the underlying error of all of the antagonistic fuckwits of our needlessly complicated dystopian age. These partially understood phenomena, that could be the entire world. From the delicate balances of ecology to the interdependent spheres of nationhood and peoples to the precarious whims of climate itself. Or these partially understood phenomena might be the human body, its ecology, its biome, our diets. None of these things benefit from hubris or putting fingers in your ears and saying, well, I think I'm right. These partially understood phenomena might be a non-human animal in her ability to experience love, heartbreak, terror, and anguish, and to communicate those feelings to her sisters and brothers. The world is full of partially understood phenomena. And as we get better at understanding, if that's something we can still do, then these phenomena will only grow in their partial understoodedness. Because knowledge exists in contexts. Real knowledge doesn't sit across from Joe Rogan and bite-size itself into the curious and digestible. You have to be so cautious of how you interact with such ways of viewing the world. Because there is no such thing as the world.
So Neely, is food one of the driving forces of the current descent into right-wing authoritarianism?
Yes, and it has always been so. Food it's just shy of a synonym for culture. Food is a primary way that we do culture. We're proud of our food. We identify with our food. We need our food. And historically, if you wanted to point out some bad, evil others, you could just point to their food and say that their food is bad and evil. Equally, if you want to illustrate some modern decadence, impurity, or fall of Western society, you can, and they clearly often do, point to food. Whether it's Liver King's better pussies today, or it's raw egg nationalists 36 eggs a day and a strong politics of nationalism, or it's meat advertising flirting with and promoting the anti-feminist backlash, or it's Modi and his anti-Muslim vegetarianism, clearly
Gwyneth Paltrow with her conspiritual pro-Israel woo-woo pills, or Joe Rogan and his meat man dick vitamins. The supplement market is massive. The US supplement market is estimated to be worth about $68.74 billion US dollars right now and is projected to nearly double in the next 8 years. That's due to these grifters and their narratives about what is natural and healthy. Just this week, the New York Times broke a story on Botanic Tonic's Kratom supplement. It's an addictive drug sold at petrol stations in the US, and it's been linked to liver toxicity, seizures, and thousands of deaths. After donating over $1 million to RFK, the administration is pushing for legislation which is extremely favorable to this dangerous drug on the basis that it's natural. There is considerable money to be made in convincing you to disregard mainstream nutritional and medical advice and start experimenting on yourself with supplements.
And maybe you have the right to experiment with yourself. Consumer freedom, right? And all that kind of bourbon bollocks. You can decide what you put into your body, right? See, after a while, it gets hard to escape the shifting culture and the connections back up to oligarchy and the Trump administration. That as much as it may have truly occurred to you on an individual level to take supplements with Cialis in them, or chug protein powder, or get gains, while you may not personally have or feel any responsibility to the broader epistemic vandalism, it is nonetheless undeniable that there is a web of misinformation and propaganda happening here. A resurgence in sexist, racist, destructive pseudoscience dressed up in power fonts and stupid names. From the spiritual and immutable power of meat-eating men to the naturalized inferiority of dieting domestic women, from the racial narratives of white milk to the anti-Asian homophobic joke-not-joke of soy boyery, to all the transphobic, Western chauvinist, generalized evil of the conspiritual diagonalist movement. You're not doing all of that, sure, but are you confident you can draw your political line cleanly before all of it?
And that's all very scary and diffuse. So let's bring it to the personal for a moment. Neely and I recently moved. If you're very clever, you may have noticed some of the clues that showed you that we were moving.
We are moving house.
So now we're in a city. We're in a more comfortable environment. We're in a place that we can more easily be ourselves. But behind the move was desperation. We needed to get out of the town we were in. It didn't feel safe. The unsafe atmosphere built subtly. It was sort of like a horror story that way. When we first moved, there were people who were introducing themselves by name and offering to give us spare vegetable plants from their garden, that sort of thing. Very quaint, very homey. But we started to notice cracks. The woman who gave me lifts to town started talking about the plandemic. The man with the nice dog is talking about how love-ins cure diseases. We're walking our 3-month-old around shoulder to shoulder on the packed St. Patrick's Day celebration, and a little child runs over to look at them, and someone says, "Oh, don't get too close. You don't want to give them your chicken pox." And we realize that someone has just allowed their very sick and very contagious child into a crowd, exposing our too young to be vaccinated baby to an illness that is life-threatening at their age. Our baby was fine. But people didn't understand why I was so upset. Didn't that girl with her very contagious illness have the individual freedom to go to that parade? And everything fell apart when Neely came out as a trans woman, and the town started icing us out. The postman stopped leaving our mail inside of the door. He started leaving it in this dip in the concrete that was outside of our flat, which always collected rainwater and always had a puddle in it. A transphobic anti-vax conspiracy theorist got an invitation to launch his book at the local pub, and all of the shops in town started proudly displaying signs advertising the event. We find out that our neighbors' kids aren't vaccinated. No one seems to be vaccinated. I mentioned to the local public health nurse that the baby is teething, and she tells me to give them homeopathic supplements. And isn't everyone a little autistic? And isn't it bad to have labels? And aren't you worried about the direct provision center opening up and the impact that all those immigrants will have on the area? And isn't it terrible that we're talking about gender to children? Why can't we just let kids be kids? The primary school has an outbreak of measles. Our doctor makes an exception to the vaccine schedule for our baby and gives our baby a dose of MMR at 6 months rather than a year because we're in a high-risk area and I'm scared. I feel unsafe walking around with my child. I feel a chill when I mention Neely. The library puts Catherine Stock's book on a highlighted display, and everyone was still so nice to me. That's the thing, everybody was nice to my face. No one called us slurs, but there was an undercurrent of dislike and disgust and danger, and the consequences of that could have been very real.
I suppose the consequences could have been terrible if I'd met the wrong person outside the pub. Thankfully, I'd become too anxious about participating in society at that point, so I didn't want to go to any of the pubs anymore. I think between November and April, unless it was a trip to Cork to house hunt, I left the apartment maybe a handful of times. And I don't know that I was necessarily in danger, but I do know that the whole place was an epistemic clusterfuck of nonsense knowledge. Like the whole town was sitting across from Joe Rogan going, "I saw a video of a monkey on a motorbike steal a baby." And I remain pretty confident that for many, their understanding of transness and trans healthcare and maybe medicine generally was more so gleaned from diagonalism than from any real body of knowledge. So actually, I think an equally bad set of consequences would be us destroying ourselves trying to assimilate and meet the community halfway, for us to tacitly endorse the kind of diagonalism that had taken over the community, to nod along with the dangers of vaccines or the plandemic as we expose our baby to chickenpox and measles and let people get all riled up about immigrants. And I guess eventually, if we really wanted to have community, I climb back into that closet and try to act like nothing happened. That's not how things worked out for us, thankfully. And thanks in no small part to all of you. Thanks to having the online support and community that we have. It's okay, sweetie. But the point is, diagonalism is really, really dangerous. It's, in the real world, dangerous and destructive. It's insidious. The world has completely failed to recover from COVID on multiple levels. Our already fragile understanding of health and nutrition is shattering to bits. The Meat-to-Fascism Pipeline might appear with this sort of silly face. Oh, look, it's that nutty professor that put himself in a coma. Oh, look, it's the big hipster rhinoceros man that eats liver. It may seem at first glance as if there's nothing more to this than grifting, selling supplements, but beyond that grift lies true malevolent brainwashing. High-protein yogurt or whatever may seem like straightforward marketing aimed at people who don't know much about nutrition except that masculinity is good, but beyond the surface?
Beyond the surface, it's even more sinister. It's not just individuals fucking with their bodies, it's industries fucking with the planet. It's connected to climate change denial and the creation of not just billionaires, but now a trillionaire, and to unfathomable amounts of animal suffering. Yeah. The ones in cages, absolutely, but also the ones going extinct as the climate becomes unlivable. Because let me be clear, it is impossible to stop the most severe impacts of climate breakdown unless we move past animal-based food systems.
And I've lost people to this. Yeah. I've lost a lot of good hippies to this stuff. And it's become quite lonely to be a person in Ireland who tries to understand scientific consensus and has some faith in scientific consensus. We're taking a chance on Cork. So far, the indications have been mixed, mostly good, but legitimately, I'm hoping that some of you watching might reassure me that there is still an episteme out there, somewhere, that we're not that alone.
But diagonalism is everywhere. It's a process. It's here in Cork too, as much as Neely is getting properly gendered and the library assistant let me know directly that queer families are welcome in their space. We've seen scary signs too, like at the vegetarian co-op, which I love, by the way, but it's campaigning very hard to stop EU legislation that will make supplements safer.
Yeah, like we're right back to fighting a new Orrin Hatch. Maybe for a lot of you, before you saw this video, you might have believed this Save Our Supplements campaign, talking about consumer freedom and government overreach and how vitamin companies are just trying to make people healthy. Jeez, we're the good guys. We know the vitamins. Maybe now you'll see that the products causing liver failure, constipation, diarrhea, expensive urine, and death should possibly be forced to consult with a scientist or two.
It's like some people need vitamins, like this is healthcare.
Yes, yeah.
So moving away is not an option. We have to have better options. We have a few proposals, but we'd also encourage you to put ideas in the comment section or join our Discord and network there. We might have made the video just by ourselves, but finding out what to do next is a group project. And group projects are what we need here.
Yay.
Some ones you can check out. Yay.
Yay for group projects. I'm sorry.
Some ones you can check out are mutual aid groups like 7th Gen, which is the Turtle Island Indigenous-based group who are providing hundreds of meals to the community. We're going to put a link to them in the description. Another we'd like to showcase is Food Not Bombs, an international group of independent mutual aid collectives who get surplus food from restaurants or supermarkets, cook it into vegan meals, and distribute it to the community. Just by the way, an investigation from the ACLU found that the FBI monitors Food Not Bombs on the basis of terrorism, because they're subtle. You can see if there's a Food Not Bombs or a similar mutual aid group near you, and you can give your time to help members of your community get healthy meals. And if there's not one, you could start one.
And when it comes to epistemic vandalism, like conspiracies and lies, you can push back. Don't just nod along with your peers' nutritional woo-woo. Ask to see sources. Ask where they're getting their information. Ask why it is they believe what they believe. Generally speaking, the political left and the queer are in close quarters with the alternative folk. So maybe it's time we demanded better of them, like had our whole grain cake and ate it too, as in stop letting shady supplement companies and the politically diagonal overshadow so much of our culture. And if you're in Europe in particular, push back against this bloody Save Our Supplements campaign. Maybe, you know, do a little guerrilla activism of your own.
Fuck you, Mel Gibson.
And of course, look, we're vegans. We think you should give up meat. We think you should give up dairy and eggs. There are plenty of free resources like Veganuary who can point you in the right direction. But if you're going to keep consuming animal products, then at the very least, stop supporting people like Berman and Mitloner and Leroy by reposting meat industry lobbying talking points every time vegans do try to push people to lower their meat consumption. Stop asking vegans what they'd do if they were trapped on a desert island with nothing but a cow. Stop saying, ew, rabbit food. And for the love of God, stop asking us where we get our fucking protein. Recognize that plant-based eating is empirically better for the environment and perfectly healthy for people's bodies. And if you see another non-Indigenous supposed leftist starting to go down the, well, actually, Indigenous people can't be make this video. Please look at the description to see links to Olivia and Lily and Zoe and Rohan and Chris. Thank you so much to our incredible quote readers. They really brought the video to life. And if you didn't recognize some of them, this is your sign to check them out. They're all really incredibly talented, and many of them are still radically undersubscribed. We have a Discord. It's free to join. It's a really good space to meet people, and please consider joining our Patreon. It's the entire reason we're able to do this work and put it out for free.
But look, Sarah, look, I got a leftist cooks bingo.
What?
I got a bingo. Look, we got integrating our personal lives into the essay, mentioning Irish petrol stations. I'm going to pause here. That happened twice. Nettles, Hitler's teeth. That's a full bingo. I got a bingo.
How did we put Hitler's teeth
We
on
did
there?
it, people. 5.5 hours, probably more. 7 months of research, weeks of editing, all just so I could get a leftist cooks bingo, which was a fucking thing we made up for this video. Congratulations, Sarah. I love you. We did it. Post this video on r/leftist. This was a wild one. Oh, God.
Yeah, this one was very intense. Thank you for being here and watching us.
Bye.
I am man, hear me roar. The number's too big to ignore, and I'm way too hungry to settle for chick food. Cause my stomach's starting to growl, and I'm going on the prowl. Yeah. For a Texas double whopper, man, that's good. Oh yes, I'm a guy. I'll admit I've been fed quiche. Wave tofu, bye-bye. Now it's for whopper beef I reach. Yeah. I will eat this meat. Eat it. Till my inner turns into an outie. I am starved. I am incorrigible. And I need to scarf a burger, beef, bacon, jalapeno, good thing down. I am hungry. I am incorrigible. I am mad.
Do you ever listen to Animal Collective?
I mean, yeah. I mean, big when I was in college, very millennial stuff. Not really sure what they have to do really with pirates and burgers and man beauty and Rick Bergerman, but yes. Short answer. Yeah. Animal Collective.
Flora, 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 Florida. Florida, Florida.
Yeah, I don't know that one.